Hello. Hopefully everyone can hear us. I'm here with Isidafo. Hopefully they can hear you. Should we find out? Did I just did I
Well,
just
right
lose
as
did
you
I
said
just
that, I
lose
stopped being able to hear
Isidafo?
you.
Did I just
So,
lose Isidafo? I might have just lost Isidafo. One second.
well, I lost you for. Do you not hear me? Can
I
anyone
can
hear me?
I can hear you. Can chat hear either of us?
You can hear me.
I can hear
I
you.
lost you for like 10, 15 seconds there, and now you're back.
Okay. But it would be good to see if we can get chat to confirm that they can hear us as well. That probably would be a helpful thing. I'm not actually seeing anyone in chat saying that they can hear
I'm
us.
losing you again. Oh, I think we're having problems.
All right. Hold on.
I,
We're having
I
some
keep losing
technical
you.
issues. I'm going to go just reboot everything. Let's try that. Okay, let's try this again. Is this working better?
Hello? Can everyone hear me?
All right, you can hear me, Isidafo. Let me turn your volume up a little bit.
Okay, it seems like people hear us, we just don't always hear each other.
One of these times we will totally get this to work.
Yeah, that's definitely. Definitely.
Okay, think we're good. Let's try this. Sorry about the confusion, but we got it working now. So good. Let's try this again. I'm here with Isidafo. We can hear Isidafo.
I can now hear Charles also, so I think we're all set.
I think we're good. So great. Welcome everyone to the stream. We've got the usual tiny card set tonight. We only got 100 or so. I figure we can knock that off in half an hour.
Yeah, sure, or many half an hours.
Something like that. All right, I think there's a good chance that people that are here for drops will get their drops tonight. Maybe that's a good way to say it. So
yeah, we should, assuming they are on, which we should
assuming
check,
they're on, which is probably worth checking, but I believe they are on.
Great.
So, great. Hopefully everyone's having a good week, and we've got some new cards to take a look at. So maybe first I can just ask, what are got a card. Speaking of new cards, there we go. I just bought one. What are do you have any overall thoughts kind of before we get started on the cards this week, or do you more want to just dive in and see how we do?
I mean, I think we can, there's definitely some discussion points both about just the tournament set as a whole and the and this new baseball reference series. I don't know if we should start with some cards or start with that first, maybe either way.
All right, yeah. So I think maybe one thing to mention up front is I think the way we want to evaluate the sets of cards tonight is a little bit different for the two. And what I mean by that is that the tournament edition cards are cards that are supposed to last for another 2 or 3 months. The first batch went about 3 months, so I think we're expecting that a tournament batch 3 would come sometime around September. So
yeah, that's certainly consistent with what happened last year with what's happened this year. That seems right to me.
Yeah, so I think if that's true, for the tournament cards, we really want to grade them based on whether they're going to hold up till September, not just whether they're a card you're going to maybe play for a short term right now. Whereas for the packables that just got released, I think there we are thinking about them as immediate cards and their impact on the meta.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the tournament cards do have immediate impact, so it's one of the tries when it gets up on the mic and then yes, I need to do that. I should just go buy a cheap mic that's actually decent.
The only thing is I'm not 100% sure whether the problem is Isidafo's mic or my potato computer of a headset that we're running his mic through.
It's at least partially my mic.
Okay. Fair enough. So, all right. Well,
Okay, I will try to hold it close to my mouth, and maybe that will make things better.
sounds good. And actually does sound good.
No, is that worse? Is that worse? Okay,
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
think it's going okay.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we get started with some of the cards? So I guess there are actually a little bit three different sets today, because there also are the 6 cards that were in this PT Plus No Choice pack, right?
You're cutting out again, but yeah, we had PT Plus, we had TV2, and baseball reference.
Yes. I wonder if I'm the one that's lagging and if it's just a bad quality thing coming through my hosting thing. Okay. Well, anyway, yeah. So I guess let's get started. So actually, I guess the first few cards we have are part of this PT Plus gift. So maybe that's a good time to ask, what are your thoughts on that? So we got 6 cards. We got 2 irons, a bronze, a silver, a gold, and a diamond. What do you think? Excited? Not excited?
Yeah, I mean, so I kind of, I've gotten PT Plus every month it's been out. I kind of view this as just it's nice if the cards are good, but it's not the reason I'm getting it, for me personally at least. Um, so I'm happy to get 1 card, 2 cards that do something, and I'm fine with that. So I think I don't have really an issue with this set. We have a theme. We have at least 1 potentially useful card. They're fun cards. No issue with it for me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the reason I get PT Plus is mainly just kind of supporting the game developers. It's kind of a nice way of doing it without feeling like I'm just directly buying points or something. I kind of like the idea of being able to support the game developers, but still feeling like I'm not kind of really grabbing too much in the way of extra resources to play. Um,
Yeah,
so
I mean, I think for me as well, like I'm actually not even so much getting it for the tournament slots for more world tournaments because I like playing tournaments and I get to play more tournaments this way. So it's just more opportunity to play the game.
yeah, I can't tell. I thought that was going to be true. And what I realized is it's meant I'm playing enough tournaments on my main that I'm not running an alt this year.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I never really ran it all in any serious way, but
I
I'm not
tried to
doing it
run one
all this
last
year.
year, and I've gotten alt this year that I keep sort of thinking I'll get around to setting up at some point and haven't, and it's probably sitting in, I don't know, one of the lower tier leagues, slowly gathering resources and falling further behind.
Yeah, just go on there and pull a Garrick and you're all set.
There you go. All right. So what do we got here? We got Wayne Comer. Maybe that's a good one to start with.
Sure. So, I mean, in keeping with the theme of the PT Plus set, this is all cards that played for franchises that are no longer existent. So either relocated or just you know are defunct now. So this is, I believe, the first Seattle Pilots card we've had in the game, which is always fun. But I don't know how much this card is going to play anyway. Really, it doesn't quite have the defense you'd probably like to see from it, and it doesn't really have the eye that a lot of other low irons have, even. So I don't know how useful this card is.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get me to dislike a card with this much eye, because, that's everything, of course, but I think if you put this card up against, say, Cal Abrams, right, Cal, not CJ.
Yeah,
I mean, Cal Abrams is basically this card with 35 more points of eye or something.
right. Yeah, I mean, you've got Cal Abrams, you've got Harry Armbruster, you have Jack Crook, so you can play a DH. You have
Yeah,
all these just cards with giant eye, and he doesn't have much else going for him.
yeah, I'll put up Armbruster as an example. Yeah, so I don't think this one's going to play at all. I do think it's nice to have a Seattle Pilot in the game, but I don't think as a card we're going to be that excited about this one.
No, I mean, in past years, we've had a John Gelnar from the Pilots. That's been a decent card, so maybe we'll get him eventually.
there's a Jim Bouton, right? But not a Pilot's card.
It's not a Pilot, yeah, it's a Yankee.
So I guess we give this one an F for free.
F for free.
All right, fair enough. How about Highball? So Highball is a card that I know a few people looked at initially and said, this card has pretty good pitcher BABIP. Maybe there's a way to play him at least in an early era or something like that. I gotta say my model doesn't find that. I still don't have him really anywhere near the meta. Do you find some places to play him?
I mean, maybe. I don't think it's really a great card. It has giant splits, which is always difficult. I think there are probably a lot of iron starters that are just better than this, but in some kind of early era thing, if there are a lot of righties, maybe I could see it. But in just like modern as a starting pitcher, I don't think it's really quite there, even as a reliever.
Yeah, I think the problem is just that there are too many cards that give you a bit more, either on the pitcher BABIP or the control or both.
Right. I mean, in early eras, a lot of the good iron starters, you kind of get either PBAB or control, and not always both. And this one actually does have both. But I think you'd have to have a really, really right-handed meta for this to be a card you want.
Yeah, I just think there are going to be better combinations because one of the other things is, at least my model at the moment, really does like running some stuff in iron, because so many of the bats people are playing are going to be low avoid K.
Yeah, I think stuff
you
is.
Want to take advantage.
Yeah, I think that's sort of why this is, if it's an early era card, if anything, because then the stuff doesn't really matter.
Yeah, so if I run let's say a 1919 model, is that about what you're thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe he even wants something more like in the 1920s, because then home runs actually happen, and he does have some ability to prevent home runs. So in early era, something like Catfish Hunter is almost certainly going to be better, because the home runs don't matter either.
Yeah, so Catfish definitely jumps to the top there. But see, I still don't have him as a top 15 or 20 option there. So, for example, one kind of card that I think just comes out a lot better, maybe actually this is the best way to say it. So I kind of think of pitcher BABIP and control almost as a pair. They're just both ways of stopping runners from getting on base. Pitcher BABIP's a little more valuable than controlled because, preventing singles is a little more valuable than preventing walks. But you're kind of looking at them as a pair.
You get to run some extra base hits too, which is nice.
Yeah, so for example, if I look at, this Wally Bunker.
Yes.
This card just ends up much better for me. Yes, there's less control, but there's a much better combination of pitcher BABIP plus control, if you want to think about it that way.
Even that Jim Bouton you mentioned is another iron with a whole lot of pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, Bouton, same idea. Bouton is a card I'd run ahead of this. So I think the problem is, Highball does have both pitcher BABIP and control, but if you compare him with some of the other cards, and Bouton's also got these reverse splits, which are nice. So he's going to have that advantage here as well. So I don't think Highball plays either.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's closer to playing than Comer, I think. But yeah, I don't get to really see much play anywhere.
All right, so give this one another free.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. So how about Jerry Pretty? So this one, we had a lot of discussion on the forum as well about whether you can find somewhere to play him.
Pretty generated a huge amount of discussion. It's a really interesting card. So I mean, I think to start off with, I have it as just the best bronze second baseman versus left.
Yeah, I agree. I've got him as the top bronze second baseman versus left, but versus right, I don't have him top 5.
Yes, I would say, he has really good defense. He doesn't have power, but he has everything else. So, versus lefties, it's really good. The question is, can you find a spot for this card in your roster? Because you only play one position, and you only want him to play one way.
Right.
So, right now in the bronze meta, we have kind of 3 lefties that that see a lot of play, which are Dave McNally, Jimmy Key, and Larry Guerra. There are some other ones too, but those seem to be the most prominent. So you probably get about half lefty starters, something like that.
Sounds about right.
But yeah, I think it is tough to fit him on the roster because you have to think like who are you running on the other side of this platoon? Well, it's probably Mark DeRosa because Dink Moffel sort of at the moment I think needs to play right field.
Yeah.
So DeRosa really doesn't have splits, and you kind of have to ask, like, is it worth it to spend one of my platooning for a card that I don't actually need to platoon for? And I think probably most of the time it's not going to be.
Right.
I do think this is a card that could come into the meta at some point if we get a really good right fielder, because then you might have a situation where you want to play Dink as a second baseman now, and you just don't have anyone else who can play the second base on your roster. And so having Pretty to play one way and then back to second base and let Moffel back up one or two other positions might actually be a useful thing to do.
Right.
I am trying him in the bronze that's what's just fired, I guess, as a at second base with the Rose at DH. It's probably not good, but I just want to try the card. So I don't think that's the worst thing in the world to do, but I don't think it's great.
Makes sense. Yeah, I've also been trying to figure this out. So my initial reaction was I didn't think I was going to ever find a spot for him on the roster because I hate running a platoon card where it's the weak side of the platoon and they're not backing up any other position. I do think if the other side is, say, Dink or DeRosa, it works a little better if you think you can play them both ways. Because you can play DeRosa, I guess somewhere like right field if you wanted to versus lefties or something like that. So my initial reaction was he wasn't going to end up in any builds for me. Now, having said that, actually in this low silver right now, I am running Pretty. So he did actually end up. I don't think I'm running him in the bronze actually, but I think I'm running him in the low silver. Just kind of the way the roster building ended up working.
Yeah, I don't think I ended up running him in this low silver, given that it's 1999 and doesn't have any power.
Yeah, it was just kind of a funny roster building thing.
Yeah, it's not a bad card for mono silver, I don't think. So I don't know. I mean, this is a really tricky card to rate because the card itself is very good, but it is difficult to build with.
Right. Wait a minute. Why am I running Quincy Troop as a defensive sub at first base? Let me maybe not do some of these things. Always good when you fix your build live, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it made it through 3 rounds, so can't be that bad.
So KK says that he hasn't actually done well with Pretty in the Veros left lineup, but still going to keep trying. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's definitely a card that's worth a try. If you're facing a lot of left-hand starting pitching, or you can deal with the fatigue, then it's a good card. I mean, it's a good card for lefties. So it seems like a card that is going to have some life.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to rate this one. I think it's the kind of card that's fun because, I actually like cards like this better than ones where it's just clear you have to stick it in the lineup, go buy the card, stick it in the lineup, don't think about it.
Yeah, I mean, this card generated, like you said, a huge amount of discussion on Discord yesterday. Maybe it was Wednesday, I don't remember.
Yeah, and it's funny because I can't think of too many cards that I would run in low silver but not in bronze. That's kind of a weird combination, but that's actually what I'm doing with the card at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, just because it's such a roster build dependent card. Like, if you have space for it, it's really good. But if you don't have space for it, this is probably one of the quicker cards to cut.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened here, was that I'm kind of running a bunch of second basemen on this roster. So I'm running Dink in right field one way but not the other way, but suddenly that means I have a little more flexibility, and and I'm also like making the stupid decision to run Fielder Jones that I wonder if I'm actually the only person in this tournament running Fielder Jones. I should check that.
Yeah, that could be.
I'm gonna guess. All right, without looking, we can ask chat to guess. 128 team tournament. How many people do you think are crazy enough to run Fielder Jones in center? I'm guessing just me. You think it's more than just me?
Uh, no, I think it's just you.
You think it's that bad of a mistake?
No, I don't think it's that bad of a mistake. I just don't think it's what people would do.
Hold on. All right, there are two. One other
There's
team is
two.
as crazy as I am.
Okay, who's the other two?
It
Let's see.
is, and we're not shaming you because I'm running this card. I believe
No,
in
I
you.
don't think it's so terrible.
The Punxsutawney Deja Vu.
Boy, is he not hitting for them. That is an ugly batting line.
That is an ugly batting line. Well, to be fair, they didn't call him Batter Jones, right?
That's true. Not Batter Jones.
If they called him Batter Jones, yeah.
Yeah, you could be Walker Jones. That would be acceptable.
Walker Jones, I would just stick in my lineup sight unseen, right?
Yes. If his name's Walker, you got to play him.
Absolutely. And well done to Oof for hitting it on the nose with two.
Yeah.
All right, see Laptop Hound saying he's got a few good results with Pretty. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a nice card. The problem is exactly just roster construction. Do you have the space on your roster to run a middle infielder? And I think actually the fact that he's a middle infielder also matters a little bit here, because it's a position where if you run against a team that's throwing just righties at you, and occasionally a team will do that. As much as McNally's good, there are teams that will just try to run, all righty starters and run McNally out of 10 or something.
Definitely.
If that happens, you're going to end up starting Pretty, a quarter of the time or more anyway, just because the way roster construction works and because it's a second baseman.
Right, and because whoever you're playing at second base, whether it's DeRosa or Dink, is going to have to back up other positions now.
Right.
So he's going to end up playing even more than a normal backup, probably.
But I would say this is definitely my favorite card in the set, and maybe even my favorite this week. Not as in, this is the card everyone should rush out and get, and like it's an S tier card. But because I think the fun of the game is actually having to think about how to, make roster construction.
Yeah, I think it's a really good card. I mean, actually, I will say that this is the kind of card that I would run out and get for two reasons. The first, because there's a very limited, well, not very limited, but there is a limited number of them. And the second is, it feels like to me it's the kind of card that actually may become more useful over time, depending on how other cards have brought ship.
Right, and if you want to get him, 500 points now, and let's see, 19 sell orders, so you're not going to run out or anything like that.
Right. So this is a card that if I didn't get from PT Plus, I would have absolutely gone and bought, even for 1,000 or 2,000 points.
How much is a card like Yelich going for? I know he's out of print, but
I think Yelich was about 10 or 15K.
Yeah, okay, he's actually up to like 13K. All right, well, here you go. So if anyone, you heard it here first. What you should be doing is you should be doing PT Plus spec. Go buy yourself like 10 copies of Pretty, sit on them for a month. That 500 points will be like 2,000 or 3,000. You're going to make several times your money,
Yeah, it's good investment strategy. We haven't managed to convince anyone to buy one yet, so
no.
I guess it's not working.
I'm guessing a lot of our audience may already have one.
Probably a lot of people who.
And Burner Guy was asking how long it's going to take us to get to Schilling. Well, the stream has been up for about 25 minutes, and we are on our third card. So
yeah, Pretty is probably going to be one of the longer discussions of the day, but it's not going to be quick.
All right, so where are we going to grade Pretty?
Oh man, this is a really tough card to grade. I don't know. I think it's like a B.
I think that's about what I was thinking too. I think it's a B for figure out if you can build a bench around him.
Yeah, I mean, if this was gold and most people were playing left-hand starters, this is like an S.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, I did actually have somebody ask me, "Can you run this card in gold?"
I don't think
I don't
so,
think so, but it wasn't quite as far down the list as I thought it was going to be.
I feel like you probably still rather like a bunch of the other gold cards. Oh yeah, it's actually I have it.
Well, because the
Fifth with
problem is
lefties
that
and gold.
gold second base is fairly weak. So, like, I'm running Marcus Giles a lot, but Giles is sort of this shape.
Yeah, I have it fifth was lefties and gold, but was righties it is a mile down the list.
Right, but the thing is, fifth versus lefties in gold basically means fifth in gold.
Yes, but that also doesn't mean you probably don't want to run him since he's fifth in one position.
All right, I think we can give him a B, but this is a really fun B.
It's a really fun, and I think one of the relatively rare cards that actually could improve over time.
Yeah, I think so. All right, we're just going through the list, right? We're going to assume we're getting to everything.
Yeah, I can do a marathon today.
All right, let's do some tournament edition stuff. First tournament edition card, we got this new Scott Stahoviak. First baseman, eligible for low silver. I think what you're really asking is, do you play him for free in a silver floor cap?
Yep, that is exactly what the question is.
And unfortunately, I think there's a really clear answer of just absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only way is if you're in a very early era where you want his BABIP, and someone like a Hauser, for example, is not going to be very good.
I think I'm still going to run Hauser because you get so much more I, though. And I's still going to play an early era.
I still does play. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think it's going to play.
So I think this one, yeah.
Certainly, as more silvers come out,
yeah,
it's very likely to start.
I think this card's probably an F now, and it's not getting better through like 3 months from now.
No, it's just not.
All right, I think that one's a clear pass. We got to do some of these quick today, just to.
Yeah, well, some of them hopefully will be not take too long.
Look, I'll just tell the stream right now. I am not worried about whether we're going to get you your 5 drops today. That could be the contest for packs. So that's actually a good point. So we haven't asked OTP. We definitely could do a pack giveaway if we ask them. We just haven't sort of thought about asking them.
I think maybe a guess the stream length contest would be a fun one. Like at the start of the stream, put up a Google form and people have to guess how long it's going to take.
Could be fun. How many Fs? I mean, it's actually a little depressing to me that our goal isn't to give Fs.
No, I mean our goal obviously is to rate the cards accurately, or as accurately as we can.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, we're always probably going to have the plurality of Fs, just because only so many cards can play. But there have been a couple of past weeks that have had even more Fs than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because I do think if you were grading the set as a whole, I think a content set where all of the cards are like S tier is probably more damaging for the meta than one where they're all F tier.
Yes, unless the set that's supposed to be that's all F tier is supposed to be good and change the meta and it doesn't. Then it can also be quite damaging.
That's true. Yeah, I think chat's right. I do think we could set up a giveaway. I will ask about that, but I also think that probably the giveaway should be something a little bit more. I think
positive.
The giveaway should be something more like what'll be the 5 best cards we rate on stream or something like that. you know.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Yeah. All right. So Denny Galehouse, we got a splitty right-hander with no P BABIP.
Yeah,
um,
this is going to be a theme.
yeah. So are you going to play Galehouse in, basically a silver floor cap? So if you're just
Absolutely.
comparing him to 70s.
No, I mean, actually, as it turns out, there are a lot of good 70 overall pitchers. Like, there are a number of 70 overall pitchers that just play in even open silver.
Absolutely, yeah.
And Gale House is not one of them.
Lines might play. We talked about the Bill Ricks last week. I'd certainly play ahead of this.
Yeah, with
Hamels is
I mean,
pretty good.
Matt Guerrero,
Yeah.
also up there. There's a bunch of 70s that play. Tom Glavine, which has a huge amount of home run prevention.
Yeah, if you're willing to run a splitty card, I think I'd rather have the lefty.
Yeah.
All right, and this one's not getting better.
No.
I wonder if we should do a second column for the 3 month from now ones, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, well, it's not relevant for the cards that are bad right now, but
I could add a column if we want to. Should I do it that way?
we could do that maybe. That could be interesting.
But this one's a clear F.
This one's a pretty clear F, yeah.
All right. Well, the way this set's going, I think Cuckoo is exactly what we're up to. So this is absolutely an S tier name. Let's just get that out of the way up front.
Yeah, it's a great name. We had a card. We had a Cuckoo Christensen. There was a bronze, and I believe PT21 that played pretty much the entire cycle. But this
one I think is going to play about a full cycle less than that.
Yeah, this one is really not going to go anywhere. It has no power, no defense, so it isn't going to hit much, and it isn't going to do much defensively. And there are better 70 overall outfielders.
And he doesn't run.
And he doesn't. Yeah.
Is there any way you're thinking about this card in a really early era?
No, I don't. I think his defense is too bad for that.
Yeah, that's a good point. The defense is going to be a problem. Even just the bat, I'm not sure you can run this in an early era because they're even probably better bats.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean,
let me run like 1908, like the Tournament Lab, because that's going to be the earliest one we've got right now. So the most BABIP-y.
Yeah, I mean, no, there's like around the floor, who is even more BABIP.
Wow, George Davis comes out really good in that.
Yeah, that's not shocking.
No, because this is. I mean, not only is this not top 10, but they're even, if you can believe it, they're live cards that grade out ahead of this in 1908.
Probably defensive ones, I would guess.
Yeah. So I've got this Brandon Marsh.
Yes, I like that Brandon Marsh. That was a really, really good iron before they rated it.
But I would probably play this. You still have the BABIP, but the defense is going to play a lot more for 08.
Yeah, defense is really good. Defense can even play center probably. Well, maybe not center. I guess there's too many spots with poles and whatnot. But
yeah, all right. I think this one just. I think we gave it a good try. In honor of the theme this week, we gave it a good college try. But I think this might be F.
It's another F.
So not one we're excited about. All right. Enos Slaughter. Are we excited about Enos Slaughter? Now, as a Red Sox fan, I kind of hope we're not excited about Enos Slaughter, but
I'm not excited about Enos Slaughter.
Would you play this card in low bronze?
In low bronze, I don't get to play Dink then, so maybe.
You don't get to play Dink, so you have to find a right fielder.
Maybe in low bronze. It might play in low bronze.
I feel like the way this is going, we're gonna have to just get the chat to that's what we need. So I was looking at this. We can get like emoji and stuff for for the chat, but we need to hit 1,000 followers. So if we can hit 1,000 followers, we can get emoji and everyone can spam their grades. But maybe we can ask chat to rate some of these as well. But yeah, I think this one
This
probably
one,
get an F, right?
yeah, it's pretty. I mean, you can't even think of using it as a backup someplace because it's only one position. So
All right. Mr. Audit gave it a K. All right, Kazkin, is this a little better on the mic? Um, yeah. We'll see if we can figure out how to get some of these in the chat thing. So, all right. What do we got next? More of these tournament cards. So clearly not a good start. So speaking of not a good start, how about Jake Odorizzi?
well, I mean, I think see Denny Galehouse.
Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing, and I did not actually mean to tell it. That's what I get for being loaded into the tournament. So this looks like Gale House, except costs you an extra point and has to be a reliever.
Yeah, and it's probably worse because I think Gale has some control.
So this one doesn't even get an F because he's not free.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
All right. Mr. Audit gives it an A. Yeah, I think we definitely need some. It's just I kind of it's just unfortunate because like I like giving positive grades to these cards. You know, I feel like I'm doing the Simon Cowell thing here.
Yeah, just reject everything.
But that's really not the goal.
It's not the goal.
We do like
it's
cards.
I think there will be some cards in the set that we are going to like, but we have not gotten to that.
How about George Kell? So clearly early era if you're going to play him.
Early era DH though probably.
But and that's the problem, isn't it? Is that it's early era DH, and if you're going to run this card as an early era DH, there's just too many other things in there.
Yeah, I mean, even certainly for any kind of modern thing, Christian Hernandez is just a ton better for one extra point.
But also, I mean, you've still got this Edouard Julian. I mean, I know the backup's a little lower, but all the other stuff is still going to play.
No, this card is really, really strong. This is another kind of defense you can't play, obviously, in early eras, but we have like third at least.
Yeah, Laptop Hound, Kell was a really nice card in 23.
Yeah, he seems to have lost about 120 gap power. Seems to have lost most of it.
So it's basically you took Curtis Mead, but you got rid of the gap power.
Well, and like 60 points of power too.
And like 60 points of power and a few points of BABIP and an ability to play defense somewhere.
Yes, so everything that's useful of the card.
All right, I think we can move on.
Yeah.
I don't know that we need this second column right now.
Not at the moment.
All right, how about Lave Cross? I remember this was also a card I liked. Maybe that was even 2 cycles ago now.
Yeah, there was a diamond at some point that was pretty decent. I don't remember which year.
Yeah. So what do you got here?
Oh, you're on the gold.
I have the wrong Lave Cross.
Yes, but this Lave Cross has even less eye than George Kell.
Yeah, well, you know what Warbot's going to think about a card with, absolutely no eye.
Yes. I mean, I think the only way that you could possibly ever want to play this card is if somehow you have a build where you need exactly a player that plays catcher and shortstop.
Okay, but now let me ask, in that scenario, would you rather play the low iron Charlie Dexter? I think I would.
I think also this is what Mac Eggleston I think is
yeah, that's right. Mac is good too, but I think I would rather play the 43 overall Dexter because you would at least get all that eye, and he has a little more positional flexibility. And he's better defensively.
Yeah, he looks better defensively too. Yes, that's probably true.
Eggleston plays a little of everything.
Eggleston plays. Also, I think it's Albert Melton is the other card that plays every position.
Yeah,
but that's a high silver.
So Kazken, the second column, the idea is that for the tournament cards, really they have to be viable not just now, but 2 or 3 months from now. So we're thinking, first, is this a card that, you just would use right now if you happen to get it? But also, where would we grade this card a couple months from now when it's still being given out in tournament packs?
Yeah.
Okay, would he be a viable backup in a silver floor cap? I
Um,
don't think so, because I
no.
think you still have too many good multi-position options. I mean, the
Right. Well,
problem with Lave Cross is if you're thinking about him as a backup. Okay, so let's say you're thinking about him as a backup in a silver floor cap. I'll put the card up again. So the first question is, are you ever willing to let him play catcher? Because if you're not willing to let him play catcher, you're never thinking about this in a silver floor cap, because at 71 overall, you've got like Eddie Eust or something like that, where you have a really good card.
right. Or Eddie Lake, even probably for shortstop.
Or okay, like if you want the shortstop, sure.
Um,
Pay up a couple
so
points and get Bill Hall.
right, or Christian Hernandez, or yeah, there's lots of better shortstops.
Right. So the question is, are you willing to let him play catcher? But now you've got two
I,
problems. Number one, you're not willing to let him play catcher. And number two, if you are willing to let him play catcher, you actually don't want him backing up shortstop.
that's yes. I mean, there's a 71 catcher Patsy Garrity.
Oh yeah,
Who
that Garrity's a surprisingly good card.
yeah, who was just a tremendous amount better than the Slave Cross.
There's also, where did Grandal get re-rated? He went up a
He's
little bit, right?
74 now.
Okay, he's up to 76, so you're not going to run Grandal.
76. Okay.
Because he used to be a 71.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if we're just talking about no I cards for 71 catchers, I'd rather play Nito Santiago.
Yeah. All right. Unfortunately, we're depressing our chat, so maybe let's move on and see if we can find a better card here. But this probably isn't it.
This is not it.
All right, Aaron Rowan. So that's kind of a funny shape. So this 68 in center maybe even a little bit underrates what you get in an earlier era.
Yeah, it probably does.
But there's no bat.
There's no bat. There's even cards that have a better bat and better defense. Still only goes one position, so he's not a backup anywhere. There's just I can't see any way to use this card.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for example, both of the cards that I'm running right now in this low silver, this Maddox 2-position card, he's qualified in left.
Yeah.
I'd like the bat better and much better defensively. And like I
Yeah.
said, I'm the one stupid enough to run Fielder Jones.
Yeah, no, we're going to get to this Grady Sizemore in a bit, but that card just blows Rowan out of the water.
All right, I think we're getting more Fs in chat for this one.
Yep, more Fs.
Come on, Fs in chat's at least totally a Twitch thing, right?
Fs in chat is, yes, I believe so.
But they're supposed to be in chat instead of on stream. So,
yeah.
all right, well, here we go. Let's take a break from the tournament edition cards and let's take a look at Thomas Eshelman.
Yeah, so this is the first of our baseball reference set, which was yesterday's content set.
So maybe this is a good point to ask. What did you think about the idea of this set overall?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the set is kind of, it's a little bit reminiscent of the Future Legends sets, right? Because the cards are not really based on Major League Performance in any way, and they're instead based on some other kind of, performance elsewhere. And as a result, the years in the cards are kind of not really relevant. These are, as far as I understand, entirely based on their college performances, which generally, come in very small sample sizes because they don't play a lot of games in college, or simply not nearly as many as Major League Baseball, and are against, a really varying level of competition. So, they're a bit of, I've heard people call both Future Legends this kind of fantasy cards, which I don't know if that's really the way to refer to them, but certainly they're they're not based on any kind of
I
major
was
league
thinking they're
performance.
they're like former future legends or something.
Yeah, the thing that I thought was kind of that was it the turn forward the clock thing. I think it was
Yeah.
in the early 2000s.
Oh, those uniforms were hideous. You remember
Yeah,
those?
those were pretty sad. It was like what the sleeveless uniforms and all that.
And then I
Um,
think the Diamondbacks maybe basically just wore their uniform because it was kind of that style at the time.
yeah, something like that. Yeah,
Um, all right, so Thomas Eshelman. Then yeah, so I think that makes sense. I'm kind of torn. So on the one hand, like the game designer in me says this is the kind of thing that you should be doing and you should have a lot of fun. You know, this is really a game more than just a historical simulation, and so we should be trying to do things that are going to improve the gameplay, improve the meta.
right,
Maybe it doesn't matter so much if you get the history exactly right.
right. And really, doing this kind of card really gives a lot of leeway for the developers to make cards that are interesting and can fit into the meta in a useful way. Because there isn't any major league numbers to really tie the cards down to.
Yeah, the
So
actual
there's
the actual numbers for Eshelman are pretty low. But
right,
here's the problem I have is we've had a bunch of just completely unplayable cards where like the whole 1930s set was unplayable. I mean we spent a
right,
whole stream just giving cards Fs.
yeah.
And
That thing was almost entirely except for the Garrix.
yeah, and the explanation for that was, look, we're bound to historical accuracy. This is the way people played in the 1930s. It doesn't look like modern baseball. And I think that's the same reason that this card set's going to end up being better is just the shape of the card fits modern baseball a lot better because it's closer to modern baseball.
Right. I mean,
Um,
so this year, as far as I understand it, there's been kind of, the idea was to move a little bit away from kind of era adjusted cards and instead kind of just base them on, just raw numbers, right? So even if someone, hit 15 home runs in 1900, which was a ton, they wouldn't get much power because 15 home runs is not a ton now. Um, and while that does in some way represent the cards, I think it makes the bar a lot higher for these old cards to play. And as a result, it really has meant that we see a lot of modern era cards that get really good, and a lot of older era cards that just kind of have the wrong shapes to play anywhere.
yeah, so I feel like if you're going to try to be bound to historical accuracy, then I don't understand this set. Then why not instead put the spotlight on some actual major league players? And
Yeah, I
especially as a
mean,
baseball reference thing, baseball reference is the go-to site for, information about historical major league players.
right. I mean, none
So,
of that, like Ashland isn't one of them, but there are certainly some cards in the set that had substantial major league careers. There really are seasons to make a card from. So there's no reason for those kind of cards. You could just spotlight some good college players' major league careers instead of doing this.
yeah.
So it does give the developers some ability to make cards that are good for the game, but at the other hand, it does fly in the face a bit of the whole historical accuracy, not adjusting kind of thing that's been going on.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me a bit of like that Chris Shelton card where you were sort of trying to make a meta card out of like a player that actually got sent down by the end of that season.
Right, yeah, you had that one amazing month and then kind of went downhill completely.
Right. Um, and hey, Louis, yeah, always good to see a first-time chatter. I also see we got a few follows, so thanks to everybody who, you know, yeah, that's right. So is Little League, Mr. Wrestling. So I think why not take like a Little League World Series set or something? I mean, there's a lot of fun baseball out there. And that is kind of a neat thing to do, but I guess what I'm saying is I don't think you can have it both ways. I think if you're going to go for gameplay, and I'm fine with that, it's a game, it should be fun, then don't hide behind historical accuracy for some of the players where there is a lot of major league data and they just don't fit the meta.
Well, and I think not only that, but the way that historical accuracy has been chosen to be done is in such a way that it makes some eras of cards just never going to play. And it doesn't have to be that way even if you want the historical accuracy.
Yeah, exactly. Just take the 1930s players and reimagine them as modern players.
Right.
You know, so I think you can do either, but I feel like this mixture almost, I mean, what this mixture feels like is, we're going to keep the historical accuracy except when we have a sponsor we want to advertise, and then we're just going to make sure the card plays. And
Yeah, there's some of that probably.
but what bothers me is I think you could execute that more cleanly, because I understand with fan graphs if you're trying to advertise the way that they kind of are rating talent, I can understand wanting to do a future legends thing. But for baseball reference, if that's the tie-in, there's no reason you had to use college players. Why not instead use baseball reference to kind of show all the historical accuracy that you've got? And, maybe, for example, show off some of the players. Baseball reference has done a lot of work recently, I think, to fill in some of the gaps in the historical record.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
so why not show off some of the players where 5 years ago you wouldn't have been able to put them in the game and you didn't know enough about them, and now thanks to baseball reference you can.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, the problem is I think a lot of those are going to be earlier cards, which again, like we said, those ones are having a hard time playing a lot of the time. So
Yeah,
you might have to kind of fudge the historical accuracy anyway.
yeah, Indie Pods, that could
Uh,
have been fun. Baseball reference being a natural partner for the Negro League sets because they've also been kind of working on that data set. Yeah.
yeah, that would make a lot of sense to me.
Um, so I do think it's nice to get these tie-ins. It's just, I feel like we're being a little bit pulled in two directions. So my take on this set is, we're just going to rate the cards as they are. um, and I like having a set where there are going to be a bunch of playable cards and, some interesting things to look at. But it also means that, like, now that bar is set for future releases. Now future releases, have to actually be done thinking about the meta, because you can't just say, you have to keep historical accuracy.
Yeah.
So, so I think that's the big thing. So, all right,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
and we'll see, because I mean, this is baseball reference series one. Obviously these cards are college based because the College World Series is about to start. So maybe baseball reference series two will have a different theme, and that will be that might
yeah.
be more kind of in line with the other stuff. We'll see.
All right. So as for the card, uh, are you playing Thomas Eshelman?
I did actually go out and buy a Thomas Eshelman to play in the low silver today.
Interesting.
Um, I don't know if it was right,
Let me see how
but
many people are running him. So I have him 14th among starters for the. Sorry, that's modern. Low silver is not modern. So let me run the low silver model instead. This is 99, right?
yeah,
Um, oh, wait a minute. I think I'm running him.
yeah. I think this card is actually a pretty decent low silver starter. Um,
Yeah, I think I have him as fifth, and that's in fact where I'm running him. I can tell you, for me, he is. I don't think he's doing great, but I guess I haven't looked at the overall tournament numbers, so I don't
yeah, I
quite
think
know
he did
if
all
this is
right for
really
me
bad.
actually, but it didn't help me much.
Like a 625 FIP doesn't look good, but maybe the tournament's kind of fairly high offense.
It's definitely a high offense tournament. I mean, this is I think the highest home run rate tournament we have at the moment.
Yeah,
Uh,
so I've got him fifth, as you can see, for this era. Um, in modern era, I do have him 14th, so I don't think there I'm going to rush out to get him.
Yeah, unless it is in modern. I mean, I think the walk prevention for 1999 is really important because there are just so many home runs, and
Yeah.
just keeping wheel up bases is really important.
And if we go back to a really early era, he actually doesn't get higher than fifth. He gets a little bit lower again because now a handful of other cards jump in.
Right. No, I think this 1919 is actually sort of the right era for him. Even though it looks a little weird, the card doesn't have a ton of home run prevention.
Yeah, but I think that's
Um,
right. That kind of it's you kind of get it right in the middle.
yeah. Um, so yeah, I mean, I think maybe it's a card that you can think about playing in your bullpen in this modern low silver. Um,
Does
but yeah,
he?
I mean,
So how is he going to convert to the bullpen? Let me see what the pitches look like. Um, Sorry, things are moving a little
it's
slow to load here, but
it's
let's see
not
what
going
the
to be
pitches look
great.
like.
He was kind
Okay,
of low velocity
yeah,
and not a
all
lot of
right.
pitches.
So he's not
Um,
really a bullpen arm. He really is a starter. I do also like that this is one of the few OOTP era cards that have a lot of stamina.
yeah, a lot of stand and a lot of control, so he won't throw a ton of pitches either.
Yeah, because I know, Kidneys and I went back and forth about this a lot, but I'm still running Jose Lima in a bunch of formats because he has huge stamina, huge control, and so like an OOTP era cap or something, he's just an innings eater that I'm like willing to let eat innings and only cost 82 points.
Yeah, I think I've been generally tending for Tanner Bybee in that spot, who has a little bit less stamina, but I think is a much better pitcher.
Better pitcher, but not going to give you as many innings. Yeah.
No, but I mean, it's not his stamina is okay still. Like it's not 60.
So where do we put Eshelman then? So I guess at his
I mean, the thing is,
best, there's kind of one format maybe he plays in.
right, but it's the format that we have right now.
That is the format we have right now. Yeah.
So I think if it's a playable card for weekly, it has to get and actually, I mean, a good a card you actually want to play in a weekly, not just like some random card that it might be useful. I think it has to get a reasonably decent grade. I mean, I think probably a C maybe.
Yeah, I think
Um,
that's about right. I think he's a fifth starter, so it's not a card that you're gonna really feel like you missed something if you didn't get, but you will play him if you get him.
right. Yeah. I was kind of like trying new cards when I can find a place to play him that I don't think is terrible, and he costs. He's not really that expensive right now. So
No, I
it seems
think
like
es-
it's a
I think especially while the spotlight packs are out there, if you want to get any of these new cards, they're going to be cheaper now than they will a couple days from now. I think, which is not usually the way it works, but seems to be the new rules with the spotlight packs.
yeah. I mean, maybe the spotlight pack is something we should discuss as well. But actually, for a large part of the day yesterday, the spotlight packs were sort of breaking even or a little positive. Um, so that's not the case anymore because obviously, as more people buy them, the supply grows and the prices go down.
Yeah.
Um, but just because the price is high, it doesn't mean that they're not good to buy necessarily.
Yeah. So, all right, I think C is fair. I mean, I think it's
Yeah,
an
I think
interesting
it's good.
C because this is a card that has a clear spot in a weekly. I don't think
Yeah.
there's any daily probably that I want to run him.
I think no. I guess maybe the SE cap.
I don't think so because for the SE cap, like I'm just sort of out of
Probably.
space as is. There's kind of no
Are there
room for like
six?
for a mid silver that isn't
Well, I'm
excellent.
trying to think like if you replace like some 69 Gary Lavelle better than that for 3 points.
Maybe.
Especially if you're only running 6 pitches in your bullpen, maybe the stamina is useful. I don't know. I could see playing this in SE cap maybe, but I don't think it's a critical card.
All right, well, let's give it a C. Let's go on to Eddie Taubin C. Back to the tournament cards. Do you got a tournament silver you like here? Well, we
Not
got a
not
catcher who
here.
doesn't catch and doesn't hit and doesn't run and doesn't bunt and doesn't throw.
Right. So this is late prospect, whereas plays two field positions and plus two more points.
So why is this card released as a reward?
I could not tell you.
Like, I'm just trying to figure out what this card does that kind of makes it look like something that's a interesting silver.
This isn't playing bronze, isn't playing low bronze. I don't even know if this plays an iron.
Wouldn't you play Zunino and Perez over this?
Yeah. Um, this is a baffling card to me. There's really very little here that is of any interest. I mean, he doesn't do anything well.
Yeah, this is. I feel like this is a card we need a grade worse than F for, actually.
Yeah, this is a very strange card.
I'm gonna give this one an F minus.
Sure. You can give it an F now or F minus in the future. I don't know. Well, let's see what F minus now. It's just so bad.
Now. The card wouldn't play an iron now.
No, I mean, I don't even know if like most cards. I feel like if you set out to build a format specifically for that card, you could find a way to play it, make it play. I don't think you could do that with this card.
No, you can't. What would the format be? It has to be a format where I doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you're looking like defensively at catcher. You don't run. You don't hit. You don't bunt.
I mean, I guess like SEOOTPL is silver cap.
No, isn't there a 71 Zunino you'd rather run?
Oh yeah. No, that's not SE. That's not SE.
No. I thought there's a tournament. No, he's not a tournament Zunino. Okay. So maybe you can define a format.
Which has like 5 cards in it, but you know.
But he'd probably be number 5.
Oh, never mind. I forgot. There's Jason LaRue is better.
Yeah. Okay.
And Eddie Kuzuzuki.
That's a good one. Okay. When you play in a tournament that's only Eddie cards.
I guess it just depends on any other character named Eddie.
Maybe.
Oh, he's the only catcher named Eddie.
Well, he's the only catcher named Eddie. However, I think I've mentioned I've had some success running Jackie Robinson at catcher. So I think for the same reasons, I might want to run this Stanky at catcher.
Just, yeah. Maybe. The catcher ability is even that much better. But, yeah.
It's actually, the other thing is, when you have a missing... Yeah, when you don't submit a lineup, a Jim Unknown basically just picks like a random low iron, right?
Yeah, I haven't figured out exactly how it works, but it's something like that.
So would you rather run him over Jim Unknown?
Oh, boy. No, I don't think so. I think it's got to be better than Jim Unknown.
Well, it's tough because Jim Unknown's going to have no other bat but probably higher I.
Well, but I mean, Jim Unknown could also be some random pitcher they put at catcher, I think. Like, it doesn't have to even be a catcher.
That's true. All right, well, we're going to say he's better than Jim.
Better than Jim Unknown.
All right, let's go on to Kurt Schilling.
Jim Unknown is probably the player name that has the most plate appearances over all combined tournaments.
So that's next time Rich does one of those guess the, yeah, we should throw a Jim Unknown answer.
Yeah, Jim Unknown is the leader.
All right, Kurt Schilling. He's got stuff. He's got control. He's got nothing else, but he has a lot of stuff in control.
He has a lot of stuff in control, but again, this is another pitcher without any pitcher BABIP and no home run prevention.
Yeah, so
it kind of feels like he's just going to let a lot of guys on base and get home runs while they're on base.
So in Modern Era, I do have him 12th in low silver.
Okay, I don't have him anywhere close. I have him way, way, way down, like below a ton of stuff.
Yeah. I think this is just, again, like looking at the meta and sort of saying there are a bunch of low avoid K cards and, So hoping that he's going to strike out like 11 batters per nine kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen
Um,
probably.
but even if he does, I sort of have him end up 12th. Well, someone in the chat, said they wanted to mention something about Schilling, right? Um, all right, so I think, yeah, let's hold off on discussing that chat one. So just kind of remind
Yeah,
everyone, we're an OOTP affiliate stream, which means we're MLB affiliated. So, we're going to discuss the cards, but like nothing about the people involved.
yeah. I guess
Um,
I'd say if you don't know about Kurt Schilling's stuff, go look him up and make your own judgment.
Although I guess this is a good chance to actually tell a Kurt Schilling story, isn't it?
If you have one,
Yeah. So the very first time I played OOTP, I was the commissioner of like a online league. This was, yeah, around '03 or '04,
okay.
on a Red Sox message board. And one of the things Kurt Schilling did when he was traded to the Red Sox was actually to join a couple of these message boards and interact with people. So, long story short, he ended up in our league and decided to play. And that part was actually a lot of fun.
Yeah. I mean,
And so actually, this is a good one for chat. And here's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to ask. I should ask actually what I have to do to get a couple of the giveaway things. Let me ask the right relevant people while we're doing this, because with the length of these streams, you might hear back by the end of the stream.
yeah, it's quite possible.
But if we're able to give something away, then I will, assuming we can figure out how to give away packs, if we're able to give one away for tonight, it's going to go to anyone in chat who can kind of answer the following. So, we did a draft, and so Schilling basically, thought about all the players he had played against, and basically, said like, the player he drafted with a pretty high pick in the first round was the guy that he said was just by far the toughest hitter that he had faced in that era. If anyone wants to take a shot at it, then
No.
that's the one we'll.
That's an interesting one. Because this was just after he came to the American League, right? So it's probably a National League player.
Because this would have been like the off season when he came to the AL, and I guess there was limited interleague play by then, right?
Very limited, yeah. But he probably would have only faced a handful of AL West teams.
But he wouldn't known. And didn't he pitched for Baltimore for a little while, right?
He pitched for Baltimore for like a season, and he was traded to the Phillies very quickly, I think.
Yeah. So we'll let chat think about that one for a little bit. As for the card, I feel like there probably should be an era where you'd start to play this.
I don't think so, really, because if you go back early where Yuan is controlled and the stuff is useless,
You
and
want
the
the
PBAB,
control, but you need more PBABIP.
right, and the stuff doesn't do anything then.
So
I you have to be,
this just never
yeah.
plays.
I don't think it ever plays anywhere. Yeah.
I do think it's close. So let me ask the question this way: would you consider drafting this card?
I think I have drafted it before, but yeah, it's probably a semi-draftable card, I guess, but it's not a card I'd be excited to draft.
Okay, so you think we can bump it up to a D for draft, or you think it's completely unplayable?
I would give it an F. Certainly a future.
Future,
F.
it's definitely an F. All right. Well,
I don't think it even plays now.
It's at least one of the better Fs, and I'm seeing some good guesses in chat, but so far no one's hit the guy that Schilling was saying he least would want to face in a key spot. So, but some good guesses. Ricky would be fun. Barry Bonds, I think, is probably the guy I'd least want to face.
If it's easy, you just walk him.
That's what everyone eventually did, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Who was the guy? We're gonna get to him, right? They mentioned on stream hit like 6 homers in a game in college or something.
Oh, was it McDougal? Was that the one? I think that was it. As a
Yeah,
goal.
yeah. Because I feel like if the guy's already hit like 5 homers today, just walk him.
Yeah, at that point, like, what are you doing?
It's just like, all right, you know what? You win.
I guess, at that point you're probably down by a lot, so maybe you just don't care. But
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those. I will say, I know as a pitcher, you do kind of get this question where, like, so there. I used to think there are two types of home runs you can give up. There are the home runs where you're like optimistically backing up third base and the ball goes out, and the homers that like you don't even turn and look, just all right, throw me another baseball.
right.
But a couple of the ones Barry Bonds hit, there were a couple guys in college too, where you'd throw to them and with those metal bats. There is a third type of
Yeah.
homer, which is the one where like you're not supposed to look, but the ball was just hit so far that like you're kind of
It was
curious
lost.
where it went.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like some of the O'Neill Cruz home runs now.
Yeah. Hey, all right. Actually, we got one in chat from a first-time chatter from Rojo, Vancouver. So Todd Helton is in fact the guy that Schilling was saying he most did not want to, face. So, and I guess that makes sense. That's a guy that I could imagine would embarrass a lot of pitchers.
Yeah, he was a good hitter. Should really be in the Hall of Fame, I think. I think he gets probably hurt a little bit by the whole Coors Field more than he should.
That's good. I was getting ready to give a little hint, but we got it. Got it cleanly. So, like I said, I'll find out if we have a way to give away packs. If not, we'll see if we can do something else nice. But well done to Rojo Vancouver. And all right, we can go on to what do we got? Shane Rawley. Not really.
I think it's Raleigh.
It
Yeah,
is
I don't know.
Rawley. Yeah, no, I just had a typo. So we haven't heard this one yet. So let me try this one. We've got a pitcher who's splitty, has a lot of homer prevention, and not a lot of pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, at least he's left-handed this time. Woohoo!
He is left-handed this time. Kazken hit 3. Okay, that is actually a huge line against Schilling.
Yeah.
Now that I look at it, I can understand why Kurt Schilling would sort of just not like facing that guy.
Yeah, whenever you have a slugging percentage that looks normal as an OPS, that's not good.
Yeah, and I know a little bit of that's going to be Colorado adjusted, but I'm guessing that a lot of those would have been pretty good at sea level too.
Yeah.
As for Shane Rawley, yeah, this one just isn't going to play, is it?
No, it's they're one of the. I mean, they're a lot of these kinds of cards, none of them are any good.
All right, we can move on. All right, how about Fred McGriff? So, first baseman, not great defensively, but we'll put up with that at first base.
Yeah.
But you kind of want to bat, don't you?
Yeah. So when Julian and Gehrig exist,
And Hauser and Jaha and
yeah, this is tough.
like I mean, actually both Gehrigs. I'd run the bronze Gehrig over this.
Firmly versus righties, yeah.
Actually, how far are you from running the bronze Gehrig versus left? Not enough odds.
Ron Gehrig is really bad versus lefties.
Yeah. This just isn't going to play.
No, I mean, I think, if nothing else, Julian just kills this card because he plays both ways.
Yeah. Are we doing breath? the way. I'm just curious how we're seeing how we're doing in the tournament while I'm sitting here. See, see if we can pick ourselves up a choice pack on stream, right?
Yeah, that'd be fun. Maybe we'll get one of these nice silvers
I'll
with
get
no two.
one of these silvers. Yeah, this just isn't going to play, I think. So Mr. Wrestling kind of asks, if the scale's a bit high, assuming we have every card. So I think for the cards, at least kind of silver, bronze, and below, we're going to tend to assume you can get any card you want because there's nothing that expensive.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
the card I'm talking about for McGriff, I mean, this Julian costs less than McGriff does.
Yeah, here's what Julian costs right now. All right, I instinctively click yes, and I mean to click no. All right, maybe you can pull it up. What does Julian cost right now?
He is at like 3,500.
Okay, yeah. But then there are other cards, like I'd play Roy Cullenbine ahead of him, and that's a bronze that you can probably get for, 50 points or something?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, there's a lot of cards that you play over McGriff. Like, I think, when we get up to diamonds, that's definitely a consideration because they're a lot more expensive. But even, most of the golds are not even that expensive now. I mean, all these good future legend golds are 2K, 3K.
Yeah.
They're not something that's going to break the bank.
Yep. Yeah, so I think the way we try to rate things is if they're even in the fringes of the meta, then they're at least going to get a C or D or something like that. So yeah, I think Mr. Wrestling, the problem is I think the number 12 pitcher in Diamond would deserve a little bit higher than that.
Yeah.
But the number 12 pitcher in a format where, you can probably just put a full rotation out there for under the price of Schilling.
Yes, and also that, I mean, again, like we mentioned at the beginning of the stream, these tournament cards are supposed to be, are going to be rewards for 3 months to come.
But as an example, here's a card that I have ahead of the Schilling
that
you can get for a last 10 of 182 points.
Yeah. There are probably other ones. I mean, if you include bronzes, I mean, Dave McNally and the top bronze.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. McNally's got to be cheap because he's a bronze that's been around since the beginning.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think maybe you mentioned last time this kind of like mid-season review, MVP of the cycle thing. I think McNally is definitely a contention for that.
Absolutely, McNally is one of the cards that's just played everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if he's the card I've played the most. So
I think it's
finally stopped running him just this last week or two. Not every format, but I'm running Cal Eldred in some because he's 3 points cheaper, and there's some formats I like Eldred better, and some I like McNally better. So it's kind of mixed now.
I was thinking about it. I think it's either him or Dave Kingman. Were my two.
Yeah, Kingman for sure. And I've got a soft spot for Rabbit, maybe.
Yeah, Rabbit could also be up there. Nothing. I don't know if we'll ever get a card like Tyler Wells in 22 again, where he played the entire cycle in silver as an iron.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah. So Mr. Wrestling, I think Schilling is a little lower than that in terms of where he's available, but we definitely do use the whole scale, or at least we have in the past.
Yeah. No, I like we cards we give D's just I think to are generally cards where it's like we think the card is not completely unplayable, but we don't really like it at all. Like we could see a world where it gets used, but we don't think it's any good.
Right. So like usually we can create a scenario where you might want to play the card or something.
Right.
So for example, Eshelman, there's exactly one scenario where you'd think about playing the card. but we even bumped it up to a C because that scenario even exists. The tournament
Right.
exists.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what a good example of a D card would be.
I'm sure we'll get to some today.
Yeah, we probably will get to some.
Um, Fred McGriff, though, maybe that one's probably just an F for Fred.
Yep.
How about Dave Concepcion? Can we at least give him a D for Dave? Let's take a look. I actually just pulled this the perfect Concepcion the other day. Although
Oh, that's a decent card.
I don't I think I pulled him a little bit too late to run him.
Little too
I
late.
think I
Little
would have
too
been
late.
happy running him early in the cycle, and by now power creep kind of got to him.
Yeah, at launch he was actually a pretty playable card as a backup, particular.
So I think for this Concepcion, we're expecting just a really good glove, and that's exactly what we see.
Yeah, it's a decent glove.
So you got 89 range, eligible for low silver. The bat's lousy, but it is a BABIP heavy bat, so you could ask, would you run this card in a really early era, for example?
There's no I, or not a lot of I. I mean, okay, so certainly for open silver, we're not going to play this over Bob Ferguson or Ozzie Smith.
Yeah.
So it's really only a low silver card. And even in an early era, I think I'd still just prefer Bill Hall.
Yeah, so I definitely would prefer Hall more modern. So one of the things about Hall is that, like, he's actually... Bill Hall kind of is like a sneaky, 94 range in here.
Yeah. He's very low error. But
Yeah, so Hall's actually at least modern better defensively than Concepcion. In an early era where that error rating really matters a lot, I think Concepcion might become a better glove in like 1908.
Is it a better? Yeah, well, 1908 I don't even know is early enough. I think, like, certainly 1876. Like,
Yeah.
the error becomes kind of all that matters, and then yeah, absolutely. But I don't even know if in 1908 it's early enough. I mean, the other thing is, there's this new card from the Negro League 2 set, Haley Harding.
Yeah, I'd have him pretty good in an early era. I mean, the other thing, I think the problem is there are just too many other options for kind of an empty bat with a really good glove. So,
Yeah, I mean,
if you want like a moderate bat, George Davis is actually cheaper, and
yeah,
the silver,
either
the
version.
silver Davis, I mean.
Well, either version of Davis, really, either the bronze or the silver.
Yeah, well, the bronze, I guess, wants to be platooned, but
Yes, the bronze, but it's actually a really good defender. It's even a better defender than the Concepcion.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Wrestling, we definitely try to have more of a discussion on him. But like for this one, I think what we're coming around to is we're trying to think about ways to play him. But actually, in my models, I just don't have him as a top 10 option, kind of in any of these eras when I look at it.
Yeah.
I think there are just too many shortstops that are not quite empty gloves.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think this one's also probably unplayable. All right, Baseball Reference 1. That set's been good. How about this Hultzen? So this has been a relatively expensive card. He's still got a last 10 of 15K. You can get him a little cheaper right now, though. Looks like you can buy him this moment for 11K if you want to.
Yeah.
So he's a very splitty lefty.
But, yeah.
However, it's a ton of pitcher BABIP, and he still has 80 pitcher BABIP against his weak side.
Yeah, and I think this is a pretty good card for low silver. The issue is the stamina, because he's going to be difficult to make a starter with that stamina.
Yeah, I think in modern era, if you consider him a starter, I've got him number 2.
Yep, I do as well.
The stamina makes him a little tough. So if I actually rank him by WAR, I'd have him like 7th or something, just because of the guys that are going to throw more innings. But
Right.
just in terms of effectiveness, I would rank him 2nd. So if you can make him a starter, it works. Unfortunately, he's got these 4 pitches, but they're all about the same. So you can run him out of the pen, and then you could even try to run him as a matchup guy, but you're not going to get much of a stuff boost.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if you're not running him as a starter, at least at the moment you will still run him out of the bullpen, even if he's not the best converter to the bullpen, because he is a good pitcher.
Yeah, I think so,
Um,
and I'm certainly going to try to run an opener with him as well. Really just
yeah,
see if
that
I
could be
can
interesting.
find any trick to get him in against lefties. So I can't do that in this low silver because it's 1999. But you'll see I am running him in the low silver, and he's been doing okay. Um,
Yeah, I mean, he's not Bill Force, but
Not Bill Force, but you run 5 starters, so number 2 is not bad,
right.
right?
I mean, yeah, it's and 1919, even the stamina is not as big of an issue.
Yeah.
Um,
And thanks,
so
Mr. Wrestling. We appreciate that. No, I wasn't trying to I actually wasn't trying to be defensive about it. I was just sort of explaining that there we do try to discuss them all, and so yeah, hopefully the comments are more valuable than just picking up the rating list at the end. But we appreciate that. So yeah, so Hultson, I think you are gonna try to find ways to play at least in low silver.
yep.
Is he is
You
he
know,
is he good enough that you're gonna find a way to run him in open silver?
I don't think so. Maybe, but certainly not as a starter is the thing, right? Like he's definitely not a starter in open silver. Um, I don't think because the stamina is just not really going to work in modern. Um, and then it was kind of maybe a fringy bullpen kind of piece. So I don't think I'll end up running him in open silver
Yeah,
probably.
I've got him 13th among starters in open silver, but generally the starters are better than most of the relievers, so somewhere like in the 15th to 20th range, just overall pitchers, maybe even closer to 15th. So I don't think he quite makes my silver bullpen, but it's close, and it's the kind of card that I actually might use him as an opener, as silly as it sounds, because it's kind of a way of punishing some of the clever opener lineups people set. Um,
Yeah, I mean it depends how much that you're going to get, but you know.
yeah.
Um,
Um, so I think for low silver, definitely an interesting card. Maybe if the low silver were still 1927, wouldn't be, but now that it's 1999, I'm certainly running him. I'm betting a lot of teams are running him. I can see. Let me see what my current opponent's doing. Are they running him?
yeah, I mean I would have run him. I didn't go out and buy one for 10K because I didn't think it was worth that much
I
for
see. We,
one
we, yeah, we
tournament.
can see
But,
what you're running. So you're running something pretty similar to what I'm running. I know that's shocking.
yeah, I tried some. I don't know that what I did was actually good. I tried
Oh, you
some.
know what? That's a complete miss on my part. Uh, I intended to run Luther Farrell, and I think I forgot to actually run him.
Yeah, he's not a pitcher. I don't even have him set as a two-way.
No, I would just have run him exactly as you are. I would just have run Farrell as an outfielder.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um,
you definitely outdid me on that one. Are
well,
you
it didn't
still in
help
this?
me.
Are you still in this? Or are
No,
you?
I lost. I lost in the third round. Just lovely. I got
So
nothing for
so
that.
you're not getting one of these lovely silvers then.
I have unfortunately too many of them already. So
Yep, yep.
um, and somehow I'm still missing the ones I actually want.
Yeah, well, I think we'll get to some. There are a couple silvers I want. I swear we're going to get to them. So as for Hultson, so if he played an open silver as well, because that's the more common format, I think this would be easily an A tier card. Where
Yeah.
do we rate him as sort of a low silver only card, but one that you're going to run in the low silver weekly, and actually also I think he's good enough. You might run him in a silver floor cap. It's kind of tough because 73 is just in that range where you never really love paying up, and also
Yeah.
if you're running him out of the pen, now you're competing with like the silver Kenley or something like that.
Yeah, I think the 70 pitches are probably just too good that I wouldn't want to play him in a silver floor cap really.
I think that's
Um,
right.
but I mean, it's. I would rather have this card than Eshelman for low silver for the
Absolutely, yeah. This is
99 silver.
definitely a better card than Eshelman, and
Um,
if I had to pay a point in a cap, I'd always take this card over Eshelman.
yeah, unless I mean for some reason you need all that stamina, but it's gonna be
Um,
not gonna happen really.
I'm not actually sure
Um,
whether I would take him in a draft because of the stamina.
yeah, well, I think as a silver, you might be taking him as kind of a stopper, and then I think maybe he's pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. Um, so what do you think? I could go either A or B on this one. What do you think?
I think, I think I'd go for a B. Um, yeah, if you played in, if I was interested in playing in open silver, I think I'd go in A. But since I'm not, I don't think he quite
Yeah,
gets to an
I
A.
think just kind of posting a 73 overall, it's just a little tougher because there aren't so many formats, and that makes it a niche card. But he fits the niche really well.
Yeah, and it's a very good card for a 73. It's just that, yeah, like I said, it's hard to fit 73s and some of these caps and whatnot.
Okay, let's go on. How about Grady Sizemore? So, here we go. We got a tournament card. I see you're running him.
I am running him. I
I
assume you are
I
also.
am also running Grady Sizemore. Let me see how he's doing for me. Oh wow. I am running him, and he is the worst player on my team
Yeah.
by
Uh,
far. But I still like the card. Darn it, I still
yeah.
like the card.
It's still a good card.
Just goes to show you that the small sample sizes, are not dispositive and all that.
Yeah.
So, what do we got here? So, listed as a three-position outfielder.
Yeah, which is great.
Are you ever willing to let him play center? I don't think so.
Probably not. I mean, as a backup in some kind of silver floor cap, maybe, but I wouldn't want to start him there.
Actually, I
I
would
don't think.
think about running him in center in a super early era. Because the
Maybe.
range isn't
Yeah.
awful, the error rating's big, and the arm doesn't matter as much as the error rating there.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I think probably though I would rather in an early era run the 74 Sandy Thompson. I think he'll probably hit a bit more than Sizemore in that era.
That makes sense.
Um,
Um, so Sizemore, on release, I had as the top right fielder in open silver also. There's
um,
another card that we're going to talk about that I now have is a little bit better.
yeah, I also have that other card a little bit better, but I have Sizemore even behind like Elijah Green and Bobby Bonds also.
I have him literally .01 WAR ahead of Bonds and .04 ahead of Green.
Okay,
So
yeah, I mean I have them also. I have them pretty close also. It's splitting hairs a bit.
no, but actually I think this is the same WOBA thing because I've got Sizemore is like 20 more points of WOBA over Green, but Green is about 20 points of OPS over Sizemore just because of the shape. And you're gonna weight kind of the walks a little bit less than I do, I think. So it makes sense that you'd have Sizemore behind those two.
Um, yeah, I mean I think it's just a question of how we're doing our roll weights because
That's what I mean. Yeah, I think we have
yeah.
about the same line, but your WOBA weights are going to put Sizemore behind those two.
Yeah, I mean, I do my roll weights. I think in a bit I mean, I do mine by simulation, which is maybe a weird way to do it, but
And I also like the card in left, by the way.
yeah, I think it's a good card in both positions. Though again, we have another new card that's like, probably better.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Husman makes a good point. Great option and perfect draft also.
yeah, this is really a card you're looking for in a perfect draft. I think.
You know, so I think the bat's just so good you're willing to put up with the outfield defense in most formats.
Well, I think in right field and left field his defense is fine. I don't think his defense is so bad there.
Yeah, yeah, probably more in a corner.
Yeah.
This is definitely of the silvers. This is one of the ones that I think is worth going out and getting, for sure.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the better silvers of the set.
So where do we rate him?
I mean, I think at the moment I'd give him an A.
I think that's about right. It's still not an S tier card. This isn't kind of a must have card to play silver, but
Yeah,
it's going to be an upgrade over the things you've got.
it is. I think more of a must-have card to play low silver. Um,
Yeah, because in low silver you don't have Elijah Green, you don't have Bobby Bonds, so now you're comparing him with like Dink in right field, probably.
yeah, I mean, there's some other old cards. This Bryce Harper is a really splitty, but also pretty decent. There's some of these really cards: Sandy Thompson, Henry Kimbrough.
Luther Farrell, of course, who
Yeah.
I really should be playing. Grumble, grumble.
um,
To be fair, I've only got myself to blame on that one because he shows up just fine in my model. I just didn't end up playing him.
yeah, I think I played him both actually, but
Yeah, no, I think you should.
yeah,
I just end up playing Jimmy Wynn because
yeah, Jimmy Wynn is so good.
he gets on base.
He does a lot of walking.
Um,
But yeah, I mean, I think the question is kind of like, how is this Sizemore going to age?
right. So with that in mind, I think it is worth pointing out that this is a pretty splitty bat.
Yeah,
And normally I would say a splitty bat is a bad thing for aging. But in this case, a splitty bat that plays three positions and you're willing to stick at least two of the three and maybe all three with decent base running, maybe that's not so bad because it actually makes it a little bit easier to keep him in the meta as one side of a platoon, and then you're willing to kind of tolerate the rest because he can back up elsewhere.
yeah, I think this card will stick around for a little while at least. I don't think it'll probably last all 3 months. We've already seen it in the 2 weeks since it's been released. It's been surpassed by a couple of other newly released cards.
I agree. Yeah.
So it's definitely not as strong as it was even 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I guess that probably means that on release there were maybe like you were maybe 3 or 4 cards away from killing it, and now you're probably 1 or 2.
Right, and so I don't think this will last 3 months, but I think it'll probably last another 3-4 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I think within the next month, so maybe like the next Future Legends set is one that there will be enough outfielders to kill it or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, like I think it's still remains to be seen kind of whether Future Legends is going to be Future Legends 2 will be Future Legends 1 Part 2, or Future Legends like Future Legends 1 was above launch.
Yeah.
If Future Legends 2 is like Future Legends Part 2, then there might not be a lot of cards better than this. If it's as much above launch as Future Legends 1 as Future Legends 1 was above launch, this card is not going to be played anymore.
All right, so maybe if you think about what do we expect to grade this card toward the end of the cycle, he eventually becomes unplayable. So maybe like a C as far as
I think a C because it's going to take a little bit longer to get rid of them in low silver, and low silver weekly does exist.
Yeah.
So I think it's probably a C for the future, but I don't expect.
And I think he's not a bad fit for that because 99 is a format where you're willing to put up with a little less in the way of corner outfield defense.
Yeah. And I becomes even more valuable. He's
got to stop hitting 139 for me.
Yeah, well, I think also I becomes even more valuable in 99 than it is in modern.
Yeah.
Because of all the homers.
Okay. Good. So see, we got one.
Yeah. We got a tournament card that we don't think is.
We got
bad.
a tournament card that we are not giving an F to. All right. How about Matt Diaz?
No, his fan tackling rating is notably absent from this card. But it's another kind of card that has a lot of BABIP and
really empty
not
BABIP.
A huge amount else.
Yeah, and I think you can't get away with that because for the early era, it's just not going to work because he doesn't play defense.
Yeah.
So all right, I think that's sorry. Oh yeah, the question we got for the tournament cards, we're giving them what is the grade for the card today, but we're also realizing that these cards are supposed to hold up for another 2 or 3 months. So we're thinking about how would we regrade them in a couple of months. If they, if because you're going to be getting these cards in choice packs in August as well.
Yes. Well, presumably. I mean, we don't know. Sure, and I think we should talk about choice packs at some point because that's obviously very relevant to these
Yeah,
cards. But um,
makes
yeah,
sense. Um, and by the way, a bunch of these that are Fs, I will just openly say I am picking some of these in choice packs when I get them, simply because I expect them to appear in missions.
yeah. I'm pretty much. I mean, I still have a kind of a backlog of some silvers, TB1 silvers left over, but I'm pretty much when I see a new card, I'm taking it,
Yeah.
even if I don't think it's a very good one.
Although I seem to have this habit of just seeing TB1 cards.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
uh, all right. But this I think is just unplayable, right?
Yeah, this is not
All
good.
right. So let's go on to Carson Fulmer. Uh,
Yeah, so we got another one of these baseball reference cards.
Eligible for low silver. Has reverse splits. Has pitcher BABIP. You actually get 39 stamina on a reliever.
Right. Yeah, you actually could try to start this card. It has enough pitches. It has enough stamina.
The problem is,
Um,
I think you'd have to start him in an early era, and that's where the control. Like, I think this is a modern reliever, but it's a reliever with a bunch of stamina, so you can run him as a
yeah,
stopper for sure.
yeah. I mean, I think you could try him in kind of a 3 or 4 starting pitcher build, where you're really kind of babying him a lot. Um, um, but
So yeah, Kazkin points
it's
out
probably really
could run him as an opener. Uh,
yeah, it could be very
I
interesting
guess you
opener.
can't run him. You can't run him as a low silver opener because it's not modern. But you could run him as a silver opener. And
Yeah,
in open silver, I do have him. Yeah, I guess third. It looks like sorry, out of arms listed as reliever. The problem is that most of the starter conversions come in ahead of him as well. So I think
yeah.
I'm still looking at him just in low silver and probably not in open silver.
Um, I might play it as an open silver, maybe, but it's kind of like a last man in the bullpen kind of thing.
So I guess the card that I'd be comparing him with would be something like a Mission Edition Eric Bedard.
Okay, yeah,
That's around the line for me.
I don't have Bedard up really that close to those guys.
Okay,
Um,
because I've got more. All right, so if I'm looking for a card of a similar shape around that line, maybe
I think
The Bill Gatewood or something.
yeah, something like Gatewood or yeah, like Freddie Garcia maybe even something like that.
So would you rather run a card like Gatewood out of the bullpen or this in full silver?
Um,
Close, but I think Gatewood.
yeah, probably. I mean, yeah, it's reasonably close. I mean, I think you could play as an open silver and it'd be fine, but it's not like a must-have card for that format by any means.
Yeah, so I think if we were grading him for full silver, he'd be about a C. But for
Yeah,
low silver, he's going to be higher because he definitely should be in your bullpen in low silver.
yeah, this is probably the best pitcher in your bullpen in most silver.
I think I'd still rather run the
No,
silver
Kenley.
Kenley, but I
I
think
forgot Kenley.
you know,
Yeah, yeah.
so I can show you what I'm running right now, and I've got a few ahead of him. I'm also running
Oh,
Wilbur
with lines
Wood.
too. Yeah,
I'm running Wilbur Wood. I'm running Vince Velasquez ahead of him. So I've got a couple others for the 99 format, but he's definitely
yeah,
in the build.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I think it is a really good card. I think.
So he is one of the cards I went out and got. So this low silver build, I did actually buy all but one of the cards I intended to, uh, because I was lazy and forgot about stuff. I actually forgot to finish the Silver Lou in time for this tournament.
Ah,
Which
yeah, he went really well for me, but it didn't help enough.
Silver Lou definitely would have been an upgrade. Actually, I wonder if I now. Let me see. All right. In fact, I can now get the Silver Lou. I just can't get him on the roster for the tournament.
Unless you do some shenanigans, but yeah.
I just can't legally get him on the roster for the tournament. Um, No, but I generally try not to.
No, I
18,
don't
yeah,
either.
18 ERA. Oh, he does actually have an 18 ERA, doesn't he? Well,
Yeah,
small sample size.
all these cards we're playing are good are playing terribly. So what do we
Yeah,
know?
so clearly what this says is you should take whatever our ratings are and just do the opposite, and
Yeah,
that's totally the plan. Um,
yeah. Everyone go play Eddie Tomlinson against me. I'd be happy about that.
Knowing the way this goes, though, he'll probably hit 3 home runs.
Yeah, something like that, or walk a
Um,
time, 10-eye.
yep. All right, I'm thinking. What do you want to give Fulmer here?
I think I'd give Fulmer an A.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little tough because he doesn't quite play full silver. The question is, do you give him an A when he really only plays one format?
I
He
mean,
definitely plays that format.
I think he's close enough to playing open silver that like I don't think this card is like actively bad open silver. I don't think it's a clear mistake to put on the roster. I guess is another better way to say that.
Right. Yeah, but I guess for example, I think I'd much rather have Grady Size more than this card.
Yes, yes. Well, also because it's a reliever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think A or B. I guess I think it's a better than Fulton's B.
How about a B plus?
B plus, sure. B plus is
All right.
fine.
All right, Eddie Stanky. So speaking of more cards named Eddie and which one you'd play.
Yeah, this is we're making the Eddie team. Sure.
If you're making an Eddie team, and I still am not 100% sure that Eddie Taubensee makes it onto an Eddie team.
Yeah, it's just not a good state of affairs.
So this Eddie Stanky, I have a really hard time figuring out how to grade, and I'll tell you why. So first off, let's look at the card. Okay. And this is absolutely a Warbot special. Okay.
Yeah.
You got a ton of eye. You still have some BABIP, so you can run them in early eras. I'd like a little bit more range, but I'm willing to play 72 range at second base for sure.
Mm-hmm.
He even, doesn't have a ton of speed, but has that stealing ability where he'll steal 1 or 2 random bases and not get caught.
I wouldn't steal with this, but yeah,
Wouldn't
it's
steal
not bad.
much with this, but when he actually decides to go, he'll make it. He is a little bit splitty.
Well, he's splitty in a sort of reverse splitty.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that's so that's not bad either. So when I first looked at this card and ran the model, I basically said, this is now the second baseman I want to run in silver. Again, this is just exactly the Warbot special. This is basically like the George Grantham that I played, half the cycle last year.
Yeah, it's a lot worse than that card, right? Because it doesn't have that card a lot more power to play four
Doesn't have the
positions.
power. It's not a switch hitter. Yeah, but
Yeah.
But this is better than, say, the Eddie Lake that we've been running at short.
Better hitter, yeah. Then you don't play,
Better hitter and probably about as good defensively if you're grading him as a second baseman and Lake as a shortstop.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm not running Lake anymore either, though.
So I really loved the card. I've been running a more defensive option. I've been running Bobby Grich a lot. Maybe a little bit Nick York. But
Yeah.
the reason that I'm kind of torn on this card is that we're going to have to talk about Jeff Blauser in a moment. And I think I would actually just rather run Blauser at second.
I would definitely rather run Blauser at second. I think the only way you're playing Stanky is if you're playing Blauser at one of his other two positions.
Yeah. And so that makes it tough because it's kind of this really good card that I'm excited about, but then actually maybe even on release isn't the best option anymore because they released a better one with it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worse than Blauser. I don't even think that it's so terrible in silver to just go full defense and play Ferguson at second and Smith at shortstop.
Yeah.
But
So
You know,
I think this is one of the cards I wanted to go out and get, and I made it a priority to get in packs. I am running him in my silver build, but I'm running him kind of as a platoon guy, with Blauser split.
yeah. I mean, I have one of these two. I don't have a Valve yet because I mixed on every silver pack somehow, and I'm still not running him actually.
That was like me with Campanella for most of the cycle.
Yeah, um, because I've found that I prefer to run some of like the future legends, like Caminero, who play more positions.
Yeah, and the positional flexibility is a bit of a problem for the card.
Yeah,
So,
even the silver Jackie Robinson, I think, is another card that you could think about for position flexibility.
yeah. So, I do really like the card, and I think it would have been an easy A for me if Blauser didn't come out at the same time, because then he's just like the best card of his type, and you're not going to get me away from a card with a ton of I.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I definitely have this card lower than you do. I mean, I have him a couple of guys. I have York ahead of him. Um, I have Ferguson if you want to play him a second ahead of him.
The question is, does
But
Blauser coming out at the same time hurt the card? I
definitely,
mean, does it hurt it enough that kind of you want to downgrade that?
I think so. I mean, I think Blauser ends up at third in some builds, or even at short. I guess if you're willing to punt defense entirely.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I think Stanky in some ways is a little bit similar to Pretty, even though he's obviously not as splitty. Where it's a good card, but it is a difficult card to build with to some degree. Um,
Yeah.
like I would much rather play Browser. I'd even play some cards that are maybe a little worse to get more flexibility.
Yeah, and
So,
I can't quite tell. I think I am going to run him a bit in silver. I did run him in the last weekly. You're not going to talk me down from a card with this much eye.
yeah, if you're 117 eye, your eyes light up. But
Exactly.
um,
My eyes light up
but
because his eyes light up.
yes,
Uh,
exactly. But I think even if you're playing this now, this is not a card that I think will survive all that long. Because I mean, already we're talking about it as kind of a fringy option. Um,
yeah.
and
All
so
right.
as soon as the
Yeah. So
okay.
maybe we grade him a B for Blauser.
Yeah, I think it's a B now and probably like a D in the future.
See, I think it has more legs because of the eye. Like I'm
I,
thinking
I
about it as a card like Eddie Lake, where there are other options that came up that you think about, but there isn't really a card that does what Eddie Lake does better.
yeah, that's true. I mean, I just kind of feel like as soon as we get one second baseman who's better than this, it's never going in any place.
Yeah. So maybe like a C.
Yeah, I think I'd give it a D, but I see he's all right. Either one of those.
Yeah, I think he's going to be almost what he is now, a couple months from now, which will be the option you want to run if you're desperate for I, but, probably no longer your top option.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this would be a very different discussion if Blauser hadn't come out at the same time.
Yeah, if not for Blauser, then this card's an easy A for me, and I'm running him in every format because he's got I.
He does have a lot of eye.
All right, Tommy John.
All right. Well,
Hey,
this is
we
a
haven't seen this one before.
yeah, it's a new one.
It's a pitcher with a lot of homer prevention and not enough pitcher BABIP for the meta.
Yeah, and no control
And no control.
and no stuff.
Yeah, I think that one's. We can just move on.
Yeah. So let's. I mean, we keep it. How many pitchers of this type have we seen so far? We have Tommy John. We have Shane Lawley. We have Kurt Schilling a little bit. We have Odorizzi, Gale House. Like what? This is 5, 6. They're like all that same exact shape.
Okay, so here's an interesting one. This Alex Wimmers. So the card that this reminds me a lot of that we talked about last time was Bill Ricks, where it's just like flat across the board. you know, and
Yeah.
Wimmers now costs you 5 more points of overall, and is just a few points better in flat across the board. So kind of the same idea as Rick's, but you get a little bit more for those 5 points.
Yeah, you do. I don't know. I still don't. I mean, it's definitely a better card than that because it just has more kind of everything. But I still don't think this is really a card that I'm too interested in playing. It's not a starter with the stamina. It's not really a reliever. I think once you kind of have, now it's competing against all the silver relievers too.
Yeah, I've got him including. So I don't have him up there as a starter. Just as an overall silver pitcher, I've got him 14th, which means he's close, but in a full build is not quite gonna make your roster.
Yeah, I have something pretty simple.
He's basically similar to what you get from Hultzen, except that Hultzen's eligible for low silver and Wimmer's isn't. So if this were a 74, I'd be much more interested.
Actually, I Hultzen even better than Wimmer's, but I guess that probably depends on how many left you think he's going to get.
Yeah, it depends how much you're penalizing him for the splits out of the pen.
Yeah.
So I think he's probably never going to play in the meta because when you start out just out of the meta, you're never jumping up.
Right, unless it's a card like Pretty that has some very specific situation.
Right, and with a flat shape, he just gets surpassed.
Yeah.
I don't think it's quite an F because I do think this is a draftable card.
Yeah, no, I think this is actually a pretty good example of a D, right? Where you could put it in a roster, it's not going to destroy you, but it's really not a card you want to play.
Yeah, I think that's about right. All right, how about Chad Matala?
I don't remember this card, so...
I don't remember the card, and I haven't loaded the image yet, but it's one of the new set. So first off, the thing that interests me the most here, just because I'm trying to figure out where the rating is going to come from, is these base running ratings.
Yeah, that's a lot of stealing.
So he's got 32 speed, but 110 stealing and 90 base running.
Yep. So this is someone you definitely want to crank the stealing slider on.
Yeah.
But I don't know that he's going to hit enough to make that useful.
No, and as much as I like a card with eye, it's not enough eye compared with a lot of the other cards. We just looked at the Sizemore. The Sizemore bat is just better at everything across the board.
Yeah. Even
defense
defensively,
doesn't
it's better.
quite. Yeah.
This arm is really not a rating that's useful in any format, particularly.
All right, so I think this one probably just doesn't play.
Yeah, it's just enough.
All right, how about this limited edition Jose Oquendo?
Well, I guess maybe actually just to go back to Mattel for a second.
Oh, sure, yeah.
The high silver floor is a format that has existed at some point.
I see. So would you play him as a 75 because you can't play a 74?
Yeah.
I'm always going to play Bobby Bonds first and right.
Yes, absolutely, Bobby Bonds.
I think I'd play Rich Becker in center.
Yeah.
Maybe even Sam West for the defense.
Yeah, there's probably actually some other cards coming that need some even expensive points to get over Matola.
Okay, so I don't think he plays there either.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. How about Jose Oquendo? So first off, I love all the positional flexibility.
Yeah, that's really nice. He plays all 7 positions except catcher, and he plays them well, except for center field.
I'd say he plays the infield ones well. I don't think you really want him playing the outfield.
That's true, probably though. Well, I mean, if he's a backup, it's not going to be the worst.
Yeah.
But no, I mean,
the main flaw is basically, the bat's just not there. The big thing the bat does is avoid Ks, but you're not doing anything with the ball when you hit it.
Right.
There's no gap power. There's not enough eye for a card like this.
So certainly, comparing this to Stanky, you're not playing second over Stanky for the same overall. I think the only way this card is useful is in kind of a high silver floor backing up bunch of positions kind of a role.
But at that point, I'm going to pay 2 points for Blauser.
Or Bob Ferguson.
Or Bob Ferguson, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think this will end up having a place even on high silver floor.
Is there any? I guess he's not draftable because he's not eligible for a draft.
Right, not draftable. If there's like a high silver floor SE cap, that probably then you're not even that pressed for players. So
then you still play Bobby Bonds.
Second.
Then you play Stanky and Blauser, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so this.
All right, no, I think we can't just find a way to do it. Yeah, exactly. Good call from chat there. It's a Randall for high silver floor.
Right. Yeah.
Except I think Randall's better for what he is than this card is for low silver.
Right. Well, Randall has no alternatives.
Yeah.
Okendo has a number of alternatives.
All right, let's go on to G Walker,
Ooh,
who we will not rate a G.
Although
looking at that eye, I'm actually sort of
a G rating would not be wrong for this card.
The thing is, a G rating means that he's suitable for all builds, right?
Yeah, he's a family-friendly right fielder.
And I don't think this is actually such a family-friendly right fielder with that eye.
No, this is suitable for no builds. You're just never playing this. It doesn't play defense. It's not going to hit.
So maybe this one gets an NC instead.
Yeah.
Should we give him an NC?
NC, sure.
All right. How about Cal?
NC right field. Well.
No, not this Cal. Sorry. Although, actually, the two are remarkably similar.
Yeah, they're a lot more similar than you would like for what's supposed to be a PTC second place award.
So if we didn't like the last one, how do you feel about a third baseman who can't play third base and has no eye?
Not great.
Base running.
Not great. Cal Ripken has always had this problem. Every version of Cal Ripken, basically, in any version of this game, has had the exact same problem. He doesn't play enough defense and he doesn't have enough eye. Which worked for him in real life, but doesn't in the way this game is set up. So, there's definitely some manual checking that seems like it should happen when you print Cal Ripken.
Yeah, and I guess, just sort of being this bad defensive third baseman isn't going to help either is the problem.
Right, the thing is, like Ripken, he had some good defensive seasons at shortstop in the middle of his career, but towards the end of his career, he was just kind of playing and wasn't that good anymore. And this is that's kind of where this card is from.
Right.
So
chat saying he seems just as good as the PTCS Cal. They're more similar than you would think for the gap between a 76 and 100. Actually.
Especially 100. That's a 10 copy 100.
Well, okay. So then the question is, we've had silver packs for a while. Do you think there are 10 copies of this card in the game? I see 5 of them for sale.
There's 5 for sale. At least one more is sold because there's a price on it. So I think so. I think probably yes.
Okay.
Certainly there will be more than 10 at some point.
Eventually there certainly will be, yeah. But I don't know that it speaks so well for people's choice pack skills if there are that many Cals out there right now.
Actually, I think this card was, now that you mention it, I think this card was selling for over 10K at some point.
Please tell me that was a typo.
I hope so. I think a lot of it is like, people see Cal Ripken. Cal Ripken was a great player. Who wouldn't want Cal Ripken on their team? But again, like just the way that Cal Ripken play and the way that this game works, players like Cal Ripken don't end up doing that well.
Right. Well, I think if you're going to go with the historical realism, that's where we come back to this set. Like In reality, would you rather have Cal Ripken or Thomas Eshelman? You'd rather have Cal Ripken. Uh,
Right.
but no OTP, you'd rather have Thomas Eshelman.
Right. Well, it's also, I mean, anyway, we probably said enough on this point.
All right, I think this one will just
Yeah, it's just,
let's move on. All right, how about Jose Rijo? Um, Guy I at least remember, kind of as a pitcher. So, all right, you're never going to guess, but this is a pitcher with some splits, a lot of stuff in homer prevention, low control, low pitcher BABIP.
yep, it's another one.
Oh, and low stamina. So he's really a
In case,
bullpen guy.
in case there weren't enough of these in the choice packs to this point, here's another one. You can pick this one instead of the other five that look identical to it.
Except this one's more expensive in a cap.
Yeah, and I have a little more stuff. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure why there are so many cards that look like this being printed at the same time, in particular.
I mean, I
Like,
really do think it is whatever model they've got. For this game, just isn't fitting. And I will say, I have Rio as being closer. Like I have him he's below Wimmers, but he's almost in that range because he has more stuff.
no,
Except that Wimmers you can almost start with that stamina, and Rio has
right.
to be a bullpen guy,
No,
and that's what makes him completely unplayable. Instead of like if this card had 90 stamina, then it's more like a D.
I don't think that would still even come close to playing this. I feel like it just lets too many people on base.
Yeah. I still wouldn't play it, but I would at least kind of consider drafting him.
I don't think I'd even do that. I don't know. I don't think it's bad as.
But
I mean, okay,
with 49 stamina, it doesn't matter though,
no, of course that doesn't matter.
and that's the
I
problem.
think
Yeah, go ahead.
even if you think this shape is good, if you have some model that tells you like this shape is good, we should want to do this. Why are we printing 6 cards that all do the same thing?
Yeah, and especially when you can grab these from any era.
Yeah, I mean, there's we have a ton of cards that look like this in the game. We don't need it anymore. It'd be much more interesting if we got some kind of more diverse shapes. There are some shapes that we don't see a lot of, and having pitches with those shapes is interesting because you can think about formats where you might want to play them. Where some kind of card through where the shape is really good. But when we just get kind of the same shape with, a couple of points moved around here and there, it doesn't really do anything to advance builds forwards to make the game more interesting to play. It just adds another card into the game.
Yeah, I mean, just think about all the, we had a lot of fun thinking about Pretty. We're probably going to keep having fun thinking about how to use him because he's got kind of a unique shape. But I mean, that's, I think this is, well, clearly one of the frustrating things about the tournament set is that the overall power levels we can see just is a real problem.
Yeah, it's a big problem, and it's going to get worse, right? Because these cards have to last for 3 months.
Well, the good news is this card isn't going to get worse.
Well, that is true. But we sort of now had, like, I guess we're sort of getting to the end of the silvers. So, we've had the last 4 content sets have all had a lot of silver cards, and we managed to really not move the silver meta that much at all. Like, the future legends will pretty much all play.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand why the content creation side can't. They have a lot more data than we do on the meta. They can pull data from every single tournament. They can run any tournaments they want to, or as many as they want to test. They know what cards are being run. They can test these cards against exactly what cards are being run. And if they want to know how will Jose Rio face these batters in a silver tournament, they can put him in a silver tournament and see, and it'll immediately be clear.
And you've got a card like Frank Tanana. Right? Frank Tanana was a launch card. He remains one of the best starters in silver. 4 months down the road.
Right. Well, I think so. This to me is actually, you remember when they rebalanced the game engine? I think it was still Kidneys that I was co-hosting with.
Yeah.
But I sort of made the point that they had done it in a way that kind of wasn't really fixing things going forward, and they're going to have to rebalance again because when you add, power creep, things are going to break. This is kind of what I mean. So here's the thing. This is a card with significant power creep. That is to say, if you find a card from the earlier sets that has the same shape as Jose Rijo, Jose Rijo is a much stronger card. Just better across the board.
Well, yeah. I mean, you do have this 55 Carl Lundgren that's the same shape, better than Rijo, probably.
No, but he doesn't have the same kind of stuff.
He doesn't have the same stuff, but he's better than others,
Right, but I'm saying, but if you want a stuff and home run prevention heavy card, there are cards like that from early in the cycle. If this card were released day one, this would have still been unplayable, but it would have been an unplayable probably 85 overall.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know if this even plays as released right now at launch.
No, it doesn't even play in silver at launch. But what I'm saying is, there is power creep here. There is significant power creep. There is an attempt to do that. But the problem is that they still haven't been able to figure out what makes cards good and what makes cards bad. Like,
yes,
they're not trying, maybe I'm completely misunderstanding the intent. Maybe this is what they're trying to do. I'm assuming they're not trying to release a silver tournament set that basically nobody thinks of as a reward. They just think of as like tokens for a mission because you would never play the cards. In general, anyone that's going to spend their time curating content wants people to have fun with the content. If I'm going to spend time thinking, hey, wouldn't it be fun to have a Jose Rijo? I kind of want people to look at that card and say, let me try playing Jose Rijo. That would be a fun thing to do for a while. And this just kind of isn't working. And we can talk at the end about what this means for like the right strategy for tournaments, if the choice packs aren't so good. But yeah, I think you're right. These are all the same shape, and they're all an unplayable shape. And then when they hit the right shape, like they did for the Future Legends, suddenly every single one plays. And
plays for months.
And plays for months. Well, because the shape is so important. Because this rebalance they tried to do for the game engine didn't understand what the flaw was. And so they're going to have to rebalance again eventually, kind of as I was saying. But even there, the fundamental flaw is still going to be that some shapes are better than others. So if you have a set with the right shape, they're all going to play. And especially because there hasn't been gradual power creep, they're like suddenly all going to play.
Right. Right. Well, it's also, you maybe could, you could print, like for example, this Randy Johnson is this shape, basically, right? But Randy Johnson is playable because his ratings are just so high. Like, you can make cards this shape play, you just have to jack the ratings to the moon.
Sure. Yeah, if that were the intent. But what I'm trying to say is, I don't think this card is underpowered. I think this card is completely the wrong shape for the game engine they've built. And
right, which is something that, as a game designer, you should be aware of.
Yes. Yeah, so I think that's the problem is, I think the intent here is to give meaningful rewards. Like I said, everything I've seen from talking with the developers is that they care a lot about tournaments. There's been a big effort to make tournaments more meaningful. And I know there's been some disappointment in making quicks less emphasized. But the reason for that is they're really trying to convince everybody to play the dailies and the weeklies and be part of these tournaments and want choice packs and want to qualify for the PTCS and PTMS and really make this a big esports style event. And, I really think that's a great idea. I think that's the right direction to go. But then to give people the proper incentives, you have to give them good tournament rewards, right? One way to think about it, would you rather have Jose Rijo? Or let me ask the question this way. Let's say you could spend the time playing playing to get a Jose Rijo or a card or one card from this silver set we saw. or playing a quick and getting some number of packs. How many standard packs would you trade this card in for?
This card in particular,
Yeah.
if it wasn't in missions. I mean, if it's in missions, it's going to be a lot more.
Right. Yeah. Not as a mission card. Just you can keep
One.
this card, or you can get a standard pack or two
One.
standard packs.
I take one standard pack for the go.
Okay. I think one standard pack you're still too likely to get kind of just bronzes or whatever. But I think probably two or three would be what I would.
Bronzes quick sell for, I mean, 5 foot, 2 bronzes and 4 irons is 70 points. This is 100 points quick sell. Like,
That's true.
if it's not going to be a mission, I mean.
Okay. Then, but even if there were, and let's say you have the mission value for these, so you'll get 3 or 4K for it.
Right. Yeah. Then you're probably 5 packs maybe or something.
Yeah. Because I think the problem is what's happened is that this reward is less valuable than winning like a gold single elimination quick.
Yes.
And that's a problem because I think there's this strong intent from the community to kind of try to push it towards that.
Yeah, I mean, the higher level choice packs. I'm a little more interested. I mean,
we'll get. Yeah, why don't we keep going? But yeah, I think I think it's disappointing because also you just want good feedback. Especially for people that they're kind of new. They dip their toe in the water, and you want them to win something really exciting the first time they cash in a tournament.
Well, I think the other thing is, if you're a new player and you win a silver choice pack, it's very exciting. You open it, you get a silver card, you choose Jose Rio, and it's great. You got this nice silver card. It has this giant, all these blue ratings. It has a fancy icon on it. You put it on your roster, and it gets shelled. And you're like, what just happened here? I spent all this effort to win this card, and it got destroyed. And you don't know why it got destroyed. It looks like a good card. If you just say, oh, look at all 100, like that, looks great. But
yeah. Well, clearly the answer to that is they got to watch a Warbot stream.
Yeah, that was
all right. Ioannis Cespedes, who has a last 10 of 17K, so that means at least somebody was really interested in this card.
That feels like a single sale.
Possibly.
Yeah.
So I will say that this huge outfield arm definitely is representative of the card.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely representative.
That definitely feels like Cespedes and all that. So, all right. Are we kind of gonna play the card anywhere here?
No.
Yeah, I guess the bat's it's a flat bat, but there's no eye. You kind of don't get enough from the hitting, and
I wouldn't play him.
Yeah, I don't think it just isn't gonna play.
No, I wouldn't play some bronze.
Okay, all right, we can move on. To Darwin Barney. Let's see what we think of Darwin Barney.
This is another one of the baseball reference set, not tourney. And we have a whole lot of defense at 3 positions.
Yeah, so the second base defense is huge because the card you're comparing him defensively to, if you want a big glove in silver, maybe it's like this Bobby Grich, for example. This Bobby Grich, where you're getting 85 range.
Yeah, it's
And Barney is 88 range. Plus he's eligible to not eligible. He's gonna play a halfway decent shortstop, and you can play third. Although I guess the shape is not quite as good for third.
Yeah, it's not great for third. I don't think you're not playing this as third baseman, obviously. I mean, this card is not going to hit very much. It doesn't have a lot of eye, it doesn't have a lot of power. That is also low. I mean, it's not going to hit. I think probably Bob Ferguson has out-hit this card and has 100 range. If you're not playing with a shortstop, you maybe are. So, I don't think this card ends up being playable, even though it has some nice stuff about it.
Yeah, I like kind of some of the unique features though, and so I wonder. This is the kind of glove that might play a little bit better because it's sort of an error-heavy glove in an early era. So I wonder, like, if I run an early era model, does this card get more interesting? Because
Yeah,
it's the right shape at least.
I would still think even in early era, you'd rather all the range, like 100 range instead of kind of the even 80, 85, whatever it is. But even, I mean, something like, was it Bryce Terang?
Yeah, all right, yeah. So in an early era, I get Ferguson, Gritch, Blauser, Haley Harding, Terang,
Yeah.
Pretty and Stanky are sort of in there. Okay, so and because Blauser has 3 positions as well, you're just never going to run this ahead of Blauser for saving 1
No,
point.
I mean, you're not going to run set of plus. You probably won't even run this ahead of some of the other future legends that aren't, the best cards. And the Junior Caminero and Zach Neto, probably also you're playing ahead of this. So, yeah.
Yeah, so
I
I
don't
think you run
really
Ferguson, the early era, and all right. So I think this probably is unplayable then.
Yep.
It's kind of an interesting shape though. So it's one that's worth thinking about, but I just don't think we can create a scenario where you want to run him.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, another tournament card. How about Hank Borowy? And so here you have a pitcher that actually, it's a similar shape, but there's a little more pitcher BABIP in here.
Right.
And
yeah, this one actually has some pitcher BABIP. It's not great, but it's better than the other guys.
And you've also got 93 stamina, so it definitely is a starter. And he's a righty that can hold runners a little bit. Like for a righty, that 59 is going to be pretty good.
Yeah. No, so I have this as being sort of actually playable in silver. Even though the pitcher BABIP isn't great, it's not a card that I'm like excited to play, I don't think, but in some kind of home run heavy era, I don't think it's a terrible card.
Yeah, I've got him around 10th among starters, but I'm willing to run him out of the pen even though he's not going to get so much of a stuff boost because he has these reverse splits.
Yeah.
So this is one of the cards that I did want to go out and get. I think he's probably sort of on the fringes of the meta.
Yeah.
There are still going to be several starters that I think you'd rather run than Borowy.
Yeah, I think I tried him in the 1995 PTCS just because there's so many home runs. So I think he does get a little bit of help there because it's not like some of these really really low controller QBAB guys that will just let an enormous number of runners on base.
Yeah, I think I might have done the same thing out of the pen, but even between then, there are just a couple cards that came up in between. So Bill Force jumped ahead of him, Bill Gatewood jumped ahead of him, and that's kind of enough to push him from, the fringes of the meta to probably just out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a card you could definitely run in silver. It's a fine card. It's an option.
Yeah, so maybe it's about a C. Like you're going to play him, you definitely would draft him. If you're kind of looking for starter options and don't get one of the top ones.
Yeah, this is a card I'd be actually fairly happy to draft.
On the other hand, I think he's probably going to be out of the meta pretty quickly because he's already just on the fringes, and pitchers are pretty fungible at that point.
Yeah, I don't think he'll last very long.
So I think probably if you were to regrade in a month or two, this is a clear F.
Yeah, he's already been surpassed by, 4 or 5 cards in 2 weeks?
I think that's right, yeah, because right when he was released, he was a card that you were looking at in the PTCS.
Yeah, no, I think I played him as a starter in that PTCS, actually.
Yeah, because it's sort of hard. That's right, because you're kind of looking for stamina there also. So I think that's where I was running him, is I was running him in a silver cap for a little while because I love these guys with like 90 stamina so that I don't have to get into the back end of the bullpen.
Yes, that is very nice.
But the thing is, a couple of this new Negro League set also have huge stamina. Force has 94 stamina, Gatewood has 94 stamina.
Right.
And so I think it's those two cards that kind of knock him out.
Right. And you still have the old mainstays, Robin Roberts and company.
Yeah, I'm still running Robin Roberts, and Liberatore also has 85 stamina, which I think is the most in the Future Legends set at silver.
Certainly silver might even be the most just period. I think Perez only has 80.
I'm trying to remember. I thought there might have been one. Yeah.
Spivey is 82. Yeah, I think it might just be the most overall.
Okay. Let's go on then to Jeff Blauser.
I think you got to scroll the sheet a little bit there.
Do I have to scroll the sheet? Let's do it. We actually made it to page 2.
Yeah, it only took 2.5 hours, but
Well, I told you everyone's getting their 5 drops tonight.
That's for sure.
See, the question I should have asked is the stream going to last longer than we are in this tournament? But it's going to be close because we're still alive.
Yeah, you might. Oh, up 2-1. Yeah, it might actually just go past the end of the turn. We'll see. I guess I don't think we've done half the cards yet. So.
Jeff Blauser. So okay, we got a middle infielder where the glove is not great, so it's a bat first middle infielder, but this is a heck of a bat for middle infielder.
Yeah, this is really a very good hitter middle infielder.
Even better versus lefties, but I'm actually pretty happy with the bat versus righties also.
Yeah, I would definitely be perfectly happy to play this both ways. I think we discussed him a bit probably in the Stanky discussion. But yeah, this is a card you could consider playing either at second or third. I don't think you probably want to play him at shortstop. But
I think 73 range at short's a problem. Most eras, maybe there's like some in between. Like, would you run him in the mid 90s to late 90s? Probably. I'd still rather play him at second or third, but
yeah, I think I'd still rather play Bill Hall.
But I think I'm willing to let him back up shortstop in that era.
Yeah, I'd probably happy to let him back up shortstop, and I think this is a card that you kind of, you want to certainly put on your roster. I think you want to play him both ways. You could play him either at second or third. I think either one is okay.
The crazy thing is that I think I actually had him on a low diamond roster at one point. I forget what the build was.
That seems aggressive to me. But
well, it was a 3-position backup where.
I guess you had 3.
Yeah, it's tough to find the 3-position backups. I definitely have tried running him in gold because it's there really versus left is the only thing you care about in the meta.
Yeah, you could definitely. I mean, I think probably there are gold cards I'd rather run, but this isn't too far
Well, there are ones
off.
I'd rather run, but the idea is in gold it's so left-handed that instead of running a platoon, I'm running verse left and the other verse left. And this is a pretty good other verse left because you can play him at 3 positions and tolerate the bat.
Yeah, no, it's definitely an option.
So I think this is probably the infielder I'm most interested in right now, just across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is definitely the best silver of the tournament cards.
Yeah, so I think present value, this has got to be an S tier card.
Yeah, absolutely an S tier. I mean, I think this one will last actually quite a while because it is 3 positions, and it hits well enough. So I'm guessing in 3 months. I'm sure this won't be the top card anymore, but I think it will probably still be a card you could think about when you're building.
Yeah, I think it's a card that's gonna still be on some builds, and especially just as a right-handed bat, where there are going to be more left-handed options probably that start to come in, or more glove-first things. Like, it's a little bit of a unique card. So I think this is probably just an S tier card.
I don't know if I'd be willing to give it an S still in 3 months, but I suspect there will be cards that surpass it by that time.
I think that's fair, but I mean, if you think about kind of where tournament cards are at,
Yeah, I think I'd probably give it an A for the future value.
All right, I think that's fair. But definitely this is, I think, the silver card I'm most interested in.
Yeah, this is
tournament set.
definitely the silver of the tournament set.
All right, how about Steve Bedrosian?
Well, if the amount that he showed in my pack is any indication, he should be very, very good. But
So this one's
it's
kind of
another
an
one.
interesting one because it's a little model dependent. So he's very, very splitty, uh, which makes sense given the card. Uh,
Yeah, well,
I mean, this
absolutely.
was a guy I always used to like. I mean, I'm now a sidearm guy, so anyone with that arm slot, I'd love to see an excellent Chad Bradford released at some point.
Yeah, I don't know if we've ever gotten. Oh, we did. We did. We got a gold one year that was pretty decent of him.
I forget how much the card played, but I know there's at least been a Bradford.
Yeah,
So
that back was the M22 movie. I don't remember.
yeah, so if righty specialists, were really usable, you'd love the card. Uh, but actually, I still have him as the second best reliever, just overall, like listed as reliever, and someone that's going to be in the silver meta anyway.
I don't. Um, it is almost related as to how much we think he's going to face righties thing.
Probably, yeah.
Because against righties, this is a card you're going to want. It's Barawi with an extra
Yeah,
50 stuff,
well,
basically.
if he only got to face righties, I mean, the thing I'm actually considering here is I'm wondering whether this card should be an opener in gold.
Opener in gold. That's interesting.
Yeah, so because they're basically, if you're really willing to run three lefties at the top of the order against me to punish this card, I think I'm okay with that strategically.
Yeah, I mean, assuming you want all lefty rotation, which is not hard in
But
gold.
instead, this is a card that's going to be pitching against like Granderson or something.
Well, if it isn't, I mean, happy to have anything that's right that's left-handed pitching against Granderson. Like, I
Yeah.
take a left-handed iron against Granderson. Um,
Um,
I
so
don't
the
know.
funny thing is, I actually think I'm going to end up playing this card in gold at least as much as I play him in silver.
I don't know that I'm going to end up playing him at all, actually.
Wow.
Um, because I tend to find that the AI manager doesn't really do well with specialists, and in particular righty specialists. It just seems to realize switch hitters have trouble using them well. And then if he's getting a lot of lefties, I don't think the card ends up being so good then.
Yeah, you really need to find the right spot, and that's why I'm thinking that gold is, even the better spot. Um,
Maybe, but I mean, okay. So if we're thinking about him as a gold opener, I mean, okay. So certainly, I would think you'd rather play Will C. Moore as a gold opener.
well, but just versus righties?
Well, I mean, he's not going to get just I mean, he still get some lefties, right? I mean, like even
Yeah, okay, yeah, I think you're right. You'd rather run Will Seymour. Okay,
probably
maybe the gap's just too big, isn't it?
we probably want three openers, right? So who's the other two?
Yeah.
Um, like Bill Drake or something? No, even like a Fritz or a Jansen you could use.
Or
Okay.
Niedenfuhr if you're going with this theory of, go ahead, run lefties against me,
Right.
happy the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think righty openers can go pretty good. I just don't know if this one is quite good enough for that.
Yeah. Okay. So where do we put Bedrosian? I feel like this is kind of a solid card that you can find some room for right now. Um,
Yes, I think I'm.
you're going to be fighting your manager to figure out can you get him in against righties, and whether you're able to do that's going to determine, like I think this is either an A tier card or a D tier card depending on how successful you are at getting him in against righties.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think I'm not going to play because I do not have enough faith that I can do that. But if you can, he's really good. So
Yeah, I definitely will try cards like this, and will just try to find a way to convince the manager to like see it my way.
yeah, well, good luck.
Doesn't always work. I'm thinking maybe give him like a solid B. It's definitely an interesting card.
Yeah, B or C, I think.
Um, and as far as future value, the interesting thing is I'm not sure his future value changes as much as some of
No,
the others, because the reason
I
you're
don't think
running
so either.
him is going to be this unique shape.
Right. I mean, I think the only way, the reasons for try to change is we're probably not playing two righty specialists.
Yeah,
Uh,
so one
so
good righty
yeah,
specialist would just kind of knock the card out entirely.
yeah, I think so.
Um,
Which, we may or may not get in 3 months, right? That we don't
yeah, I
know.
mean, I think probably this is probably just like long term a B tier card, but when we say B here, what we really mean is it's either like an A or like a C or D, and probably not anything in between, and it depends on whether you're able to find a successful setup.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's another card like Pretty where it could easily get better too.
yeah, that's right. If you suddenly get a bunch of lefty starters dominating silver, this might then become like the opening option, or the like first bullpen option or something like that.
Yeah,
So
and I think you're almost always going to want Silver Kenley over this.
probably,
Um,
yeah. No, but
but
no, but no, but Kenley's not a guy you necessarily want first out of the bullpen.
no,
Whereas
you probably
this is a guy that you can run in, the sixth or seventh inning, and depending upon the setup, you either force people to burn their pinch hitters and then you come back with a lefty at the end, or like there are different ways to play it.
right, right. Yeah, he opens up some strategic possibility, which is good.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. All right, how about Cy Booker?
Well, finally gotten to the next of the PC Plus
And
wars.
we've got a righty with a lot of homer prevention and not much BABIP
Yeah,
control,
it looks the same as all
and
the
no
others.
stamina. Yeah, all right, let's move on.
Yep,
I think we've said our piece on those cards.
yep.
So Mr. Wrestling asks, can you give a lesson on how to determine if a starter would make a better bullpen arm? You want to take this one, or you want me? Or why don't you take this
Sure.
one? I'm just going to quickly see. While we're doing this long stream, always good to check if you got open slots. So
Yeah.
what have we been knocked out of? And in the meantime, we have been knocked out of a lot of things in the meantime.
So yeah, I mean, on the starter bullpen arm question, the two big things which impact how much sort of stuff boost a starter gets are their velocity and their two best pitches. So really, what we're looking for is a pitcher with a lot of velocity and or two very good pitches, and where the other pitches are less good, because those will get taken into account when they're a starter, and when they're a reliever, they don't really get taken into account at all.
You want me to give me an example of one, maybe, and I'll pull up a card to show you?
Yeah, I mean, the best example probably is this new PTCS Randy Johnson.
Okay, as soon as this loads in. So I'll start by showing you my Randy Johnson, but since that one's imaginary, maybe I'll go to the card shop.
Yeah.
uh, Here we go. So, yeah, you're saying he's got these two really good pitches, and then maybe you just never want him to throw the changeup.
Right, so he's got these two pitches, 100 fastball, 125 slider. He has a lot of velocity. And then he has this changeup that's way, way worse than all his other stuff. And as a reliever, he'll sort of stop throwing this, and he'll just only throw the fastball and the slider, and he'll get a lot better. I'm trying to think of what another good option.
Yeah, so I think that's one. I think the other thing to keep in mind is, in basically every circumstance, a good starter is more valuable to your team than a good bullpen arm. So
Yeah.
even if Randy Johnson would convert really well to the bullpen, if he's one of your 5 best starters, you should be running him as a starter instead of as a reliever.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some cases where the fifth starter, if you have someone who converts really, really well, it's better to run a slightly worse fifth starter to get the really good converter guy into the bullpen.
Yeah, I could see that because you're just looking for total value. Um,
Yeah.
but generally, if you have a good pitcher, you'd rather a good pitcher that's going to throw 6 or 7 innings than a good pitcher that's going to throw one high leverage one.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, okay, especially there are some tournaments, like for example, this gold single elimination. There actually relievers can be really valuable because their 1 inning, their 2 innings in the first game might be better than 0 innings by your third starter.
right. So I think there certainly your fourth or fifth starter is less valuable than your top bullpen arm.
Yeah.
But not so much. So I think one thing people forget about a tournament like that is you play 3 games to try to win 1 pack, but then you're playing for 2 more packs if you get there.
Yes.
And so winning the finals as often as possible, like you'd much rather, if you're just trying to win packs, you'd much rather win a big fraction of finals and have a lot of game 1 eliminations.
Yes.
So I've
Right.
seen a good argument that the correct order of your starters in a gold do or die is basically something like 4, 3, 1, 2, 5.
So I would disagree with that a bit because the first starter gets to pitch twice if you go to the third game of the finals.
Oh, that's true, and
So
you definitely want him in the deciding game. Okay, so maybe
Yeah.
it's like 1, 4. Because the point is that when you lose, you'd rather lose quickly if you're
Right.
just
I
trying to
think
run for packs.
probably like 1, 4, 2, 5, 3 maybe something like that.
Yeah.
But there's also all kinds of fatigue things to deal with too. It's a little more complicated than just that, I guess.
Anyway, yeah, but the idea is when we talk about whether they'll convert well, what we're sort of asking is how are their couple best pitches compared with, the next pitches that they'd be dropping? And then maybe a couple other things. So, one place that Randy Johnson's going to suffer a little bit out of the bullpen is he is a little bit splitty. And if you use somebody in the 9th inning in a close game, the opposing manager, almost any settings that you have, the opposing manager is going to pinch hit aggressively in that situation. So Randy Johnson's just going to face a lot of right-handed hitters if he throws the 9th inning, whereas, earlier in the game he might not.
Right. Yeah, but something like that, you kind of have to understand. You can get around that by bullpen settings and some of the platoon sliders and whatnot.
And that's where we were thinking about Bedrosian as well. I don't want you pinch hitting a lot of lefties against him. So that's why I said, well, one thing you could do is run him as an opener. If you run him as an opener with a lefty following, then if you choose to bat lefties against Bedrosian, you're now stuck with those lefties in the game, or you're immediately taking them out and burning all your pinch hitters by the 3rd inning. And if you have the righties for later on, then he gets to face righties, which is just what you want.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'd want to use Bedrosian as a closer, kind of for exactly the same reason.
Well, I also don't think he's not also good enough to be a pitcher you want to pitch in high leverage, but that's a different.
Yeah. No, but I mean, but even like just if you made him a little bit stronger so that he was the best option, I think a card like this should not be really your high leverage guy. It should be, your low leverage guy or your matchup guy or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's also you have to when you're trying to set to this, you do have to kind of pay attention to what your manager is doing because sometimes it does things that don't make a lot of sense, and you need to figure out a way to stop it and it don't make sense. Otherwise, you take cut off your roster.
Cool. All right, Austin Jackson. Well, we got this BABIP heavy card. There's probably not quite enough eye, but the 88 eye versus left is at least enough to take a look. I guess the main flaw here is going to be it's a one-position center fielder. And the problem is that as a one-position card, you really can't run him as a platoon option or as a backup. You've got to run him as a starter if you're running him as a starter.
You can only play this as a starter, absolutely.
But I think as soon as you make him a starter, you're running into the much better gloves that have a real bat or something like that.
So I'm a little torn on this card because there are, I think, better center fielders than this. For example, Elijah Green is, I think, just pretty clearly a card you'd rather play in center field than this. But you also can play Elijah Green at two other positions. And otherwise, a lot of the silver bats have big splits, and this doesn't to the same degree.
That's true.
And so I don't think that playing this as a two-way center fielder, if you're trying to find your platoons elsewhere, is a terrible thing to do. It's not great. Is not the best option either way. But just the fact that you kind of have a relatively splitless, decent card, I think actually does make him interesting.
So I think it's tougher because the lack of power, I think, gets to the card a bit. So it's tougher to run him kind of in a modern era. So first off, I really hate the glove. You know, it's a glove where most of it's being propped up by this outfield error rating. And that's just not the rating that you want for a center fielder. You need more arm. So I don't really want to run him in center, I think, is part of the problem.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I think probably in the end, if you're using him in that kind of sense as like a, you know, I want a platoon elsewhere, I need someone to play both, like some defense guy is maybe what you should be playing. You know, a Rich Becker or something like that.
Yeah, so for example, if you look at Becker, you know, you get sort of more range that, sorry, not that Becker. Here's a much better defensive player, but also, at least versus righty, this is probably a little bit better bat even than Austin Jackson. It's at least very close if it's not better.
I think Jackson is better, right? He does more of pretty much everything.
So if I run it versus left, I've got Jackson 5th, including defense. But Elijah Green's one of the ones that he's going to be behind. So
yeah, he's definitely behind Elijah Green. I mean, for sure behind Elijah Green. But you don't have to play Elijah Green.
But here's
center.
The problem: here's a card everybody has on their roster that I think actually ends up ahead. Is this Franklin Gutierrez that you get from one of the live missions, where you're getting 96 range, and the bat is worse.
This is what I mean by like the Giants.
But I think this still might be a better combination.
This is what I mean by the Giants splitting back, though, because I really am not interested in this versus righties. I'm happy to play versus lefties. I think it's definitely better than Jackson versus lefties.
Oh, is the volume too high? I can move the volume down. Is this a little better? I rock this?
Hello, test.
Is this better?
Just has a bad mic. Yes, that's the problem.
Okay, no. I think I changed. I changed the settings to try to compensate for the mic volume before, and I probably overdid it.
Yeah, I will try to get a better mic set up. I need to do that.
So yeah, I might go with the Gutierrez.
But as a two-way, I don't think I really want to play Gutierrez two-way.
No, I definitely don't want to play him two-way. But I think two-way, well, for me, as you know, what I'm running here is I am running this Fielder Jones. Here you go. You got 104 outfield range. You got a lot more eye than Austin Jackson. Just don't look at the rest of that card, and you're going to be happy.
Yeah, well.
You know, like I said, like we said, his name isn't Hitter Jones, right?
His name is not Hitter Jones. But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm just checking how we're doing in the tournament while we're doing this. Well, we got the other finalists at least, so they get some rest on us.
Yeah, that's never good.
I guess it's not a cap, so hopefully that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. He actually has positive WAR despite the bat's not good.
Positive in-game WAR, which means something.
Hey, he's got a solid 020 ISO power.
That's nice.
which is, about 20 points higher than I'd be hitting.
I did at some point. I forget where it was. I read some article trying to estimate like how well would just like a random person off the street, some reasonably in shape person off the street do at hitting. Uh, and the estimate was in a full season they'd probably get 2 hits on like little dribblers.
Okay. No, I actually I've played enough against a few of these guys to have an idea of kind of what I could do. Uh,
Okay, you get more than 2 hits, you think?
but it wouldn't be super impressive. Uh,
Yeah.
you know, like I mean, but I have hit off. I've hit off some guys that ended up playing at that level. Um,
Okay.
Chris Young went to our school, so he was kind of terrifying because he was also just huge.
Oh yeah, he's 6'10" or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, he was his basketball play. He was a center on the basketball team. Uh,
Yeah.
you know,
Um,
so I think I have an idea of what I'd hit. I'd probably hit about 100. You know, I mean, if you
yeah.
you know if you have
It's like
like
a, it's like
if
a
you have a decent swing, you put some effort in, you learn to time it, you're going to run into a couple balls. But
yeah.
what I mean, the truth is, what you end up looking like if you have like some amount of talent but not major league level talent is basically what happens when pitchers try to hit.
Right. Right. Yeah.
You know, uh,
Which I'm so glad they got rid of.
it was kind of fun though. I think the ones I always liked would be like in the 15 inning games when a reliever would get in and suddenly they'd have to pitch a 3 inning stint and like they've been in the majors for 10 years and never swung a bat.
Yeah. No, it was fun sometimes. You had the Cologne one, but like so many of the plate appearances were just guy flails at 3 pitches and walks back to the dugout.
Yeah. Actually, I remember we had a bet one time, which was just you get like 10 swings off a guy that can legit throw 85. Can you with a wood bat can you get a ball out of the infield? Um,
Uh, I don't know if I could at this point. I haven't
and
played baseball in such a long time.
it's harder than it looks. But if you're still playing baseball regularly, like I said, you'll run into a couple. Um, you know,
Yeah, no, I'm sure. It's like if you put someone into pitch in a major league game, they would eventually get 3 outs.
the thing is that what sets the really good pitchers apart isn't actually the stuff that's immediately noticeable. It's just how good their command is.
Yeah, yeah. So some,
You
I
know,
mean,
because like as a hitter, you're basically hitting mistakes, and the difference was when you face some of these guys that are even just like good college players. Um, they're only hitting the edges of the strike zone.
right.
You know, so like yeah, if you just like put a pitching machine and just throw fastballs down the middle, you can learn to time it. But what all these guys are doing is they're throwing stuff with movement and hitting corners, and that's what makes it so tough.
Yeah, pitching nowadays is pretty good.
Um,
It's yeah,
yeah. No, I know it can look like they're just getting up there and throwing sometimes, but they're really
no,
not.
there's a lot of skill. There's a
Um,
lot of skill.
but that would be a fun. I feel like that would be a fun like if we ever do an OOTP meetup kind of thing. I think that should be the challenge. We should we should see if we can like get a good college pitcher or something to try this.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't go so well for me, I don't think, but it would be fun.
Yep. Um, yeah. Yeah, no, Zen Lunatic, I think that's right. The like adult rec leagues, the gap in skill between, even just the gap in skill between people that are doing this like occasionally and people that are doing this full time is enormous. You know. Um, and then there are other benefits to like doing this professionally. So, the guys I knew in high school that that ended up kind of trying to become professional baseball players within the first year of doing this full time, they were all much bigger, much stronger. You're going from doing this as a hobby to, this is full time. Like you're a professional athlete.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so yeah. Anyway, as for Austin Jackson, though,
Sufficiently sidetracked.
yeah, I know we never do that on stream.
Never happened before. It's a new one.
Um, as for Austin Jackson, I just don't think there's a way you're going to end up playing him. I think I'd rather play Fielder. I think I'd rather play Elijah Green. I almost wonder if I'd even play a guy like Gillenwater. It's close.
Yeah, Gilmore's another option. I did end up trying this in silver.
Jackson,
because,
you mean?
Yeah, Jackson. I really don't think the card is so terrible. Because I just decided basically I want my platoons other places, and then this kind of does the thing that I was looking for, just to play both ways and not be a complete zero bat.
I could see that.
But I don't know that it's great. I sort of just tried it because I had one and I figured why not.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to find a way to play him. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to find a way to play him. But
Yeah, that's reasonable enough.
but I think he probably is a little better than F tier card. He's at least enough to kind of make you think about whether there's a way to use him.
Yeah, I think I could give him as high as a C. I don't think I'd give him above that.
I think that's a little higher. Like I'd much rather take Borowise than Jackson.
Yes, I think so. Well, maybe not with the new silver that at least. I don't know because I don't know. A D is probably good too.
I think it's probably right, but I also think he'll drop out of the meta pretty quick.
Oh yeah, as soon as there is a better center fielder, this becomes immediately worthless.
All right, so probably doesn't have legs. How about Brooks
Yeah.
Kieschnick?
Well, this is going to be an interesting one because it's going to be have a hard time displaying it unless you already purchased one.
I actually do have the card, so let me
Okay, yeah,
let
I put
me
this
go
up.
ahead and grab him.
First.
He's
Yeah.
Okay, so first off on the pitching side, it's actually kind of like the profiles we were talking about a little earlier.
Yeah, I
Pitcher
don't think you
BABIP's
have.
lower. He's got more control.
Yeah, I still don't think this plays the pitcher really in silver.
No, I don't think I can find a way to run him anywhere on the mound.
Right. So, I think we really need to think about this as an outfielder and potentially as a two-way player, but probably not. Probably this is just an outfielder.
Right. So I think as an outfielder, the bat's pretty interesting.
Yeah. It's very flat.
The main problem is he only plays left. He doesn't play left that well, but I guess, if you're going to play an outfield position not so well, left is the one you'd pick.
Yeah.
So if I rank him as a left fielder, let's see, in silver I've got him fourth.
Yeah, I think I have him for third, yeah.
So I'd rather play Elijah Green, but you can play Green elsewhere. I'd rather play Sizemore, but you can play Sizemore elsewhere. And I'm always going to take Jimmy Wynn.
I don't know Jimmy Wynn. Anyway, but yeah. But I think the thing is, this ends up suffering from kind of the same thing as Pretty does, where even if you want to play this card, which maybe you do, it's certainly an option that you should consider in silver left field. You only want to play it one way, and it only plays one position.
Right. So then the question is the two-way nature useful? And I think in a draft, this is a card I'm pretty excited about.
Yeah, in a draft, I think this could be useful, but
are you going to play him in a silver cap? Because you're still using kind of a full silver, top end slot on him. But he is sort of a two-way player.
I don't think so. I think I'd rather just play like you know, an iron pitcher or something that's going to be not that much worse, and then play a bat that's similar but lower overall.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, I'm always going to run Win in the cap.
Yeah,
So the question is, do I run him at DH so that he can also pitch? But then the DHs are just so good in Silver.
yeah. I mean, he's certainly, he's not displacing any of the kind of first base
Yeah.
jumble.
So I think the
Um,
card, I don't think I'm ever going to find him in a build, but he is one of the ones I went out and got because I could
yeah,
imagine he ends up in a build.
I think it's an interesting card that could. I mean, I could see this card isn't that far from playing,
Yeah.
but it's just kind of not quite enough everywhere.
Yeah, and if he played a couple positions, I might platoon him with Win.
If he played right field, this card would be much, much more interesting.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, but maybe like a C tier card. I mean, this is
Yeah,
it is one worth considering.
it's definitely considering. I mean, it's certainly something that whenever there's a cap, especially a tighter cap, two-way players are always the first thing you think about. Uh,
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think it's a card that's interesting enough to kind of make us think, which is really what you want from these cards, as I was kind
yeah,
of saying earlier on. So I like the card. Uh, like
certainly
I
better
think these, yeah.
than the bronze from whatever year was it, one stamina and throw like 10 pitches and have to leave the game.
I remember that one. Which was too bad because if not for the stamina, I kind of liked that card.
Yeah, but he was out for like 3 days.
All right, here we go. Ryan Garco. So if you believe in contact ratings, this guy has 101 contact versus lefties. Only plays first base. A little bit more of a versus lefty bat, and just pretty flat.
Right. So I mean, I think to start off, you're not playing him versus righties because you're playing one of the other Gehrig or Ortiz or Julian or Phelps or someone, right?
Yeah.
Not Garco.
Right.
So this is really only a first base platoon,
Yes.
and
But first base is kind of like not a bad place to think about a platoon.
right. I mean, so in the end, what I've been doing in Silver basically is I just run Julian everywhere because he hits both ways fine, and I'd rather use the somewhere else. And I don't think this is going to change that for me.
Yeah, even if I just try to run him versus lefties, I don't think he ends up that high with this bat. I mean, they're just because there are cards that have 100 iron, 100 power that you can run
Right. I
instead.
mean, I have him as sort of a semi-playable platoon bat at first, but it's certainly not gonna make me want to go out and switch one of my platoons because there's
I've
no
got him second behind Jaha, but I've got Jaha pretty far ahead.
Mm, yeah, I have him ahead of Jaha, and some. I mean, I've got like Eddie, the silver Eddie Murray. I kind of got
There's a
in
silver
there.
Eddie. The other one is the bronze Jackie.
You have Bronze Jackie. I've got him up there also.
The bronze Jackie, I think I might actually, just as a pure platoon bat, is at least pretty close
I will say
because you get the base running value.
it also is very happy to play Chipper Jones as a zero at first base. Silver Chipper. Um,
Yeah, actually, I could totally see that. Okay, so I don't think I'm ever quite going to run Garco, but
no,
I do think this is probably not an F tier card.
it's not an F tier
There is a
card.
use for him. It's probably more like a D.
Yeah, it's a semi-playable card, but it's going to be very, very hard to fit in a roster.
Right. All right. How about Deacon Philippe? So this is not like the other tournament cards we saw.
No, it's a bit
This is
better.
a huge control card, but still a little bit low on the pitcher BABIP.
Right. So at least it's a different shape. So it's glad we have it. But I still just kind of don't have it being good enough to play.
No, I can't find a
Uh,
spot for him to play, and if I try to run him in an early era, the control helps, but now the pitcher BABIP just isn't there.
right.
Um,
Yep.
I mean, I always instinctively am going to love a card that has reverse splits and a lot of stamina and a lot of hold runners and a lot of control,
Right.
but I just can't
I
pull the
mean,
trigger on this one. It's
yeah,
not
I
great.
don't think this
Yeah.
is like a mile away from playability, but it doesn't get there. So
Yeah, I don't have him like in the top 15 to 20 starters
yeah,
for silver, and he's yeah. Are you drafting him? Probably not.
um, maybe I don't think this is the worst card to draft because he will be relatively efficient and pitch a lot. But it's not a card I'm like looking for in a silver draft. But if you know, if I need a starter and this is there, it's a card I would think about taking.
So does that bump him up to like a D for Deacon? You think, or
I
you
don't
think
think
he's
so.
still
Nah,
an F? All right,
still enough.
and definitely like dropping out pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of other cards that I'd also be looking to draft, or interested in drafting that are worse. So.
All right, how about Mark Kotze?
Yeah, so this is an interesting card, this Katse. It's another sort of two-way player.
Yeah, let me pull him up.
Um, the problem with him as a two-way player is that he's a reliever. And the AI manager, unless someone has figured out a way to do this, does not know how to put players that are in the game in relief.
Yeah, so he only is going to pitch on his off day.
So the only pitch on his off days, which is not going to be that many. Or you could think about using him as an opener, but then you're forced to DH him, and that's probably not what you want to be doing.
No, but if you use him as an opener and DH him, then when he gets pulled as a pitcher, you're gonna have a problem.
No, you can stay in as a DH, but you can't put him in right field anymore, which is where you want him to be. So then, if you're using him that way, he's competing against all the first base guys again, and he gets to be not good enough for it. But as a right fielder, I'm actually interested in this card. I think this is a pretty good right fielder versus righties in particular.
Yeah, I've got him as pretty clearly the number one right fielder now.
Yeah, I think I have 3 like above him, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, as a two-way option, I've got him as the number one option by a decent margin over like Sizemore, Bonds, and Green.
I have Green a little bit above, but yeah, I mean, this is clearly a card that you want to play. This is a good card.
Yeah. So do you use him as a two-way card?
I don't think you can, basically.
Yeah, and I guess probably
Unless,
the arm's just not quite good enough to really go all out to
well,
find a way to use.
right. I mean, in like a silver cap, right? I'm going to set this as a two-way player, and maybe he gets into one game on his off day, and I'm happy with it.
Sure, yeah, in a cap, that makes sense.
But I'm not going to build my roster expecting it to be my high leverage reliever, unless someone can explain to me a way to get the AI manager to put this thing in the game when it's in right field. In which case, I would be very happy.
No, I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible. I mean, it is possible according to the rules of baseball. It is something the AI manager knows how. So I don't think this is just a right fielder basically, but it's a pretty good one.
All right, so where do you got him?
I don't know. It is a very good option. So I mean, I think it's probably an A because I don't know that he's quite enough better, and you still probably want to platoon him to be an S.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's at least a solid A.
Yeah.
So I think one more. We got Marco Gonzalez. We're gonna have to start going speed round at some point soon, aren't we?
Yeah. This is not going quickly.
Never does. All right, Marco Gonzalez. So a little bit low on the pitcher BABIP, but you got good amount of control, some home run suppression. 89 stamina is kind of interesting. But maybe just not enough of the things that you need for this shape.
Yeah, I don't think he really has enough enough to play really. I mean, his bat is sort of there, but it isn't good enough to play as a DH in any other position.
Yeah, all
So
right. I
that's not
think
really
this
useful.
one we can just skip probably.
Yeah, so,
All right. So putting it together for the silvers, I think the general conclusion is there are a
mhm.
bunch of the new baseball reference cards that we're interested in.
Yep.
As for the tournament cards, get Blauser, and you're probably almost okay skipping every other silver card.
Yeah. Pretty much, I think you just want Blauser. That's really the
Um,
card of the set.
and that's, I think, going to be disappointing for the next 3 months. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, until these get put in missions, at which point they're just kind of like, you know, they're just X out of, one more out of X to the mission, which, okay,
yeah, so you'll
it's
get a
not
few
that bad.
thousand value for them, but you
Yeah,
know, um, but if you were going to do that, you might as well just sort of have tokens or something.
yeah, or some other way of getting the value that isn't the card that you don't want to actually use.
All right, let's go. Let's go on to gold. So, should we start doing more of a speed round? What do you think?
It's been 3 hours and we've done like
Oh, and I
30
think
cards.
I
We have
managed to
100.
blow a. I think I managed to blow a 3-1 lead here, so I got to go enter something else.
I
Oh
think I did
well.
the same thing against that same team in this tournament.
Against the same team. All right. Well,
Yeah,
then clearly they've got a build that can win a long series, and we don't.
apparently.
Uh, so I guess good to know. Sure, let's do the
Yeah.
OTP cap. Why not? Oh, should we do an entry fee slot? Is there any of these that's gonna fire?
Yeah. I play the gold usually. Just
All right, I'll play a gold. I'll play a gold if that fills.
we haven't managed to fire a 10K in like a month.
So, yep, yep. I rock this. We did blow a solid 3-1 lead. Yep.
Yeah.
So I guess we're getting a low diamond pack.
Yeah. So we'll get to those in 6 hours.
Yeah. The question is, will we get to the low diamond packs before we? Oh, do I? What pack do I have? I have gold pack. All right. Let's wait to open this until we discuss the gold, maybe,
Sure.
and then we can open one. All right. So on to gold. Let's see. Let's see if we like some of the gold better. We start with a Giancarlo Stanton. Um, eligible for low gold, and I guess free in a gold floor cap. I don't think there has been a gold floor cap, right? Other than the
Yeah, I don't
BTCS, which
believe.
was gold only.
Well, that wasn't a cap though.
It was listed
But
as a cap.
sure. Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't think there is one at the moment. We certainly could get one at some point. Um, so the competition for this card, I guess, is the SEJ Buhner. They look very
So
similar.
could be Buhner or uh,
I mean, there's also like Weimer and stuff, but Weimer plays a lot of other positions too.
yeah.
Um,
Okay, so Buhner, I have Buhner's bat ahead of this in right. Well,
uh,
I mean, they have the bat ahead of this. They're close, but I
yeah,
have Buhner's bat here. I'll put up Buhner.
I have them.
You know I'm going to have Buhner's bat ahead of this because I value I more than your model.
Yeah, I have Buhner a little ahead, not a lot ahead, and Stanton's defense a little bit ahead. I'd be happy playing either card in the low gold. I don't have a big
Yeah, I
preference
have
here.
Stanton's defense a fair bit ahead of Buhner. Um, the other thing though is I think I like this card quite a bit in the low gold cap. I think this card is going to do more to beat up on iron pitching than Buhner.
Probably there are a lot of iron pitchers with very low control.
That's true, but I'd rather the home run than the walk.
Yeah, fair enough. Um,
So I think for that reason, I have this a fair bit ahead of Buhner. I still think I'd rather run the last tournament edition batch Bob Allison maybe in right over this if I had the choice, but
um, yeah, I could see either. I think those are all kind of similar cards.
this is a
Uh,
point cheaper if you do have a gold floor cap.
yeah, I mean, okay, I prefer Weimer to
How,
this,
how is he
but
versus Phelps? We got all right. So let's put up Phelps.
Well, Phelps is a first baseman, right? So I think they're
Yeah, so if you're thinking about them as a platoon or as a DH or something, Phelps kind of splits the other way.
yeah. Phelps
So,
is competing with Ortiz. That's his.
yeah. Phelps is pretty similar to Ortiz, but 4 points cheaper.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, so I think Stanton is very playable. He's probably maybe like a
Right.
solid, B or something. Like he's very
Right.
much in the meta.
We just don't
Um,
have his format at the moment because this doesn't really play an open gold. I don't
so
think.
I think that's the other reason that I get more excited about Stanton. Is you can ask, does he play an open gold? And the question is, would you play Stanton in a meta that only has lefties?
I still don't think so.
Because you're always playing him on the strong side.
Yeah, I just feel like I'd still rather run like Strang or Weimer in right field if they're not somewhere else.
Because you get better defense with Stanton. Though. Well, Weimer can defend a bit, but
No, Weimer's playing center field a lot, but I think even Strang I'd rather play, and I don't even have to be worried about him facing a righty then.
so I would rather play this over Strang versus lefties. I think pretty clearly to me. But the problem is, I still think I'd play Bob Allison.
Yeah, I mean that's also a reasonable option, certainly over Stan. Especially, I mean, if you're just relying on him to, I think Allison is better versus righties. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Um,
Allison's also a little more balanced. All right, so maybe
yeah,
this is about a B.
yeah, a B, maybe a C, probably a B.
And then I guess the other thing is I'm not quite sure how this card holds up because he's really competing kind of for this gold floor space where there just might not be a lot of other cards released. But the other thing is this feels like the kind of card where the way they've done power creep this cycle, he may not get replaced so quickly. Because it's the kind of
Well,
card where they feel like the way you make it better is to make it more balanced, but actually that would be making this card worse.
right. Unless you're just gonna keep the power the same, but more something else.
Yeah.
But yeah. Um,
So he's probably
yeah.
still going to be like a C or something. Like
Yeah,
I
I think
think,
probably a C
yeah.
for future. Yeah.
Okay. How about Alvin Davis?
Okay.
Um,
I don't remember this card, so that's probably not a great thing.
so he's
Oh,
got
actually,
I.
not bad.
I mean, there's not too much to say about it, right? It's
It has a lot of
basically,
I.
it's basically, the silver bats at first base, except you've taken away some things other than the eye.
Yep.
But the eye isn't really better,
Yeah. I mean,
and you have no base running at all.
yeah. I mean, I'd probably rather this than like 70, but the 70 stealing at least 60, 70 stealing, because then he's just going to turn out of time. At least this won't even try.
He won't even try, yeah. But I think this is just unplayable.
No, it's just bad.
All right.
Even in gold floor, you're not going to want this.
All right. Adam Plutko. So again, thinking about him maybe as a gold floor type option. You like that he's completely splitless. 53 stamina though means he has to be run out of the pen. And there just isn't that much in the profile.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if there were a gold floor cap, there aren't that many better 80s. I guess I have this. What is the fourth best 80 overall pitcher?
Right, but you might not quite get to 4 in a cap, and I'd certainly pay 1 point to go up to Lady Baldwin.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, Lady Baldwin may end up being a starter and that kind of thing, depending how tight it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if there's a super tight gold floor cap and you just need 80s, you might play this card, but otherwise not.
I think this one's probably just not playable.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's move on. Trying to get our speed round thing going. How about Mickey Tettleton?
Yeah. So this is an interesting one. This is really a catcher defense discussion probably because this bat is obviously really good for a
The
catcher.
bat's excellent for a catcher, and I think unlike the catchers we've been looking at before that are bat heavy, he's got a 78 catcher ability.
Right. So I think the question with this is like just really, if you think catcher ability is everything, you're not playing as you're playing Drew Romo. And
Yeah.
if you don't think catcher ability is everything, then this is a really good card.
Yeah,
And
so I
I come
think.
down
Go ahead.
more on the side of it isn't everything, so I'm pretty happy to play this in certainly in low gold and probably in open gold too.
Yeah, I think this is one of the golds that I haven't picked up yet that I really want. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned cheaper Hoyles, but I think this card's better than Hoyles, probably.
Well, I think mostly because you can play this both ways and be very happy with it. Like this does not need to platoon.
Yeah.
I mean, I know gold is like all lefties, but at some point it won't be in theory.
Yeah, right now I'm
can,
still going to run Hoyles because it's just such a left-hand heavy meta.
right, but this plays both ways. This is probably a better hitter than Hoyles. Defense is worse, but
Yeah. And the funny thing is that even though it's a power-heavy bat, because he strikes out so much, I actually have this profile like not playing badly in early eras. Because he still
yeah,
gets 60.
that
He
makes
still gets
sense.
60 BABIP with all this.
Right, and he's going to walk a lot. So yeah, and catchability starts mattering less the earlier you go. It seems to
Yeah.
some degree.
So I think this is a really solid card.
Yeah, I think this is a very good card. There are there are a number of other gold options that are also good. So I don't think this is like a card you need to play.
Well, so I'd say if you've been running Dickey and Romo, you're still not interested in this card.
Right? Yeah, of course.
But if you've been running, like I've been running Charlie Bennett sometimes, we've been running Cliff Johnson occasionally. If you're running any of those, I think Tettleton's a clear upgrade and a pretty significant one over
Yeah.
that level of card.
Certainly over those kind of guys. Yeah, Andy Rodriguez or Hoyles even. So.
So I think how good this is, as you say, comes down to kind of the catcher ability discussion. But maybe it's just sort of about an A-tier card and just sort of make up your mind on it as a manager.
I think that's fair.
And I'm not sure it's easy to replace this one because it's just kind of the unique profile.
Yeah, and being a switch hitter that has a real bat both sides is pretty useful, even if this may be such a slightly better card at some point.
Yeah, so I think this is probably just kind of an A-tier card.
Yeah, I think it's a good card.
All right, we got one. How about Mark Burley? Not that Burley. The limited edition Burley, definitely quite good. How about the tournament edition?
Well, this one is control, but no PBAB again.
Yeah, I mean, he looks good until you notice the PBABIP, and that just completely kills the card, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just ends up being really. I don't think you can anywhere close to playable.
Do you think about drafting him? I will say I have actually drafted this card once, but in my defense, it was on Laptop Hound stream, and we weren't allowed to actually look at the card ratings.
Oh, then it's fine, especially if you just mouse over it, but all you see, look at all that movement. But
yeah, but no, I think it's
I mean, okay, it's like any card you draft if you need to start it and everything else like alive. But I mean, you're not looking to draft this.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Then, what do we got next? Larry Walker. So another one of the PT Plus rewards.
Yep.
Yeah, the eye is a real problem.
The splits
First left, which is otherwise the better side.
Well, yeah, the splits are just very bizarre.
But the eye is a problem anyway. I mean, the truth is, I think I'd rather be playing the Silver Walker in most circumstances. The Silver Walker, I've run a bunch in silver.
Yeah, probably I agree with that. I mean, the defense is really nice. I can see maybe. Well, no, you just better defend these cards. You never play. That's what my
Oh,
best
hey, and
stuff.
thank you to Dr. Dynastic for the raid. How'd y'all do tonight? Did the A's get a win? Hopefully.
Well, they've been winning a lot in real life, at least.
I feel like it's almost like out of the movie Major League, right?
Yeah, that's there. I saw some people with cutouts of Fisher in that style at the reverse boycott game. But
Yep, yep. Oh, nice. A walk off. I got to hear I got to hear that one, especially with Ricky, because if Ricky hits a walk off in the World Series in the bottom of the 10th, I guarantee he's sliding into home, right?
so there's going to be something's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll do something.
Yeah.
I got to ask, did you do a post game interview with Ricky?
Yeah, I wonder how many bases he would steal in this new environment with the pickoff limit.
Oh yeah, because
It
like
would
if you pick
be
over once or twice, you're just stuck.
yeah. What 150, 200? I mean, it would be an absurd amount.
Yep. Ricky would like to mention that Ricky can hit home runs. Exactly. Great. Well, thanks for the raid. We're kind of still going through some of these cards. We're making progress.
Sort of.
We're also hoping to slowly get to 1,000 followers because apparently then I can put emotes in the thing. So please, if you feel free to give us a follow. Oh, you didn't interview Ricky? All right. I think yeah. Yeah, if anyone wants to help us set up Nightbot, let's ask me off stream just because I think debugging it during the stream is going to be tough, but I'd love to get some help with that.
Certainly not going to be from me.
All right, and as for kind of less help, what do we think of this? So this Larry Walker we really like, the silver.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is an amazing option silver, but
But
it's
I think
fine.
the PT Plus reward, you do get the right field defense, but the problem is the bat is just sort of so unplayable that I think even if you're going to go with a pure glove, like I'd probably run.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a bronze or iron bat. I mean, it's so
Yeah.
there's you
Does
got
feel
you
like,
know,
like
really
fielders technically qualified to learn right? I wonder if even untrained you do this
no,
with.
untrained is not
Not
going to be
untrained,
good.
I guess. Yeah.
But I mean, you know, like Willie McGee, for example.
William McGee, or if you're in gold, you're going to run a card like Weimer or something.
Yeah, or Weimer.
This is just a much better bat, and you're also getting a pretty similar glove.
Yeah.
All right, so I think this one's probably unplayable. How about JT Snow?
Okay, JT Snow.
Um,
Well, we don't
so
have Darren Baker, so that's going to hurt us a bit.
Yep. I mean, look. Normally, I'm going to love a profile with a ton of I. So with all the I and all the BABIP, the main problem is you're trying to run them at first base, where there are just so many incredible bats, even in low gold.
Yeah, I mean, even again, like all these silver first basemen are just so good. I don't know this even beats those.
No, and it's too bad because it is a nice card, but I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think it
not a bad
does.
card.
Let me ask: do you run him in a really early era? And I think there the answer is probably yes. Like if I run
Maybe.
so if I run my 1919 model, now I've got this as
Yeah,
the top first baseman.
that could be interesting. I mean, if it's a format that allows you to go up to low diamond, you're certainly going to play Roger Connor.
Yes, yeah, I'd play Connor over him at low diamond, but I guess in a tight cap. So I'm thinking, what about like the Tournament Lab where it's
Well,
1908? You've
that
got a
isn't.
fairly tight cap.
It's not that tight of a cap though, really, because you only need one starter,
That's
and
true.
a
So
lot of
so with
the.
one starter, maybe you get away without such a tight cap.
Well, and also, I mean, in that kind of thing, right, the defense is so important that you don't even want to pull too much of anywhere because you just want the best defensive cards most places.
Yeah.
Um, so I actually found at least my first build of that. I had no difficulty fitting under the cap at all.
Okay, so for 1908, I've got him as the top gold bat. Sorry, the top gold first base bat. Excuse me, not the top gold overall bat.
Yeah, I could see that, but I mean, in Tournament Lab, I'm definitely paying what is it, 9 points for Roger Connor.
I think you're right. Yeah. Um, so I think there is a use for this card. Uh, it's probably pretty narrow just because there are so many good first basemen.
Yeah, I think it's quite narrow because I mean, even like a gold floor, I'm going to want to pay 3 points for Curtis Mead all the time. Um, so I'm not playing it there.
Also, in a gold floor, there's like a Ryan Howard that's playable.
Yeah, that one
Maybe,
also.
maybe you just run Joey Bats or something.
Well, I can't play first, but yeah.
Hafner actually in a modern.
Sure, yeah, Hafner's also good. I mean, there's lots of other options too. The card that I think was kind of his competition for the 1908 at that overall is Joe Cunningham, who plays three positions and is probably more useful in those. Defense is bad.
Yeah. All right, so I'm thinking it is probably a C or D then. I mean, it is kind of somewhere interesting, but maybe you're never quite going to get a chance to run him.
Yeah, I think it's probably a D. I mean, I don't think the card is so bad. It's just that he's competing in a really, really difficult spot.
And I do think that D probably holds up. Like, I don't think there's likely to be another card that knocks him out. I think it's just, is there a tournament format that you end up wanting to run a card of this shape, but not run a low diamond?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Or more likely can't run low diamond. I don't think you're ever not preferring to pay a little bit more for Roger Connor. He's just so much better
Yeah.
in early hours.
So how about Eddie Youst? And I love the silver card. This was one of my favorites early in the cycle. And now we've got a gold, which is kind of funny because so first off, just compare these two cards. This one's 70. This one's 82. And the silver's actually the slightly better bat, probably.
Um, yeah, they're pretty close on the bat, I
They're
guess.
really close, but the silver's probably the slightly better bat. The
Right.
difference is what you get for the gold is you get a better glove at short, and you get this flexibility to play three different positions.
Yeah, which is very useful. I mean, that is a really good thing. Um, so
Absolutely, yeah. And because when I looked in Modern Era, I found I don't have one of these yet, and I found this is a card I just want to build with a lot. The other thing is he is a little better versus lefties, and again, the current meta is a left-handed meta. So I think in open gold right now, this is just my starting shortstop because of all the lefties.
shortstop.
Yeah, sorry, I don't actually shortstop. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. Third baseman. Sorry,
Okay, that makes more sense to me.
he's just my starting third baseman.
Yeah, I mean, I guess sort of Jonathan VR is kind of his competition for this like three position utility player sort of thing, but I think this is better card than VR unless you can get VR to steal an enormous amount.
Yeah,
which
well,
I don't
he's
think
got
you
30
can.
more points of I, and that's as soon as you tell me 30 more points of I, that's all I got to hear, right?
Yeah. So I don't know that I'm going to be playing this in gold because I think I would still probably rather play, um, like a Chipper Jones or someone like that at that position. But this is a card that I'm interested in actually more at second base.
I can
Um,
see that too. I also like him at second and gold, so I like him both second and third. Right now, I'm running Blauser, and I think this card is just a clear upgrade over Blauser.
it's definitely better than Blauser. Um, there's another one of these termination cards we're gonna get to in a second that I think is also a new option at gold second base. Um, so, there's a couple
Yeah.
choices here, I guess.
So I think especially given these eligible for low gold, I think this is at least an A tier card, but maybe even an S tier card at launch.
Yeah, I don't think I would personally give it an S because,
Because you don't like I as much as I do.
well, also local doesn't exist.
That is a good point.
Um,
Uh, Low gold not
so
existing does hurt a card like this a little bit.
yes, local not existing hurts low goals. This is what we talk about here on the stream. It's
This is
really
where you go for the
observation.
really sophisticated analysis.
Yeah. Um,
Uh,
but yeah, I mean, I
yeah,
think it's a good card. It's definitely something that you're going to think about in gold if you need this kind of like utility thing, which oftentimes you do. Um, so yeah, I think I'd give it an A. I
I
think
think
that's probably where I'd
I'm
go.
still really tempted to push it to an S just because of how much I like I. Uh,
It does have a lot of eye.
he does have a lot of I. You know, he does have a lot of I. Uh, the other question is who's going. Does this card get replaced? Because as a three position card, it's not quite clear. How easy it is to replace him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, maybe it's hard to replace him. I get to do this Joe Sewell, who was part of the PT Plus choice pack, who has only two positions, but is kind of a relatively similar
Yeah, I just like the
card.
bat so much better because the eye. You know, or no, or sorry, Sewell. No, Sewell also has eye. Sorry, I was
Yeah,
thinking of a
Sewell's a lot
different
of
card.
vibe. He doesn't play second. Um,
Yeah, Sewell's gonna be just short and third, I guess.
right. So I think in low gold, playing Sewell at third and Houston at short or second rather is a pretty reasonable thing to do. You've also got like this Miguel Vargas, but you probably want him to play left. So there's a bunch of options in there
All right,
if low gold exists.
I like the suggestion from Chad. Maybe an A plus, but I think he probably is gonna hold up, right?
Yeah, I mean probably. It's definitely not a card that we could see a better one, but probably not super likely.
So I guess what's likely to happen is he's likely to go from being a possible starter at one of these positions to being just sort of multi-position backup.
Yeah, I mean I think he'll last a decent bit as a starter, especially in low gold again if he had one. Um, but yeah, my guess is in 3 months you will no longer want to be starting.
So maybe he becomes like a B or a C.
I think probably a B
All right.
because we don't know we may get a local that he's really good at and then suddenly it's the card you like need to have.
Okay. All right. Um, how about Kevin Appier?
We discussed him a tiny bit, I think, in one previous stream, so we can probably go through
I
this
think we did. Yeah.
this quickly. But sort of you know, he's not the worst. It's not a card I think you really want to play, but it's the kind of card that if you get it as in a draft, maybe you're not like terrible. It's not the worst, but I don't think you want to put this on a roster.
Yeah, I
Really.
think he's just not anywhere near the meta we found, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So probably just an F tier. All right. All right. Well, here we go. Boston guy. I'm a big Boston guy. Fred Lynn. Uh, what do we think of Fred Lynn? Well, so we've got. Let's see. We've got a center fielder who really is going to be a pure bat center fielder. I guess this is a pretty similar glove to like a Gorman Thomas or something. Sorry, I do mean Apier, don't I? Thank you. Uh, yeah, I remember him too. I definitely mean Apier. Uh, Good call. All right, Fred Lynn. So it's kind of a funny bat because it's a BABIP but also gap power. So he is gonna, not just hit a bunch of singles, but he is gonna give you some doubles and maybe even triples. I guess not so much speed. I think the problem here is just when you're looking at low gold, there are too many options. Like for example, there's no eye, so the bat's not much. Joey Weimer is just going to be significantly better defensively and offensively, or something like that. So I think I just can't find a way to run this one kind of in any format. It kills me as a Boston guy, but I think, yeah, I think this one's just going to probably be F tier. So maybe let's move on and look at Cleet Boyer. So if we don't like the Sox, hopefully at least the Yankees not any good. But let's take a look. So plays third base and short. Probably with 78 range, you really don't want him playing short except as a backup. So you're really looking at him as a third baseman, where you probably have some kind of playable glove. But then the problem is the bat just isn't close. So, for example, in low gold, at the same price, we mentioned this VR, where you're just getting a much better bat. Or, in high gold, then there become a lot more options. Schmidt. We also just looked at this Sewell card that we could run. We can run Sewell at third, and you're going to get a lot more out of the bat. And again, he can kind of, it's the same sort of, in a pinch, can play short, but you really don't want him to. So, yeah, I think this also probably just is not going to be playable. All right, let's move on. How about Micah Owings?
Does Owings has a real bat, doesn't he?
He very much has a real bat. I don't have the card yet, so I can't really look at it. So let's start with the glove side. As a pitcher, this is actually a pretty similar profile to like the Bill Ricks we looked at earlier, except that's kind of a low silver.
Yeah.
I guess he runs a little bit better out of the pen, but really I think we're looking at this, purely as a bat.
Yeah, and you don't even really want to play him as a two-way player because the stamina is too low to start, probably.
Right. Yeah, I think that's right. So as far as the bat, I think the problem is, I can't actually see the splits here, but if he's got sort of 70i, moderate power, there are just so many better bats if you're looking at a DH, or he's outfield eligible, but I guess you'd have to sort of hide him out there.
It looks like his splits are actually sort of the other way, so he's better against righties.
So the problem is, even in that space, you're competing with like Jose Bautista.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I think there's a lot of stuff that's better than this. I mean, let's see. He's 65i versus left, 72 versus right. It's just kind of not really there enough.
All right, so I think this one's probably skippable.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. You always have to consider two ways in tournaments, but this one just isn't good enough either way. So.
And yeah, I mean, because you look at him like in a low gold cap, but you got to be good enough one way to kind of make the combination work. And because he has to be a reliever, you don't even really want to start him.
Right.
All right, how about Alan Trammell? Sorry, this Alan Trammell. Yeah, this one I just don't understand. You've got a shortstop that doesn't really have enough of a glove. But
no, this is
there's just not a bat.
Card. This card is, yeah, I mean, he's not displacing Ron Hansen for low gold shortstop, that's for sure.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what level you would kind of go down to play this one, but it's actually pretty low given that there's no shortstop glove there.
Boy, would you play this in bronze? I don't know if you play this in bronze.
Because Woody Held or something's got.
Well, I mean, you Herman Long, and
Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, at some point you DH him. No, you don't really DH him in bronze because like you got some good cards. All right, well let's just decide. You know that this one's.
yeah, I don't know what's going on with this card.
I don't understand why that one's released as a gold.
Yeah, I think this can get the Tobin CF minus.
Actually, yeah, I think this is that this is actually like at least half a Tobin C.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about Vern Law? So this is a tough one. So we've got one of the best righties I've seen at holding runners. Super splitty. So all of the problems with how do you figure out how to run him only against righties? But if you can run him against righties, this is a great card.
Yeah.
Maybe doesn't convert to the pen so well, so not so much of a stuff boost. I think just the splittiness means I'm never going to find a way to play him.
Yeah, I think pretty much there's two splitting, and yeah, he's going to have to face a lefty eventually, and it's not going to be pretty.
Okay, yeah, I think this one's unplayable. It's at least it's a more interesting unplayable card.
Right. I mean, yeah, it's. I'm glad we're getting cards with a different shape at least.
Yeah, I think
right.
cards like this should exist. It's just I think I can't figure out how to run him.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, not an F minus. Exactly, definitely not an F minus. No, this is a but also probably not a card that I'm gonna race out to get.
No.
Okay, how about AJ Reed? I feel like I don't remember him at all.
He was like, was he the one? No, that was Evan White. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember him either. But
yeah,
this is not. I mean,
so you
I
got.
guess he's low gold, but
Yeah, so you have a power and gap power, but maybe not a lot of eye. I mean, the problem is this is just behind sort of all these good silver bats we were talking about.
right. I think this is even behind JT Snow.
I think it's definitely behind Snow. I mean, it's a different shape, so you're looking at different eras, but
Right.
yeah, I think this is skippable.
Yep. I'm not. This is not one I need to go get.
All right, how about Mike Greenwell? Can we get ourselves a playable
Right, well,
Red Sox?
We're on to high gold now.
We are, so that's
does,
a jump in what we're kind of competing with.
Yeah, it also means they come with an extra 5 points of mission value.
That's true. And all other things being equal, I do think if you get a gold pack, you'd rather take the extra mission value.
Yeah, mission value is pretty good.
I will say it's kind of funny that it doesn't seem to have been treated that way as much in the card shop. That is to say, even though you're mainly buying cards sort of for the mission value at this point from the first set, because the ones that play you already have, the ones that are worth 15 points of mission value aren't like 50% more expensive than the ones that are worth 10.
I think, maybe I'm remembering wrong, I think the first set tournament cards are all in those build a lineup missions, which are just out of X, not mission value.
No, the build a lineup diamonds are mission value though, because they're in the diamond mission, aren't they? Oh no, you're right. They're not in the diamond mission. They're in the. Okay, that's right. So I guess.
But I mean, these we don't know what these are going to be yet. So like,
true.
It's definitely a consideration for when you're picking from a choice pack.
All right. As for the player, I mean, he technically plays left and right, but he really doesn't play either defensively. There just isn't much of a bat, is there?
No, not really. I mean, he doesn't strike out, so that's something, but doesn't do anything else well, so,
Nope, this one's unplayable. All right.
Yep.
How about Marshall McDougal, who I think we mentioned earlier, right? He was the guy who...
the 6 home run guy.
Yep. So this is the one I actually did get out of a pack.
I did too actually. Just sort of
Uh,
funny.
so says second, third, and short, but not good defensively. So I think you're mainly looking at the
Right.
bat.
Yeah. So the card this reminds me of a lot is Spencer Steer, who plays the same three positions plus right field, and the bat looks very similar. Um, and I've ended up playing Steer some at third in gold.
I think Steer's bat's actually a fair bit better though.
Is it better?
Here, I just put
I'm
up
not
Steer.
sure. I think isn't McDougal's better? I think
I
McDougal's is
guess
better.
I guess it depends on the split. So remember that gold is so left-handed dominant that
Yeah, yeah. But I mean,
that's
I
where
guess you're just
that's why I like Steer.
trading. I guess it's mostly gap power and some power. It's
Well,
sort of a little bit of everything
no,
else
you're
in the
right. You're
eye.
right. It's closer.
Yeah, I think I don't think. I mean, I think I have McDougal a little better, but they're pretty similar. I think probably.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah, I
I
have them
think they
very
are pretty
close.
similar.
Um,
I think the problem is I don't think I'm going to play either of them at middle infield, and I think at
no.
third base the bats are just a lot better.
Yeah, I've sort of been running Steer at third in gold because I didn't want to play Chipper Jones in the field both ways. Because I wanted him to hit as much as possible.
But I think I'd now rather run Blauser, for example. I'd certainly rather run the Eddie Youst that we just saw. Um, I might rather run VR.
I don't know. I think Steer is decent, but I don't think this card is really substantially different than Steer thing. And it 2 points more and doesn't play low gold.
Yeah, so I think probably this one just isn't going to play. I think because of the current gold meta, this is one where probably it's more like a D than an F because if you get this card, gold is the point where you're starting to not necessarily have every card in the game, and you are willing to run him against all those lefties as a three-position backup. But I don't think
Yeah,
you're excited about it.
if Steer didn't exist, I'd be much more interested in this because he'd fill the same role that I think that I'm basically using Steer for right now. But they're basically the same card. So, I mean, I'd just rather run Steer. He has one more position.
Yeah, I agree. All right. How about Khalil Green, who I think did have a little longer major league career than some of these guys we were talking
Yeah, yeah.
about.
I remember having some decent seasons actually.
Yeah. But this is the college card, so this is the shortstop version, uh, and this is closer because you have a real bat versus lefties, which is exactly the way you want to split in the current meta. But you've got 87 range, so my model, for example, has him second behind Eddie Youst at short, but I don't think I'm willing to run Youst at short.
No, I have Green first versus lefties in gold.
Yeah,
Uh,
and I'm willing to run Green at short. So
yeah.
I think I think this probably should now be your starting shortstop in gold.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm not especially interested in playing him versus righties, but you don't really get those. Um,
As soon as you bring some righties into the meta, I'm going to start thinking about what to do versus righties. But
well, what to do versus righties is to play Mike Schmidt, probably. But yeah.
because
Uh,
and it is going to be a problem because the weakness of this card is that he only plays short, and so as soon as there are more righties in the meta, like when that change happens, this doesn't become a backup. This just becomes unplayable because you're not
right.
willing to run a one position weak side of the platoon shortstop.
Right. I mean, yeah. I guess if you're trying to platoon Schmidt with Green, and then you're playing Schmidt at third as a backup or versus lefty, I don't know. Maybe.
But
But
I think if
yeah,
you're
I
going to
think
do that, you're just going to throw a really good glove out there instead, and
yeah, probably.
But for the moment, this is a card that just hits the meta really well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have it a huge amount above the other gold shortstops. Like, I think Ron Hansen, I think I have second, who just has more glove, basically, and worse bat. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty good card, and definitely one that I would be interested in running in gold if I had one.
Yeah, I think I'd run him in gold also. Um,
So I think it's
so
probably an A, I guess.
yeah, I mean it's funny because I think the quality of the card is probably a B or a C, but because it just hits the meta spot on,
Yeah,
I think that probably makes it an A.
yeah, it does sort of exactly what we want gold cards to do right now, which is to hit lefties.
Yeah, I think it may not be that long lasting because you figure that as new cards come into the gold meta, just luck of the draw, if nothing else, you're going to start to see some more righties, and then it's tougher. Um,
Yeah, that's why I think Ferguson you can still play, especially if you're going to get righties, because he can play both ways. It's just a total glove card.
yeah, definitely. All right, how about Chuck Nagy? Um, we've seen these tournament edition cards before, haven't we?
Yeah, this is not a new one.
He does have a little more control than the silver versions of this card, but actually less in the way of homer prevention and split ear.
Yeah.
Um, so I was
So
going to say you're never playing this card. Uh, I
I
do have
think
a
I'm still willing
little bit of a
to say
stupid
that.
question,
Okay,
which
you want to play him as
is,
an opener?
well, okay. The question is, in the current meta, where everybody's just running righties against all of these lefty starters, and we're even running kind of a second righty as the backup, at what
Yeah.
point do you just try to run right-handed starters and take advantage of that?
I mean, I don't think it's like the worst, but I don't think he's one of the five best righty starters.
No, I agree. I think we're going to have this discussion. I think we're going to have this discussion a few cards from now. Is
Yes.
where I really want to bring it up. Um,
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that.
I think we're thinking of the same card probably.
I'm pretty sure.
Um, so maybe that's the one to look at it. But I think that's
Yeah.
right. For Nagy, this is just kind of unplayable for the same reasons, right?
Yeah, it's just not good enough card, no matter what you're playing.
All right. Okay. How about Luke Hochevar? Sorry. Um, so we have we already have the solid bullpen version of this, but now we've got, a baseball reference one as a starter.
Yeah, I mean, I like the silver. I think is better.
Yeah, I think so
Uh,
too. I think just this extra pitcher BABIP, I think the silver's a better card, and this just really isn't going to be in the meta anywhere.
no, and even the 72 stamina is kind of pushing it a bit
Yeah.
as a starter. So
All right, we can
uh,
we can move on.
yeah, but
We do have to finish the stream someday. So,
someday.
how about Willie Randolph? Um, so this is clearly an extreme early era type profile. 3 power.
Yep.
I'm actually a little curious. Did he hit any homers in 1991?
I don't know. I can check. I guess.
I'm guessing maybe 1 for that power.
Let's see. Well, Rabbit Nil is right. We found he didn't. He had one, so probably one. Check. Was it 1991?
1991.
He had 0.
No
in
homers. Okay.
512 plate appearances.
All right. So he's not a power guy.
Not a power guy.
I also remember him being a bit faster, but I guess this was late career Willie Randolph.
Yeah,
right?
his late career. He only stole 4 bases that season.
Okay, she got 85 range at second, so this is pretty good shape defensively for a second baseman.
Yeah.
I love all the eye. it's a really empty singles and walks guy because there's not only no power but also no gap power.
Yeah. I mean, okay,
Um,
I'm not as concerned about the gap power. Uh, the power is a bit of a problem, obviously.
and I love that
Uh,
he is better against lefties.
yeah. So I think the thing is like I don't. I think this actually ends up being a pretty decent card, even despite the warts. Um, because well, at gold second base, you know, you're not finding a lot of other options with this amount of defense. And even though it is a lot of empty average, you're still getting walks, and singles are something. I mean, they're not with zero. Um, so I think the card actually ends up being pretty good. Um, and actually a card that I would probably run at second base in gold.
So I think there are a few cards that I would look at running at second maybe instead. You could run Bob Ferguson first off if you're kind of, maxing out defense. So I think that's one to look at. But I think if you're looking kind of for, a defensive competitor, so one is this Jamie Carroll, where you're now getting an
Oh,
even better glove.
yeah, well, Jamie Carroll is, I mean, this bat is much, much worse. He is the same amount of no power and no eye or BABIP either.
But I don't have the bat as quite so much worse because there's a little more gap power. But it is definitely
I
worse.
mean, is he even going to hit more? He's 25 points, 20 points less BABIP. Is he even going to hit more doubles and triples?
Um, let's see. I mean the other card. So the card that I would look at more seriously, and the one that I have been running in gold, is this Marcus Giles. So Randolph is a little better defensively, but you get an upgrade on the bat.
Yeah, I think I like Randolph better than this. Um, like, I mean, I understand it's singles and walks, and that's it. But I mean, you can still make some offensive value doing that. It's not nothing. Um, and the defense is pretty good.
Right. So so for me the answer is I think this is where I want to run Eddie Youst. I think I'll run him at second and kind of take the bat there.
I mean, it's definitely an option. His defense is worse, and like how much better of a hitter is this? Probably a decent amount, but like 40 points of BABIP is something. I guess it's a good 10 points of high, so maybe it's not right. But I
I
don't
think I
I
think
don't know.
Youst or maybe even Blauser just because of all the lefties. Uh, I think I'd probably rather run one of those, but it is close. And if I now run an early era model, I'll run it just to check. But I'm almost certain that in an early era,
No,
Willie Randolph's gonna.
I have to assume this is a card that you're going to want earlier.
I assume early era Randolph's gonna clobber everybody at second, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Let me look just to be
Unless it's just
sure.
unless it's just like max defense because he's not total max defense.
Yeah, actually, the really early era model starts to like Jamie Carroll or Max Bishop a little bit better because the defense.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's also reasonable.
Um, but this will be in the frame.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is in modern too. Really, I mean,
Well, I guess part of it is that in an early era, gap power plays up a lot,
that's true. That is true.
and so his gap power is starting to hurt him more.
Yeah. Um,
Like if this
there
card
you
had a
go.
little more gap power, I don't think it would have bumped the overall very much, but it would have made it a lot more interesting.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But I guess if you only bump the overall 1 point, it becomes immediately uninteresting. So it's
Yeah,
much better as an 89.
yeah. I mean, I think again, this is another card that kind of once we have right-hand starters in gold, this is a card you can run without platooning. Because I mean, he does some stuff, but they're pretty minimal. Uh,
Yeah, so I don't think this is one you need, but I think this is one that, like, if you have, you can find some ways to play if you're looking for them.
yeah, I mean, yeah, this is. I would certainly at least try to play this card if I had one.
So what are you
Um,
thinking? Maybe like a B?
I think a B. Yeah, I think a B is good.
And as far as whether he holds up, I do think power creep probably is going to beat this one way or the other,
Yeah,
because it feels like kind of any shape that you pick. He's kind of right in that sweet spot between different shapes, but that means he's vulnerable to the better glove. He's also vulnerable to just the better bat. I don't think this one actually lasts very long.
no, I don't see it.
So probably longevity, it's still going to be an F, but right now it kind of hits the meta.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a D longevity just because the early era thing, but probably still an F, yeah.
No, because I think anything that tops it, is going to hit the early era.
Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true.
So it's not so easy.
I wrap this on Andy Collins. I don't really have Collins being particularly close to playable in gold.
Yeah,
So
I have the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. How about Mark Appel? We got to scroll down again, don't we?
Oh yeah.
How about Mark Appel? So now I was gonna say if you really want the Mark Appel college experience, I feel like we should have shown the card now, but actually released it in 25.
Yeah, that would be good. Just throw some arm injuries there to boot. Why not?
Arm injury, no, but he was also the guy that got drafted and then didn't sign, and there was a whole
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah. He started pitching the independent league, whatever it was.
So this is a card I'm really torn on because Appel, on the one hand, if you just evaluate him, kind of average over the meta, he's just not quite a starter in gold. He's close, but
Right. Yeah, I think this is a.
but because he's splitty, he just isn't. He isn't a starter, and maybe you'll throw him in the bullpen somewhere, but you're not so excited.
Yeah, I think you could throw this in the bullpen, but it's not like a critical card.
However, he is much better versus righties, and so the question is, in a meta that is so left-handed, do you try to run this card? Just to take advantage of all of the righties that people are going to run.
I don't think it's such a bad thing. I will say I have been trying a relatively or somewhat similar thing, I guess, with Robin Roberts, who I think is better than this card in gold, actually, the silver one, of course.
Yeah, the silver is the better Roberts.
I would much prefer to start Silver Roberts over this Appel. But I think Appel is probably the next best right-handed starter.
I think I'd prefer to start Appel if I thought I were still going to face a lot of righties.
Yeah, I guess it depends how many righties you make. I mean, there are some switch hitters in gold. There's this Kettleton.
Yeah, there's now Tettleton. You're going to face Chipper a bunch.
Right. Even Strang, you will face. So I don't think he's going to get 9 righties on a regular basis.
But I think I might run this ahead of if I were going to go with a right-handed option, I'd run this ahead of a guy like Bobby Matthews, where my model puts Matthews ahead, but that's because it thinks Appel's going to be facing more lefties than he probably really is.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, I mean, if you think, especially, maybe you can try to opener for him because you are quite certain that people, if you opener with your lefty, will have a lot of righties in their lineup.
Yeah, he could actually be an excellent opener.
No, I mean him as a follower.
You could go, yeah. I guess you could do either.
Really.
You could do either. I mean, part of this is, so I'm kind of assuming that, when we're talking about opener strategies, I'm still thinking about this for trying to make deep runs in weekly tournaments where, maybe in the early rounds you're going to get some people that don't think a lot about setting lineups against openers. But if I'm looking for a sustainable strategy, I want something where, if I face you late in a tournament, I expect that you are going to have set opener lineups. So I'm not trying to trick you. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm trying to make a build which is going to be effective against you.
Right. I mean, you still can trick people because you can same hand opener and things like that. But
I mean,
Um,
if you're microing, you can play all sorts of games, but
yeah.
but I'm assuming that I still think about weeklies mostly as fire and forget.
Yes. I mean, I micro the finals sometimes. But that's pretty much it.
See that? Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, it's so interesting because this is the kind of card where it's only interesting as a starter because of the way that the whole rest of the gold environment is.
Right. But at the same
Uh,
time, that is the environment he's got right now.
right for right now. I mean, the thing is that as soon as if people decide, oh, let me try this righty thing, and I'm going to run Appel and Robin Roberts and whoever else, Bill Drake, I don't know. Um,
As soon as like two people do it, yeah, it breaks.
right, then
So
you start getting
you
righties,
gotta
and
be the
then
only one doing it.
yeah, pretty much, or very small number. Um, so maybe we shouldn't have said anything. Uh,
All right. So chat, pretend we didn't say this.
um, but I mean, I think even still, it is a bullpen option, even if you're not going to try this sort of
Yep.
starter business.
Yeah, exactly. The last few minutes, may just not make it into the VOD.
Yeah, that was Mark Appel's getting drafted, and then we decided we didn't want to sign him. So
Yeah, exactly. Um, all right. So Mark Appel, let's evaluate this card.
all right, so Mark Appel is not a starter, definitely not a
All
starter. You
right.
can't start him.
No, especially not in gold.
Yeah,
All right. What is he? Maybe he's just sort of like a B. I mean,
yeah, I think that's reasonable. I mean, the thing is, like, if he's facing 3 switch hitters a game, right? So he's getting 6 righties.
yeah.
Is he? I don't know at that point. There might be too many already.
It's close. It's really close.
Yeah, I guess a B. It's worth it. It's a thing that's worth thinking about, certainly.
It's a B with a big question mark.
Yeah.
All right, we've made it to the diamonds.
Oh, should we open your gold choice pack now? I guess.
Oh, that's true. I got a gold choice pack. All right, let's see what we got here. Gold choice pack. So after this discussion, who are we rooting for? Oh, hold on. I've got a low diamond pack too. Let's do
Oh
the
yeah.
gold. We'll do the gold. We'll do the gold.
That
Who are
one.
we rooting for here?
I think Tettleton, right?
I think we're
that's
going
the
for
best card.
Tettleton. Give me a Tettleton. Okay, no Tettleton.
Oh, I'm delayed. I still haven't seen it.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Then I won't spoil it for you. I'll wait for you
No,
to
I
see
see it now.
and
I
then
see
you'll
it
find
now. I
out
see it
there's no
now.
Tettleton.
No, there is a Doty Pastor, but I think
I already have a
you told me
Dode,
I
but
have one,
he
so
I
that's
already
a
have a
good card.
Dode, but it's a good card.
Yeah.
Let's see. The Ed Morgan.
And Morgan's old. No. He's also one of the TV2.
Yeah, we looked at
But that's
earlier.
worse.
I do have
That's,
one.
I think.
Antonelli is solid, but we have one.
I think I'd take Snow if you don't have
Well,
one.
I'm clearly going to take Snow because the only one I don't have. I was just kind of mousing over. All right. Well, we've now got Snow. So, I've got a
Oh, you have a
solid.
Snow. You already have a Snow. Hold on.
Scrolling up for everyone. We got a solid D here for Snow. Well, oh, we do already have a
No,
Snow.
you have a Snow, don't you? Yeah.
I do have a Snow. Okay.
I guess, I think Sock Siebold is also. He's not any good, but I think that's also a TV2 choice pack card.
All right. Well, it's a new card, so I think we're going Sox then.
And it's an 85. It gets the extra 5 mission value.
Gets the extra mission value. Yeah, I mean, could get a Dode and sell him or something, but yeah, I think I like getting new cards. All right, we're going with
Yeah.
Sox, and we'll see if we do a little better on the low diamond pack in a moment. Oh, and I got a
Hopefully.
gold. Oh, if I got a gold pack, I must have an open slot. See, this is the problem. The stream goes so long that we actually have to keep filling slots.
Yeah, I should make sure I don't have any drafts. I'm gonna miss. No, I've got 3 hours. We should be done in 3 hours.
You say that now. We can do a draft on stream at the end, maybe.
Yeah, we could do one. Sure.
Just because we got to fill time. Make sure everyone gets their
Yeah,
five.
yeah.
Make sure everyone
We
gets their
haven't gone
five
long enough.
drops. Right. No, I've got all my slots filled. So the gold pack must have been from something earlier.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, all right. All right, what do we got next here? We have got Hal Trotsky. Cleveland. Okay, for some reason, why am I associating Trotsky with the Reds? Am I just completely thinking of a different player?
No, he may. I think he may have played for the Reds actually. That doesn't sound totally wrong. Let's see. Oh, nope, nope, he didn't.
No, I'm just completely wrong.
Wait, Baseball Reference says there are two Hal Troskys, which seems surprising. The other one was a pitcher who played for one season through 3 innings.
I'm guessing that's not the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
nope, I think I'm just wrong. I'm thinking of Trotsky. Well, Trotsky was definitely a Red.
Trotsky, yeah.
Trotsky was definitely a Red.
Yeah, I don't know. He may have been more of a hockey player though, given his.
But not a Cincinnati Red, I'm afraid.
No.
All right, Hal Trotsky. Yeah. So, like, this card's a 90 overall. First baseman.
Apparently, it is.
And then Rudy York is is also a low diamond first baseman.
And
who
Tristan
can
Cassis
play
is
catcher
a gold
and
first
stuff.
baseman.
What?
And Tristan Cassis is a gold first baseman.
Yeah. So we'd play Rudy York over this. You'd play Dolph. You'd play over. Yeah.
Jimmy
All right.
Fox is, for some reason, a low diamond first baseman.
All right. I think
So,
that
yeah.
this one we can pass, right?
This one is not good.
All right. So overall, the gold tournament set, a couple cards we're interested in, but not a lot that we think is going to really, just to review, not a lot that's going to hold up long term. Probably Tettleton and maybe Yost are the only two cards we really want out of that set.
Yeah, I'd be interested in a Randolph to play sort of right now. But
Yeah, Randolph's probably the third best, but not one that you're going to race to get.
yeah. So really, it's just take whichever T2 you get offered. So.
Jim Scott. So there are at least some buy orders up, so there are some people interested in this card. Stop me if you've heard this one before.
I mean, this is a slightly better one.
Well, he has reverse splits.
He has reverse splits, and PBAB, I mean, even though it's not high, like 80 is a lot better than 50.
Well, 80 is a lot better than 50, but, the cards with this shape were 50 in silver, and they were 70 to 75 in gold, and now this is the low diamond version.
Yeah. So, I mean, certainly, even compared to the, those 4 low diamond future legends that have kind of been just staples for quite a long time now, this isn't getting there.
So I do have him closer because of the reverse splits. So because of the reverse splits, I do have him in the top 15 as a low diamond starter.
Oh yeah, I mean I have him. I have like 11th or 12th or something. But
yeah, I've got him 11th. But the problem is, a couple of the cards he's behind are still cheap. Like Vita Blue, for example. I think I'd rather run Vita in those reverse splits.
Yeah, I have both Vita Blue and Louis Tiant who are.
Yeah, we're both pretty available.
Yep. And then also, I mean, these low diamonds that have been around for many months now, and we're in spotlight packs and got pretty cheap there for a bit.
Yeah, so this does have more stamina than a few of them, and I think that makes him closer to playable.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the end, thing is that there are 2 of the new Negro League 2 cards, another tournament card, and one of the new Baseball Reference cards that I'd all prefer to this and have real stamina.
Yeah, so I think the answer is that maybe just because low diamond is the point that you really don't expect people to have every card in the game, I think, being about the 11th best starter probably still makes you a D instead of an F now.
Yeah, I think it's a D. It's a D.
Um,
But it's going to be an F.
but it's going to be an F pretty quickly because all the new stuff's going to replace it.
Yeah, well, it already has it. Just people might not have it yet.
Yeah, I think that's fair. All right, how about? I guess we do have to discuss this card, don't we?
This card is. Well.
So Harry Eisenstadt.
If you cover up the pitcher BABIP.
And this is a great card. So this is the best trap card in drafts.
Yeah.
Because if you just mouse over him and you see everything but the pitcher BABIP, like if you're on OOTP Go and it's a pain to go get the full ratings.
Well, I will say actually in the Go card shop, you can't even see pitcher BABIP. Even if you want to, there's no way to do it.
Okay, so this is in OOTP Go. This is the best reliever in low diamond.
This is the best reliever in diamond in OOTP Go, maybe. But
I think so. Yeah.
This is yeah.
But in OOTP, I just don't understand why you would release this card.
No, I have this below a number of irons.
So I'm actually curious. What was his BABIP against the year?
I have to be read about.
It's got to be enormous, right?
What is this? 1942, right?
Yeah.
His BABIP against, where is it? Why don't I see it here? Apparently it's so bad they don't even display it on Baseball Reference anymore.
Okay, we gave up 58 hits in 47 and 2/3 innings. Wait, that's not going to be that high of a...
Okay, Fangraphs 329 on Fangraphs, but I don't know what the league average that year was.
It was still pretty high in the 40s, wasn't it? Because that was kind of the shape we were getting for all those cards. Yeah. So I'm not quite sure where that 32 comes from historically either, I guess. But
I don't know either. I mean, I don't know.
Is there any? Yeah, no. I was trying to come up with a way that you could use this card.
Well, I think as someone said on the Discord the other day, in a Harry Eisenstadt only format you could play him, but even there probably you'd rather play Doom Unknown.
Yeah, I think I may be familiar with the person who said that.
Yeah, I don't know who could have said that.
This card is.
I think this can be our F- of the diamonds.
I think it really is the problem. It's just such a frustrating card because it's a neat name that we haven't seen before. It's kind of this war era baseball that we're not so familiar with as fans, and then it's just a frustrating card.
Yeah, there's another card I pulled the other day that was very similar to this, which is Doug Jones, who has even lower pitcher BABIP than this, if you could believe it.
Yeah. Well, there was that. There was the April Fool's Day. Was it the Oswalt that had?
Yes, Oswalt has 1.
So, what was the BABIP against him in 2013? I'm just curious, how bad that was. So he was pitching in Colorado, which is already.
I mean, he probably pitched a very small number of innings. He had a 4.42 BABIP against in 32 innings.
Okay, well, you know what? I do understand where the 1 comes from.
Yeah, 4.42 is not good.
No, it's really not.
Wow, that is one of the more amazing ERA to FIP differences I've seen. ERA 8.63, FIP 3.08 for Oswalt in 2013.
Very nice. So really the problem was the defense.
Yeah, that must have been it. Nothing to do with the ballpark, though. Definitely not.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think I just don't understand this card. Let's just move on.
Yeah.
How about Houston Street?
Yeah. So
So a
This
little
is
bit splitty, which is, especially splitty in the pitcher BABIP, which is not exactly what you want from a reliever, especially if he's going to be a high leverage guy. Um, but the funny thing is, at least in my model, I like him enough on the bad side that I've got him as the second best low diamond reliever. But the one that I've got is better. Well, you can probably guess who I've got is better.
well, if it's the same as mine, it's not a low diamond.
No, it is. It is a low diamond.
Well, it's not only low diamond.
Yeah. So who's the one you have is better then?
Clippard.
No, the one I've got is better. Is this Gary Lavelle?
Oh yeah, you love
Basically
that
the
one.
opposite. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually funny because I was running a low pitcher BABIP card in League for a while because everything else was so good.
Well, it's just that Blyleven is playable card in League.
Oh, no, a really low one. I was running this Jakey May occasionally.
Oh yeah, I ran that at the very start of the game, and then I took it out of my master fast pretty quickly.
As a specialist, but
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. The 92 Lavelle is the low diamond one. Yeah. So this Lavelle, yeah, he's really splitty. But he is going to face some lefties, and I'm willing to tolerate it against righties because it's not atrocious. It's just not nearly as good. And I feel the same way about Street. He's not quite as splitty. Sorry, not that Street. This Street. One thing I do wonder is I remember Houston Street in college really was a two-way player. Didn't he play third base or something?
I don't remember.
Like I remember his actually being a pretty good college position player as well. I thought. At least like the year they were in the College World Series. Maybe I'm just misremembering.
I'm not quite sure.
Okay, it looks like he does have some hitting stats from 2003, but they weren't very good.
Well, I guess that explains why he was a pitcher.
I'm showing the wrong Lavelle. That's the problem. I'm showing the wrong Lavelle on the... No, this should be the 92. At least this one, yeah.
Yeah, the 92 and the 100 are very similar versus lefties. It's just the versus right that's different.
Yeah, the 100 is like much more playable versus right. But
the
92,
versus left is quite similar.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so where do we put Houston Street then?
But,
he is very splitty.
I mean, I think you're playing Street in low diamond in the bullpen at the moment.
I think so, yeah.
But I don't know that he's critical in low diamond because a lot of the other pieces you're playing in low diamond are like those future legend starters that are going to get pretty nice stuff boosts for the most part, and probably end up being better.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think also he won't have as much of a shelf life because of that.
Yeah.
Because like right now, I'm still trying to run Brown and Tiedemann and all that and all those guys as starters.
Yeah, which I mean I think you can do, especially for Bradley and Fox because they actually have real stamina.
Yeah.
But certainly, yeah, I think probably ideally at this point, Brown and Tiedemann are in the bullpen.
Okay, so maybe we'll give Houston Street like a B for bullpen.
Yeah, B. I could even give him a C. I think, but I think B's fine.
All right. And how about beer? Do we need a beer?
Well, with the length, maybe, but I don't know. This beer is, I saw him on stream, and the card has a huge amount of power one way, and a lot of eye. But I just don't know that I'm going to end up finding a place to play him really.
Yeah, so at least one advantage for the card is it is a verse right card, because if you had a splitty card like this verse left in the current meta, he's just immediately dead.
Right. So I think the thing is that like Beatty is, I definitely rather play Beatty. But Beatty plays three positions. Well, yeah, three positions. Certainly, you'd rather play Fox, but he costs 300k. Um, you know, so then he's kind of competing against like Tristan Casas and some of the gold cards, and then maybe he's a bit more interesting. But I still don't think he's that much better. So I don't know that this is a card I'm really running out to get.
So I've got him as a better bat, but worse first baseman overall than Casas because it's pretty close in the bat.
Yeah,
Versus right only, I mean. Sorry.
That's sort of pretty similar to what I've got.
So then are you going to DH him? Well,
probably not.
I think you still want Fox even on his bad side over Beer.
Yeah, definitely Fox. I think even, I mean, we haven't gotten to him yet, but this 94 Ted Williams is I want also.
That's the problem. So I think if you also have Ted, so I think if you have Ted or Fox, then you're not playing Beer.
Yeah, I mean, this is assuming, like, I'm sort of assuming that Beatty is here because Beatty is, I think, the card that really just takes us out completely.
Yeah, but Beatty, I think I'd rather play at third.
Yes, no, but like, then he's just fighting for spots. There are not enough players to fight for the spots.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So I think the answer is he just doesn't quite play. Yeah, Bottomley's decent also.
Bottomley actually can play the other side.
So Bottomley, I've got a little bit ahead of this card also as a first baseman, but not as a bat.
Yes, I agree with that also. But Bottomley, I think, is much more interesting card because Bottomley can actually play versus lefties.
Yes. So I don't think he quite plays, but I think he's close. But I think he's close enough that in a low diamond meta where a lot of the cards we're talking about are six-figure cards. I think once that's true, like if you can get Seth Beer for 20k, or you can buy, what is Fox going for now, if you can even still get one.
There was one
probably 300.
Something like that.
So if you have that choice, I think this is what you'd rather do for sure. Or what is?
Yeah, I mean, unless you're like playing every low diamond format in existence religiously, then maybe you could argue for Fox that it's worth paying the extra 300k.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So I do think he's in the meta just because these cards are expensive, but maybe this is like a C or so tier card.
Yeah, I think a C. I think C is fine.
All right, so Beer just comes out a little flat.
Little flat.
All right, Glenn Wright. She got 96 range at short. One position player.
Yeah.
The complete lack of eye is a problem.
Well, just the lack of anything in the bat.
Yes.
I mean, the bat is a 0.
Yeah, and I think that just makes it a pretty easy F, doesn't it?
Yeah, like again, I mean, if you can choose between this and Bob Ferguson, whose bat is also 0 but has 5 extra range, you're choosing Bob Ferguson.
Yes. And I think that's a problem. Yeah. Okay. I think that's just fair. So let's move on to Greg Nettles. So, okay. So you got a really good defensive third baseman. That's the good news.
Oh, yeah.
The bad news is that I kind of want to compare it to another good defensive third baseman with a little more power.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Kingman's better.
I think so too, and that really bothers me.
I mean, certainly Mike Schmidt is better.
Yeah, but I think the crazy thing is that means I can actually honestly say that this card would not play in iron, low iron.
Would you play Kingman at first and this at third? Maybe. No, I might just rather play Jack.
no, because I think you'll. Yeah, I think there's some bats at first.
Yeah, just like Jack Cripps, right? That's got to be better at third even. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, this card is. All right, is it better or worse than Eisenstadt?
better than Eisenstadt, I'd say, simply because you know, part of the reason this is a problem in low iron is that Kingman is so good.
Yeah,
But
fair enough, I guess.
you're right. This is.
This card is really bad.
I mean, the more I look at it, I'm trying to understand, like imagine somebody told you this is a tournament reward. What did you do to get it? I think
I
you'd
would
sort of
be
say like it was a disappointing silver.
well, I would be confused because I wouldn't even think this was a silver.
So this is
Like
yeah,
if you just show me this ratings, I would probably tell you this is a bronze.
yeah, and not one that's in the meta.
Right.
Okay, well, I think this is another F minus.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. All right. How about John Henry Johnson? You're at least getting like a solid A tier name here. I think I remember one of these cards last year, maybe like with this kind of profile also.
Yeah, there was a gold, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
this
this
one, is now a low diamond.
it's a new shape. Never seen the shape before for any card this stream.
Yeah.
Um,
But I think
enormous
the
amount of stuff.
problem
but
is, like, it's supposed to be a low diamond, but the pitcher, BABIP, and control are both lousy,
Yep. It's just bad.
and there just isn't a way to play this.
Nope. Unless you're like strikeout, some kind of like super strikeout format where that's just, I don't know. It doesn't exist. But
No, because even then you're gonna have to deal with like if you start playing like moon baseball, no, but then you need more home run prevention.
yeah, in my beginning PT23 Moonball, you wouldn't even want a card like this.
No.
Because the times he doesn't strike the guy out, it's a home run.
All right, so here's a card that I have actually selected in a low diamond pack. Admittedly,
Wow.
it was the only new card I got in the pack, I think.
Well, that's probably a good choice. Would you take Eisenstadt or Nettles if you got them in a pack and they're the only new one? Probably, right?
I think they've got to have mission value, right?
They must at some point. But you're sitting on it for like months then.
Yeah, I'm the pack rat type, I guess. I mean, yeah. All right, so you got a catcher with a lot of eye. So I'm always going to be interested in that. The big problem is with 66 catcher ability, he's not really a catcher in a modern format.
No, he's not.
But
I mean, I think.
But I've got the bat as significantly better even than Hoyles.
Yeah, I know. I think this card is decent. I think the thing that I run into with this card is I would rather play Alex Avila.
I agree. I think I'd rather play Avila and maybe a couple others, but after having grabbed him, I don't actually have Avila yet. Now that I think about it, so he has found his way into a couple builds for me, and I think I'm willing to run him in an early era too.
Yeah, so I have him. I have him fourth for low diamond catchers.
Yeah.
Behind Roseboro, Avila, and Bill Dickey.
Bry Dave says he has the 91 Nettles below the 75 Nettles. I think that's probably right as well. I can pull up the 75 for comparison.
And the 75 is also not very good.
Yeah, actually, but I actually agree with that. And so one of these is a beginning of the game card, and one of these is a tournament batch 2 card.
That's 16 points higher.
It's the negative power creep.
That must be it. Yeah.
And
win above both. Yeah, that makes sense to me too.
So Haller, I think there probably are places you play him if you get the card, is what I'm finding. I don't think it's a card I'm gonna like rush to get, but you know, if he turns up in one of your packs, he's probably pickable.
Yeah, I think Holler. I think Holler is a fine. I think I basically rather Avila in any format. I don't think there's a format I'd rather Holler. But if you don't have him, then Holler I think is pretty good.
Yeah, maybe it's like a solid. Maybe it's
It's
like a
probably a
C or so.
yeah C, maybe even a B.
But I don't think he's
Probably a
gonna hold
C.
up that well because you probably need just one catcher or something to knock him out.
Right. I think this already is a catch that's better than it. Just that made him win not own him. So uh, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna see long term play.
All right. So probably long term this is unplayable.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of unplayable, we got a Buck Ewing.
This was pretty amazing. This Buck Ewing. Uh, so what about approved F cards? That would be a fun theme actually. I wonder how high you got with that.
That would be a hilarious team, wouldn't it?
I mean, there's some perfects we've given Fs that you probably could get up to like gold with.
What do you mean? We're about to do the bunch of perfects today. I'm guessing a few of them at least will not be.
Yeah, there's definitely some Fs.
You know.
Definitely
Yeah,
some Fs.
the prove Warbot wrong. It's going to be all basically with the anti Warbot theme team is going to be like all the cards with no eye.
Yeah, yeah. You set like
the Willie
like
McGee style.
yeah, like a run a max Babbitt min home run park.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm actually running a weird park. So I'm trying something really stupid this week. Where's the ballpark?
Oh, it's really hard to see your own. It's very annoying.
Wait, how do I
I
find
wish
my own ballpark? Here
you
we
have to
go.
like scroll for it. It's super annoying. I wish that would be
So I'm
changed.
running the Marlins Park.
Oh, that's the really weird one, right? That's the giant
Yeah, hang
like
on. I want the actual modifiers.
yeah. I remember looking at that one and thinking about it. But
So it's
decided not
kind
to.
of splitty, and then it's also mostly pitcher favored.
Yeah,
Um, so kind of the philosophy is there's still a lot of these build a lineup switch hitters. And so usually I like playing opener games in League and kind of trying to use a combination of the park and openers to get what I want. But
right. And then you can
but the problem with
yeah.
switch hitters is you can't run openers in a productive way because they're switch hitters.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the switcher. Like Berkman, for example, you could get if
I
right if you
guess.
get him, but yeah, it is more difficult.
But you kind of can't manipulate. What I mean is you can't manipulate the lineup so that your follower is still facing kind of the same thing.
Right, but you also I mean, the fact that you just can't choose your full cheese part hurts that a lot too.
So the idea is a different kind of cheese here. The idea is to take advantage of the openers by running a one-sided park. Sorry, not the opener. The switch hitters by running a one-sided park. So I want to run a park that you really want righty bats in, and then I'm just running plain old righty starters
Right, so you have like yeah,
because if you actually evaluate it in the park with some of the switch hitters that are pretty flat splits and with the negative split starters I've got, the smart thing to do would be for them to bat right-handed. But they don't. They'll bat left-handed as switch hitters. They'll just always bat left-handed in my park.
right,
And then what I do is take the switch hitters out of the lineup. So like I'm not running Simmons at catcher because he's a switch hitter. I'm running, Martin and Napoli.
right, or Gibson probably.
Or sorry, that's right. Now I'm running Gibson, but
Yeah,
before I was running Martin and Napoli.
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Um,
Um,
it probably starts to struggle in perfect a bit when you face Jackie Robinson against every team.
I would love to be struggling with this in perfect, but I've got to actually win a playoff.
Yeah,
Not only do
that's
I have
all.
to win a playoff, I'm just going to point out I have not even like in Stone League,
Oh wow,
I have not yet won a title this cycle. In
that's
fact,
impressive.
I believe it took until 2 weeks ago, if you can believe it, for me to win a playoff series.
Wow. Yeah, that's some bad luck there.
I was going to say it's some bad managing, but let's go with your explanation.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're winning 100 plus games pretty consistently, or 100-ish games pretty consistently, so it can't be that bad managing.
Yeah, well, maybe it's the GM's fault.
Yeah, blame the GM. That's
Always blame the
he,
GM, right?
he does, his budget is too low.
All right. Anyway, as for Buck Ewing, um, so I actually think the positional flexibility hurts instead of helps this card. You know,
Probably yes.
strangely enough, because it just kind of convinces the AI that maybe you should play second base in extra innings.
Or
Um,
center field. Or, yeah.
yeah.
So I will say, we had the tournament yesterday. I think it was the Hardware Heroes plus Historical All Stars,
Yes.
which is about the most restrictive card pool you can get. And I
Yes.
did not play my Buck Ewing,
I also did not play my Buck Ewing.
so that should tell you something about this card.
No championships. Why are we listening to this guy? Well, the reason to listen to me is so you know what not to do in league. there,
Yeah,
there,
you
you know,
get on board with the Warbot F Cards theme team.
yeah,
Maybe you'll
definitely.
do well.
There's a good reason that I describe myself as a tournament player, because in a tournament I occasionally win a series.
Yeah, helpful.
um, I feel like it's actually, almost an accomplishment to have like not at any level managed to even make a World Series this cycle.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I guess if you're tanking, it's not that much of a compliment, but
If you're tank, but I gotta say we're not tanking. um, we haven't tanked. We have tried to win. We just have been beaten every single week by a better team,
yeah, sometimes that's the way it goes.
or at least or at least a better team in the day, right?
Or yeah,
So, but hey, this is the week. This is the week where we're winning a series or two.
yeah. Well, new Negro League 2 cards, a little help.
Yeah, well, look, I think it's always a bit it's always a bit of luck in the short series, but I figure the one thing you can control is you can try to give yourself a bye and give yourself a 1 in 8 chance instead of a 1 in 16
Yeah,
chance.
I mean,
So
I think the thing that I wish were changed would be to make the division series 7 games instead of 5. Um,
I think
but you know,
the one I might want to change is I might want to have like a couple wild card promotions.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think there was a suggestion I saw recently, which I think is a pretty good one, which is to instead of just promoting one team for Diamond League, to promote both the World Series winner and the regular season best record.
I think that would make Perfect League a little bit too hard to like you'd squeeze Perfect League a little too much maybe.
I think that, but no. So you'd have only. The reason I think this is good, right? You
Just
only
have
have
only 12 diamond leagues.
Yeah, and we already have this issue where kind of there aren't really enough Diamond League teams.
Yeah.
So that would really help out with that. I think it would kind of make the pyramid a bit cleaner. Let's say.
I could see that.
Uh,
I think what I might do is, shrink it from 24 diamond leagues to, maybe 20, and then do something like take the top 4 records across all the diamond leagues and promote them or something.
yeah, that could also work. But yeah, I think the shrinking the Diamond League, having fewer Diamond Leagues, is an important part of it, no matter what system you're going to go with.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is the case that, I feel like if your goal is simply to stay in diamond, right now there's no competitive pressure to keep up with the meta. You can kind of save resources and
No,
decide
I mean,
when you want to push.
I suspect you could stay in Diamond League with no perfect cards in your team.
I think at this stage you pretty much could, yeah. You'd have to have the right cards.
Yeah, you'd have to have like Newcomb and those kind of guys. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it
well,
seems
because
doable.
I'm running. I mean, my roster again. I'm the wrong roster to look at because I haven't won a darn thing this cycle.
Oh,
But
but yeah,
yeah,
Newcomb is probably a card you really want though for the build you're running.
but yeah, I am running. Yeah, Newcomb's the kind of card I want. Yeah, but I
Yeah,
am running right now 6 diamonds. So
yeah, which are all. I mean, these are all diamonds that could easily have been hundreds and would not have caused an issue.
sure, yeah.
But yeah,
Um, so anyway, well, you'll see me back in diamond next week. I like how Twonic says I have no excuse not to win.
well,
Here's the
I did.
here's the thing you haven't realized though is that my team doesn't need an excuse not to win. It'll just do it.
Yeah, it's true. You have to deal with the tanking situation and it'll tank for you.
Yeah.
It's great.
Um,
Oh, I actually, if you bring up the Buck Ewing for a second again, there was something I want to mention about this card that I found pretty funny,
okay.
um, which is the logo on this card.
Oh, is the Modern Giants logo?
So the theme of this set is teams which are no longer in existence. And he now has the
Yes.
logo of a team that is in existence that he never played for.
So I actually, it was probably a coincidence in terms of the timing because I'm sure you decide content, further in advance. But I did think it was a little bit cruel to put that set out like the same day the A's were making their announcement.
Yeah, that was an interesting timing for sure.
Um,
We didn't get any Oakland A's though in that set.
no. All right. Anyway, as for Ewing, all right, we got something funny, so maybe we'll give him an F for funny.
F for funny.
Um,
Yeah.
so from the PT Plus rewards, because that wraps him up.
Yep.
6 cards, 5 of them kind of unplayable, and then pretty is we had a long discussion. Interesting, maybe very playable, maybe not quite playable, but like definitely interesting.
It's a
Um,
card that people would want to own probably.
yeah. So, how do you feel about that as a PT Plus reward? Happy? Not happy?
Um, I mean, if I could pick between like this and the Yelich, I think the Yelich was the best of the three so far in terms of like the usefulness of it. Um, the gold choice pack was a nice idea, but the gold tournament cards just kind of weren't there to support it. Um, I think it's fine, right? Like I said at the start of the stream, I'm not buying PT Plus for these rewards. I'm strictly treating these as a bonus. If I get a nice card or two, I'm happy with it. But I think if maybe we saw like pretty and then two other cards that were like kind of semi-playable and you could think about, then I think it probably would have been a little better. But it's not worth it, I guess.
Yeah. So I think I first off, as far as like the scale of the reward, I think I'm happy with it. For me, PT Plus is mainly an excuse to support the developers. You know, so I think about it like a battle pass in some of these games where you get some cosmetics that help you enjoy it a little bit, but you know, you're mainly doing it to support the game.
Right.
I do think the one thing that's a little disappointing is I kind of don't like the idea of like giving out cards that look like they're intended to be interesting and are unplayable. I would much rather they have just given us pretty, basically, because
Yeah,
it would
or
have been a better way to kind of tell us like we have a pretty good idea of what makes a nice reward card. But I don't think it has to be a high-end card. I think I actually like the idea of giving us sort of more of a like interesting tournament option, which is a novel choice but not like a critical meta card.
right. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I agree with that. I think oftentimes we see this in the streams too, where kind of most of the sets are silver plus, and I don't know if that's just because there's some belief that people will not see an iron and get excited for it, or if that's kind of just not the way they design their sets. But I think definitely we could do with kind of a more broad spectrum of cards on a regular basis.
Yeah, I think especially because for a lot of players that are, kind of starting out, still figuring out how to generate points for themselves and things like that, I think actually playing Iron and Bronze is a really good way to get started. I
Yeah,
still I,
well, I mean,
st-
I
I
think
still like those formats more than anything else because they're formats where I'm trying to outcompete the other managers instead of outbuy them.
right, and sometimes I mean, in the end, like I think the speed demon set was a good example, right? We had like what was it, 15 cards, and there was a bunch of silvers and golds and whatever, and Everett Cabrera is by far the best card of that set at
Yeah,
46.
definitely. Yeah,
Um,
I like that, Twonix. Actually, maybe the card that I would have loved to see is the kind of card that I think would have been a great PT plus reward. Like I think it would have satisfied almost everyone involved. Would have been Randall.
yes, that's a good point.
So it's kind of like a unique card. It's a cap card where it's versatile and going to be in a lot of formats, but you're also giving out a 40 overall card, and you're not going to get somebody to come back and say, this is like an overpowered thing you've done, or you've wrecked the meta, or anything like that.
Okay. I mean, I do think it's very important that these cards do not end up in missions. Um,
Yes, yeah, I think
that
that's
would be a
right.
big mistake.
But I think giving everyone a card like Randall, I think I would much rather have made this set a nice limited edition set. Like a card like Buck Ewing. I mean, we're giving it an F because it doesn't play in tournaments, but their theme teams he'll play in. For theme teams, this is actually potentially a really important card because you sometimes, if you have a narrow theme, maybe you can't find a card that plays a lot of positions. Um,
Right.
so I would rather have made like the Buck Ewing in that group a limited edition card, and
Yeah.
then made a card like Pretty the reward.
Yeah. I mean, if you, well, I think pretty's actually kind of fits in that category where it's the
Sorry,
kind of
yeah,
card that
yeah,
is useful, but yeah, I mean, cards like pretty Randall, even something that's kind of fun like this Jose Canseco, even though it's not very useful, it's a fun card for everyone to own. You know,
yeah. Or you give them a card where it's an interesting card. There's something it does better than anything else in the meta and seriously flawed. So like the
right?
Lazinski would have been a fun one to give out that way
Yeah, it
too.
would be. I mean, something like Eldred probably would be a mistake because that card is just too strong.
Yeah, I think Eldred,
Um,
by making Eldred and Ellie, you've kind of created this overpowered Ellie for the bronze meta right now.
yeah,
Um, but I think for like Randall or something like that, it's a strong card for what it is, but it's you know Randall's very unlikely to be the breaking point in winning you a tournament.
right. I mean, the thing that it does very well, but it's a pretty limited thing.
Yeah, and I think
So
that makes sense because what PT Plus I think is aimed at are the players that play a lot, play regularly, play a lot of tournaments, or kind of want more options in the game.
yeah,
So I think giving a tournament focused card. So yeah, I think you know I think I'm perfectly content with the rewards. I wouldn't have asked for something more than this. But I think I actually would have felt better about it if they had just given the pretty.
yeah. I mean, I get it's a fun theme, you know, but yeah, the other cards don't do much, so there isn't really a substantial difference between pretty and this, other than you get an extra 5,000 points of quick sell value.
Right. Anyway, all right. Speaking of quick sell, what do we got next here?
Well, the next one's not a quick sell. Definitely not a quick sell.
Got Joe. All right, Joe Necro. Okay. This is all right. Here we go. So we've got the same shape as before, except like 20 more points of pitcher BABIP.
Yeah. We still have no stamina, which is a problem.
Which is actually
Um,
weird for a knuckleballer, right?
yeah, it is a little. I'm guessing it's kind of the same thing as Satchel Paige. We had a bunch of relief appearances, and that sort of screwed the stamina up.
Yeah, because like the knuckleballer really should have a ton of stamina.
You would think so. Um,
Um, Having said that, even though the card's a little bit splitty, he's pretty darn good on the weak side.
Yeah, it's a good card. The thing is that I don't think it's a starter, because if you want to start this, you're starting the Future Legends that have the same stamina, but I think
Right,
are
so
better
he's got the
cards.
same stamina as Hunter Brown, and I have Hunter Brown a little bit ahead of him.
Yeah. So this is probably a reliever, but I think you can run this as a reliever in low diamonds. Um, so it's definitely a card that I would be happy to have. It's not a card I'm running out to get, but I think it's a decent card.
Yeah, I've got him. Where do I have him? So I've got him a little bit below Jim Scott, except that I think he's going to run a little bit better out of the pen.
I have him a bit above Scott. I have him kind of Hunter Brown and Tiedemann and Tiant, that sort of those guys around that area.
Okay, I've got him. I've got him and Tiant below Brown and Tiedemann by a decent amount.
Okay.
Um,
But I mean, I think this is a playable low diamond.
yeah, sure.
So it's probably like a C right now.
Yeah, I think it's
guess.
probably about a C. I do think it's going to end up out of the meta pretty quickly.
Yep, I would agree with that.
So probably this is an F if you're kind of opening packs a month from now.
Yeah, I would think so.
And I think that is part of the problem with some of these, because these cards have to hold up. Anything that doesn't hold up, a month from now is just pure mission value.
Yeah, which I mean, this is a 93, so this is one of the it's better than a 90 from a mission value point of view. But
It's better than a 90, but only 5 points, right? It's like 45 instead of 40 still. 94 is the cutoff for
yes,
50.
yeah, 94. Yes, I think that's correct.
All right. So how about
but
the
not 93.
Babe, or not that Babe, or the other Babe, but Babe Herman, but
Uh,
not Babe Herman Ruth.
yeah, exactly. So we have no defense.
We have no defense, and we have no bat.
Well, it's a form of bat in the defense, but not by a lot.
Yeah.
But the card isn't any good. Yeah.
I think this is. I'm not even sure you play this in silver.
At DH, probably not still.
No, because I mean you have like the Ortiz type.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. In bronze, you play this as a DH.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
it's a bronze DH.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not quite in the Nettles or Eisenstadt. Like, why are you doing this
No,
category? But
it's better than those, but not by a ton.
you're never playing it.
No.
All right, so Ben McDonald, who I feel like was almost the focal point of this set, in that if you think about players that had like a stellar college career and then didn't do what you hoped in the pros,
Yes, it's definitely a representative player of that.
So
type.
he's, I mean, we talked about kind of the whole should this be historical, but for what he is, what have we got here? We've got some reverse splits. We've got a really good pitcher BABIP in kind of a balanced shape. So where do you have this card? I have him. What?
I'm sorry. No, I have it. I have it third for low diamond starters, which
So
I'm guessing is going to be higher than you.
I have him 6th, but I have Brown and Tiedemann ahead of him, and you might want to run them out of the pen because of stamina.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have him above Brown and Tiedemann. So I have him third behind only Partlow and Lucas.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I think in any case, like, given that you probably don't want to be playing the Future Legends as starters, you're going to want to be playing as the starter most of the time.
I agree. So I think this is right now one. If you get him, I think he's definitely a starter in low diamond. Is he a must-have starter? Probably not quite must-have, but a really solid card.
I don't think so. I mean, I think the first two guys are substantially better than the rest of the diamonds. The low diamonds, rather.
Yeah.
So those are the cards that I think if I'm just playing a low diamond, those are the ones that I'd really be making sure I have. And this one, I'd be happy to run it, but if I have to play Future Legends as a starter, I'm not so sad about it.
think that's about right. So this is maybe like a solid B.
Yeah, B for Ben.
Um, and definitely sort of fits the set. So,
Yeah.
all right. Now here's a card that I think you could have done one of these peak moments type cards for too and made it work. Is this Jackie Bradley? Because he had a few like real hot and cold streaks in the pros too.
Yeah, he was an unbelievably streaky hitter. But obviously, you're playing this card for defense. Like this is not much of a bat.
You're playing him for defense, and you're almost certainly playing him in center, where that 99 range is kind of unique for the low diamond meta.
Yeah. So this is really a how much you value defense card. And I think probably if you're someone who thinks that this defense is really good, you're just playing it both ways because you don't care that his bat is a 0, and even more of a 0, it's fine. You just want the defense.
Well, the other thing is I don't think the bat's a complete 0. So
yeah,
part of the problem is it's really hard to find bats in center field and low diamond. So the question is, who are you comparing him with? So if you could, there is this PTCS Averill for sure.
I think Pete Hill is the card probably.
Right. So Averill is a much better bat, but he's sort of a 0 defensively instead.
Yeah, Averill's a fine right fielder, but not a center.
But in center, right? So Pete Hill, you're getting 5 more points of range from Jackie Bradley. But this bat to me is not like that much better.
So I have Hill's bat a little bit better versus right and a lot better versus left.
Well, because Bradley does have a little more eye.
A little. Does he have a little? Yeah, a couple more points. Like
he has a little more eye. He has a little more power, and he has a lot more gap power.
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer for me, at least in low diamond, is I actually just want to run both of these cards.
I see. You platoon him, or you run?
No.
Because I don't think you're running Bradley and right.
No, I think I'm actually okay playing Hill in a corner.
See, I think in right I'd rather run Averill.
One way, yes, but I don't think both ways.
So we're asking about Barfield.
I think Barfield's a 97.
He's a high diamond. So,
yeah.
But also, you notice it's a different shape. He's actually got only 93 range. So part of the thing is that Jackie, Jackie's shape for that 109 center field rating, his shape is really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think So I think probably I would just play this both ways in center in low diamond right now.
I think so. Yeah, I think this is.
But I will say I don't think he's substantially better than Hill, especially if we're playing both ways.
I think it's close, and I think Averill also has to be in the discussion.
Well, yeah, one way and not in center.
Just because the bat's so good.
So the bat's much better, but I don't know, playing him in center feels very scary.
As a center fielder, he's got a good bat.
He does have a good bat.
Yeah.
But certainly, I mean, this is those two cards that Bradley and Pete Hill are probably the end of someone like Spotswood Poles in modern low diamond.
Yeah. I think this is probably a solid A. I don't think it's an S tier card.
No, I don't either.
Yeah, Barfield's may be a good comp, but Barfield's not eligible for low diamond. So if you're getting a card like that, but cheaper and with a little more eye, I think it's a win.
I think maybe Drew Jones is a better comp than Barfield as a high diamond.
Yeah, but Bradley has much more eye than Drew, and 6 more points of range.
Yeah. No, that's true.
So it's just a much better card.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely. I think it's definitely a better card.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be running Bradley. I actually have to still buy a Jackie Bradley, so I probably shouldn't be pushing him too hard on stream till after I buy one. But
The
everyone
classic,
forget
of course.
everyone forget I said that until yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But I mean, yeah,
technically, Drew Jones plays all four infield positions though.
yeah, that's going to be useful.
Um,
Um, but I mean, I think if you have Hill already, I don't think Bradley is a necessity.
I think that's fair, and I actually do have Hill because
Yeah,
I did that to finish the Negro League 2 missions. So
I do as well.
that's maybe one of the reasons I haven't rushed out to get Jackie, but I think I will try to get Jackie.
Yeah, it's a card I definitely am interested in having at some point.
Um, exactly, Dukes, and make sure you forget all the stuff we tell you to forget. Very, very important.
Yeah, well, take notes too, so you don't forget you've forgotten it. You gotta remember
Exactly.
you forgot.
Very important.
Yeah.
All right, we got some 94s. How about Ted Williams? Do we have a Ted that's properly representative of a Ted here?
Um, Sort of. Yeah, I think
This is
so.
a pretty darn good bat versus right.
Yeah,
Um, Not so good versus left, but still playable maybe.
yeah. I mean, this is
Um,
this is pretty close to the end of his career, so we still have some early 1940s to come. That's going to be probably a lot better than this.
yeah.
But
Technically, you can stick him in right, but really this is a DH,
this is a DH.
and
But
but it's a good bat.
yeah, I mean, I have this as the best low diamond hitter versus righties.
I do.
Uh,
For a while, I would have almost thought about running it two-way, but now with Fox,
yeah, the box is definitely better versus lefties. Um, so the question really with Williams is, can you fit what is probably going to be a one-sided a DH platoon that doesn't play anywhere in the field on your roster?
yeah, and I think at least on release the answer was yes.
See,
Um,
I'm not quite as sure even on release it was a yes, because I don't have Christian Yelich that much worse as a bat, and his defense
and
is
he at
sort
least
of
can play
decent.
defense somewhere.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he plays three positions on defense even if you need it.
Technically, Ted plays two.
Yeah, it's technically he's doing a lot of work in that.
So his plays.
Yeah,
Um, I think now the problem is if you have Fox, I think it's not worth the roster spot to add Ted instead of running Fox
no,
both
I
ways.
I would definitely just run Fox before yeah.
But having said that, you may not pay 300,000 for Fox, and if you don't, I think the bat's good enough. You should run Ted.
Yeah, I mean it's certainly good enough to play. It's really a roster construction issue, and for me, I don't know that I will be able to find space for him. But I don't think it's wrong to do it either.
No, I mean I think if he is the best bat in low diamond, he's got to be at least an A tier card on
Um,
release.
yeah, but the best. I mean, I don't think he's the best two-way bat because Fox is just so much better versus lefties.
Yeah.
But he's certainly the best low diamond hitter versus righties.
So maybe an A
So
minus. How about an A
I think,
minus?
yeah, A minus. I actually I think I could even give him a B, but A minus is fine.
But I do think the problem, kind of as you were just saying, is he's really vulnerable. Because kind of all it takes is one bat, and then he's completely unplayable because there's nowhere else to put him on the roster.
Right. So it's just a question of when this bat gets released, but it'll be
So my
sooner than
guess
later.
is this is probably like a D tier card long term, but it's a really good short term one.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Um, so get him now, but he's going to drop off a cliff.
Yep.
All right. How about Red Lucas? So I've got this card rated pretty highly.
I do as well.
I mean, he's even got reverse splits.
Yeah, I mean this is my second low diamond starter behind Partlow.
I've got him like a couple notches lower, but I also have him getting even better in early eras, and there are a lot of early era tournaments where you want low diamond cards.
Yeah. Like
Um,
this is the if I for the tournament lab, this is the one starter I would play.
yeah, I think either this or Partlow. That's the decision. But because part of it in that tournament is there's a bat also, and both
Oh,
Lucas
that's
and
yeah.
Partlow. Well, both Lucas and Partlow have semi-real bats, but Partlow's is even a little bit better if I remember. Let me try to remember now. No, Lucas's is actually the better bat. Okay, yeah. So you're running Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, you could also, I think, play Silver Robin Roberts in that tournament as your one starter.
You definitely could, yeah.
Uh,
But I think this would at least be a real upgrade.
yeah, this is definitely an upgrade over that
He can
for that
also play
tournament.
middle infield. Well, I
Ooh,
think Mr. Audit has a theme team for that.
yeah, this is actually, I think, the new lowest shortstop, probably.
Yeah, this could easily be like a new shortstop for that team.
Yeah, well, this is definitely an S then. Um, yeah, he even
Um,
plays two positions badly.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, he can be your starting shortstop, but he can also be your backup second baseman.
I wonder how long he will take to train from a 21 to a 36 at second base.
How old is he?
That's a good question.
Well, actually, you know what? It should be quicker, right? Because he's technically moving down the defensive spectrum, and he's fully trained at short.
Maybe he's 25
Yeah,
in that year.
yeah, because he's a fully trained shortstop.
Yeah, so maybe you could train him there just for have him for the future.
Um, no, but seriously, I think this is a pretty clear A tier card. I don't
Yeah,
think
it's a
it's an
very
S
good
tier
card.
card, but it's a pretty
No, no,
clear A tier card.
it's definitely the A tier card.
Is he going to get knocked out of the meta? I think it's not so likely he gets completely knocked out of early era stuff, even as power creep
No,
comes
and
in.
I don't even if he gets knocked out as a starter, I don't think he'll get knocked out of the pen probably even in
Yeah, so
modern.
so maybe a month or two from now, this is still probably a B.
Yeah, something like that. And especially if this tournament lap is still in.
Makes sense. All right. And how about
If, if
Julio?
the
Sorry, go ahead.
1919 low diamond still existed, this card would feel amazing.
Yeah, the 1919 low diamond, this becomes an S tier card.
Yeah.
All right, Julio, what do we got here? I mean, to me, this card's basically Blauser, but, better and appropriate for low diamond.
Yeah. And it's still a really good card.
The main problem is just that there are also a lot more really good cards competing with it.
Yeah. I mean, I think at the moment, I would probably play this at second in low diamond.
It's a
Um,
little tough because I think I'd rather play like a Jackson Merrill. I think I'd rather
well,
play
one way. I mean, you're not playing Jackson Merrill the other way.
one way, yeah, or play Max Bishop and just take the eye in defense. I mean that's always a Warbot thing to do.
Yeah. But I mean, just
So
having someone that plays, second and short and actually hits is not so common.
I think you could
Um,
almost platoon this card at third also if you don't have
it doesn't
if you don't have a
play
Fox.
third,
Oh,
unfortunately.
sorry, third. Ah, that's right. Third's the one he doesn't play.
If he played third, this would be an excellent card. Because then he's
Okay,
just
yeah,
third base.
because the problem is then that makes it tougher because he's really not a shortstop. He's really sort of a bat first second baseman.
Yeah, he can. I think you can maybe have him stand at shortstop as a backup, but you're not going to want to start as a shortstop.
Yeah, my model tells me he should be fifth best at shortstop, and I just don't want to believe it.
Yeah, I don't. I tend not to believe stuff. It tells me that I don't believe it either, generally.
Um,
But I think this is really a second baseman at the moment.
yeah, but the problem is a pure second baseman. I'm not completely sure you run this as a flexible card over Sammy Strang.
I think I would play this over Strang
Because Strang's
for
bat's going to be
sure.
better, and Strang is more flexible.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way I can kind of see this card maybe is, if you probably want to play John Valentin at shortstop in low diamond, both ways.
I think so. Yeah.
So then, you can run like a Merrill Franco platoon at second, and Merrill can back up shortstop, and Franco actually hits righties.
Yeah. So I think this is probably somewhere in the mix. This is a card I selected from a pack because it was kind of what I got. But I think it's sort of like a little bit down the depth chart. You're probably looking at him as help fill out a roster.
Um, yeah, I mean, I think I think it's a bit better than that probably. Like this is a card that I think I would be okay with starting at second, especially versus lefties like tuning with Merrill.
Okay, so where you're
Um,
thinking like a B there or something?
yeah, I think I'd give it a B
All right,
probably.
and I think he is going to be a depth chart option, but I think it's hard for him to completely drop out of the meta because the thing is in low diamond you start to get players that just aren't multi-position anymore.
Right. Yeah, you get these really big one-way bats, and whatnot.
Sign up for the daily live cap. All right, I can sign up for a daily live cap. Let me.
I should check if I have a slot actually too.
So I'm thinking maybe this is like a C long term. He's not going to completely
Yeah,
drop off probably.
that seems fair to me.
Daily live cap. All right, sure. Well, I'll play a daily live cap with y'all. I got another slot too. I'm apparently
Wow,
really good at getting slots back.
that's
Maybe
something.
that's not a thing to advertise actually, but
Yeah, now advertising for league results, getting slots back quickly. What are we good for?
what is Warbot good for?
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Well, you can always just take the opposite.
Exactly. Let's see. Sure, we'll play an open high cap too. Why not? Do I actually have a daily live cap build?
Very
I
good
was gonna
question.
check, but I think it's more fun not to find out.
Yeah,
Right?
suggest
Oh,
running
let me just
Otani and
let me
Trout and
just
Judge in
quickly
that one.
double check because that I'm not about. Ooh, okay. All right, hold on. We got to do a super
We got
quick
a draft.
draft. We have to do a draft on a short clock.
Okay, and it's a live too, so the cards are all the same.
Live
Great.
draft on a short clock.
Okay, I mean live doesn't. You could just pick whatever card. They're all like the same basically.
All right, we're gonna. All right, we're gonna put. It says we have 13 minutes, but let's do this in 3 minutes.
Yeah, that seems good.
Ready? All right.
Okay, I'm going off the stream delay, so
Oh, it's gonna
hopefully,
be a little tougher. All right,
yeah.
I'm taking Trout, unless you want
Can you
Otani.
see? No, take Trout.
All right.
I don't think Otani's terrible though.
We got a bad second round. Maybe there's a Spencer Strider. Vlad.
These are all bad. No, I think Strider's bad. Take Guerrero. They're
Vlad.
all bad. These are
They're
not
all
good ones
bad.
though.
Chapman sort of pretends to play defense in this ratings. Vlad.
Yeah, I don't know.
Does
These are
Strider have
all.
any PBABIP? No.
I don't think so.
The stream delay is going to make racing tough here. All right.
Yeah, that could make it tough.
Goldschmidt, Gossman.
I think it's Correa.
Could do Correa. Does he have? Could take the Will Smith actually.
Yeah, it goes. I just there's so like shortcuts are really bad live, but those expensive.
All right, we'll go Correa. We're losing this draft anyway.
Yeah. Well, there's only
Okay.
10 perfects now, so you get the same ones a lot.
All right, Framber maybe.
Yep, Framber for sure.
It's Garrett Cole.
I
Why
think that
not?
Jericho's really bad. I'm pretty sure, but you can take him. He's a lot of stamina.
He has a lot of stamina. It's hard to find
That's
stamina.
fair. He's fine.
Why not?
Yeah, Green is also a pretty good card, but there are a lot of outfielders. Gonsolin is really good. Gonsolin's like one of the best live pitchers.
Sorry, no, I was just remembering to read chat. All right, Gonsolin definitely. Uh,
Probably Lux to play second.
I remember looking at one point and the model kind of hated that, but
I'm guessing it's going to hate all of these.
Cedric Mullins at least plays. Okay, we have Trout. I was gonna say at least plays defense.
We can play an outfield. We can play a corner, but yeah.
How about Ryan? Let's see. Is Ryan Presley? We could just always go with our. I don't know if we have links banned because I haven't. I need someone to help me set this up properly. Is the answer? All right. Okay. Musgrove's actually, unless the re-rate killed him.
No, he's still fine. He didn't change.
Yeah,
much.
the re-rate didn't. No, it looks like he lost some PBABIP.
He lost a little bit, but it's still okay.
Does Stroman still have PBABIP? Stroman has PBABIP.
Great.
All right, we're good, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not paying any attention to positions at this point, so this is not going well.
Whatever, they're live cards. They got
okay, Manoah's actually good, but we have a lot of starters already.
Yeah, the main thing is finding enough pitchers. Okay, Yu Darvish, I'll always go with Yu Darvish, right?
Yeah, sure.
We could try to free Connor Joe. Eventually he's going to be bronze.
He's still a 70, amazing. It's actually not good with that card.
We could do Connor Joe.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, live you just got a high roll. That's really.
Hold on. Kiermaier actually plays defense.
Okay, then yeah, take him too.
Let's play defense.
Sure.
Verdugo, I think, has a decent rating set.
We can take Taylor Ward and play him at catcher. That'd be kind of funny.
All right, we're gonna take Taylor Ward just in case we put him at catcher. That sounds fun. Rooker's fine.
Yeah, Rooker's alright, I think. He plays left, right? And Kiermaier plays right? Yeah, that's fine.
Good. Chris Taylor plays everything.
Yeah, I always like taking Chris Taylor in these.
Definitely McKenzie. We're definitely taking McKenzie.
Got McKenzie and Gonsolin, which are really the two live cards you want to find. I guess it really is too.
This Bummer's not bad actually, but Chris Taylor plays everything. Take the guy that plays everything.
Yeah. At least you won't win out.
What do we need? We still need 2 catchers. Casali's not great.
No, Taylor Ward's a catcher. It's fine.
He's not a catcher. I mean,
he was 25. What are you talking?
Volpe, I guess.
Yeah, it is Volpe though.
And
third baseman. Does Moda play third? I think Moda might play third.
No, but he's not a bad bat. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah. Sure. Oh, Guerrero plays third.
Vlad, you mean? He probably stands at third base.
Let's see, what does he have? It's like 10 probably or something. 30. Yeah. Okay.
We're not winning this draft, but that's fine.
Kreidler's actually good. Kreidler's actually good. That's
I probably want a pitcher here. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like we should avoid,
Kreidler and Swanson, I guess.
Does Keegan Aiken
I have no idea.
No, he doesn't have.
Oh, maybe. I have no idea. At some point, I just get too lazy to check all their pitcher ballots to start tracking my overall, but it's not good.
Sure, we'll go with Swanson. I mean, we're not going to win the draft, but I just feel like we should at least, enter a team and be fair to everyone.
Yeah.
We're not winning this one.
Donaldson is actually...
Syndergaard has, no pitcher BABIP.
Yeah.
Donaldson's fine. We are running short on catchers. Maybe let's take a catcher then.
Sure.
Just, just for fun. We'll take a catcher. All right, what do we need? We need like at least 3 pitchers.
Uh, Catcher, 3 pitchers, and something
We
else.
may not have any second baseman. I'm thinking we probably should have
No, no,
someone end at second.
Kreider and Volpe play second. Those will play
Yeah,
second.
okay, Nick Allen plays second.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, Scott Alexander. Scott Alexander is actually decent.
yep. Carrasco's fine. Probably one more pitcher.
Yeah, I like 13 usually in lives if I can do it.
I mean, I know Siebold pretty well.
Yeah, I think I just take that. At least I know that card is not horrible.
There you go. Brett Honeywell has 65 pitcher BABIP.
Great. That's the
So
card
do
for
we
us.
want one more arm, or do you want Nick
If
Allen?
everything's covered, I usually go for 13. We have
I think I
everything
sort
covered
of
though.
would too, but Nick Allen is at least a good glove.
Yeah,
All right. We'll go Connor Siebold. Let's do it. All right, we finished the draft. We made it. We can go back to streaming. We're definitely not winning this.
I mean,
I'll throw a set of sliders in here, and we'll call it
Johnson
good.
and Alcantara are there, which is McKenzie. Not Alcantara. I say Alcantara.
Yeah, we did it. We did all right. When I say we did all right, what I mean is we covered every single position. They seem to think Taylor Ward is our backup catcher. I should probably fix that.
No, he's good. He's good. We should do it.
What is his catcher ability?
It's like 20 something.
30 catcher ability.
Well, I believe the lowest catcher ability in the game that can actually get to a radiant catcher is the live Carlos Santana, who gets to a 3 catcher.
Does he like train up to a 3?
Yeah, he trains to a 3.
That's wonderful.
He has, I think, 20 ability and 27 arm.
Oh yeah, and by the way, thanks everyone for the follows. We definitely appreciate it because we are trying to get enough follows to get some extra features at 1,000. So, all right, well, let's go back to some players and all that.
Yeah.
We're gonna check. I forget we were checking, so let's just go back and keep looking at players.
Yep.
What do we got next here? Jim Bottomley, our last low diamond. Jim Bottomley. All right. So, certainly a solid first base bat. He's got all this gap power, which is kind of a little hidden bonus. A bit splitty, so better versus righties. So where do you have him? Because he ends up pretty high on my list.
I have him fairly high. I have him 4th versus righties at first base, and 5th versus lefties.
I think that's about right. And then the other thing is, with this 66 infield range, I do think he's actually going to give you some defensive value at first base.
Yeah. So actually, I mean, in the end, the only card I have above him as a 2-way first baseman is Fox.
Yeah, I'd still run Fox for sure. As a 2-way, I've also got him second behind Fox, but I think first base is someplace that you kind of want to end up platooning.
Probably, but you can platoon this. This is not like, this plus York is pretty solid.
It is. The only thing is, if you're going to platoon him, I think you'd rather Casas or Beer.
I have those all pretty similar. There's righties only, so I would then prefer Bottomley for the extra lefties.
That's true. Yeah, so I think this is a card that you certainly wouldn't mind getting. I don't think
it's not a difference
needed.
maker, but
No, it's probably like a B or a C. Where would you?
Yeah,
put
it's like I think it could, probably a B, maybe a C, one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, probably closer to a C. Like you'd rather Franco for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Bottomley is better at first base, but Franco's definitely more useful.
And then, does he stick in the meta at all?
No.
I think just no, right? I think he's gone pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's already kind of on the fringes as it is. So.
Yep. All right, we know what we can do before we go on. Now that we've talked about the low diamonds, let's open a bad low
Oh
diamond
yeah.
choice pack. So who are we going for?
I think we're going for Lucas or Williams, probably, right?
Well, I've got a Lucas. I don't have a Ted yet, so I think we're hoping for a Ted.
Oh, Franco, maybe. We got Franco, right?
Franco and Lucas are the two I've got. Oh, and I've got Haller, but I guess that's not the priority.
Okay, so yeah, probably Williams or then Bob.
All right, here we go. We got a Ted. So I think that's an easy decision.
Yep. Well, the other 5 are all TV1s, so that's a very easy decision.
They are in fact all TV. Yep, that's true. All right, we're going Ted then. Yeah, I rock this. I think Lucas, Ted, and Franco are probably the main 3 to get. Maybe Bottomley after that.
Yeah, I mean, there's some other, the other ones, Negro and Paula are playable, but they're not.
Wait, I just realized something. Did they fix the bug with the drafts? Because we opened a choice pack earlier.
Yes, they did fix that.
And then we were just able to draft.
Yeah, they did fix that at some point.
Nice.
A month or so ago, I think.
So I rock this. I actually have been opening a bunch of packs with 0 TB2 cards. So I think there's no guarantee.
Yeah, there are actually fewer TB2s and TB1s at I think every tier. So you're more likely to see more TB1s and TB2s.
Yes. All right. Let's go on to Diamond. Hey, we might actually finish this.
And yeah, we have, what is this, another 25 cards to go?
All right, we're going speed round here. Speed round.
Okay. Well,
all right.
Martin we already rated, so that's a quick one.
Ducky Medwick.
I no glove.
Wish he had some eye.
Yeah. Or a glove. Either one really would be good.
Yeah. Oops, sorry, not Bottomley. All right, that one's an easy no. Yeah. Russell Martin, on the other hand, we talked about him on the other stream.
Yeah, we gave him an S, I believe.
I think yeah. So this is just an absolute S tier card. I'm running him in League right now as well.
Yes, this is a phenomenal card.
I mean, I'm running him behind the new Josh Gibson, but I am running him as the other catcher.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this is so far above the other Diamond catchers. This will still be a really good card in 3 months.
I think so. I think this is probably just an S tier card for a while.
This card is just really, really good. Yep.
This is the one you most want to get, I think.
For long term, yeah, I think you could make an argument for Cuellar in the short term.
That makes sense. All right, how about Dustin Ackley? So, really splitty.
We got Ben McDonald. We thought was kind of a decent low diamond starter, but not critical.
Yeah, you should be able to see the ratings on the left actually for all these. So, let's see. So Dustin Ackley, it's a very splitty bat. So, that's going to be a potential issue. And I'm trying to figure out where you play him because the defense isn't really good enough to play second. I don't think the bat's good enough to play left or certainly first.
Well, I think it's also we're now in high diamond, so now this is competing against Volpe and Wood and those kind of guys who are just way better.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be a no, isn't it?
Yeah, so I just don't think this plays anywhere. Those future legends still kind of dominate the diamond meta.
All right. Another tournament card. How about Roy Smalley? So here's one that again has kind of a unique shape. So this is, almost the same shape as some of these silver middle infielders, or a card like Sewell almost, except you're getting more of everything because he's a full diamond.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing is there's 97 range.
Exactly.
So in the end, I just have this card as kind of the best diamond shortstop.
And he's a switch hitter.
Yeah. I mean, I might play Volpe over him, but I'm always playing Volpe at second.
Yeah, so, my model does have also Volpe ahead of him. I've got it close with Valentin.
Okay, yeah, that's the card I have next after Smalley and Sophie.
And then you could also run A-Rod or Bregman if you wanted to go offense.
Yeah, I don't think those guys really hold up at shortstop, but that's a bit of discussion. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think Smalley just kind of the combination of a bat that is sort of semi-decent with the eye and really good defense just makes him quite a good card.
Yeah, I think because Valentine has the same eye and the bat's deeper, I think I might still end up preferring Valentine slightly. 97
I
range is
mean,
a lot.
yeah, I'm not going to go out and pay $60K to upgrade.
But the thing is that Valentine has 95. And that's why, what I might even do is platoon the two because Smalley can
Yeah,
play
you could
third.
definitely do that. You could definitely do that. That's a perfectly reasonable option.
Yeah, so
The
I
other,
think it's definitely a solid card. I don't think it's a must-have.
no, I think it's probably a B.
Yeah.
Um,
Now,
but
will he hold up?
well, that's interesting because we don't get a lot of diamond shortstops with this much defense.
See, I'm not sure because I can think of a few guys that could easily be released around this time of year that would have more. Like Belanger, for example, should be better
Yeah,
defensively, but but I don't think is going to be a perfect.
yeah, I don't think he's ever been a perfect before.
And then we had a couple. Who was the really good defensive shortstop? We had. There was another really good OTP era defensive
The
shortstop last year, wasn't there?
OTP era. I mean, the one last year that was the Bancroft, but he's a perfect now.
No, there was an OTP era one as well.
Yeah, there's Aparicio. There's been some good Aparicios in other years. Oh, Vizquel maybe? Was it Vizquel?
No, I think he's
Oh,
still.
he probably won't get a card. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying to remember. There was definitely a modern era card with some ridiculous amount of range.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Simmons. It's probably Simmons.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. There was a. He was even a low diamond, wasn't he?
He was a high diamond one year and a low diamond another year, I think. Yeah. But yeah, he always has a ridiculous defensive card, which is beyond deserved.
Right. So I think that's another card that if it comes out is probably going to knock this card down.
It definitely could. Yeah.
Um, and
But
I
he
feel like
does look
we
consistent.
could easily get a Diamond Ozzy.
Yes. We could even get a diamond peak Ozzy, really. I mean,
Yeah.
probably not, but definitely we could definitely consider
Or
that.
from that era, is there a Templeton in the game yet?
I think there's a very low bronze.
Okay.
Yeah, 64. That's terrible. Wow, this card is really bad.
I'm just looking at the eye on that card.
This is a
Wow.
absurdly bad card.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to trade this card for Ozzy.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea. I would do that.
Um, yeah, so would the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Uh,
Turned out all right.
all right, so for Smalley, I think the card probably doesn't really have a shelf life for that reason because
I don't
it's
think it has much of a shelf life. I mean, I think unlike those guys, it does have a second position. It's probably not the most useful second position. If it was second instead of third, I think maybe this card would be much more interesting for
yeah.
long-term use. But yeah, I think probably it's like a D in the long term. I don't know that
All
it
right, I
quite gets
think
to
I
an
think
F,
that's fair.
but
All right, how about Brett Saberhagen?
right? No?
Huge control, huge home run prevention. Just don't look at that pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, it's kind of like Deacon Philippe on steroids.
Or
Uh,
Harry Eisenstadt with
yeah,
a little bit of pitcher BABIP.
but I mean, we didn't really think those cards were particularly good, and and I don't really think this one's particularly good either.
No, I don't think it gets an Eisenstadt Memorial F minus, but I think
No,
it's
it saves the minus.
but it's not playable.
No.
All right, Jewett Meakin. A little more in the way of pitcher BABIP. 107 stamina is always nice.
Yeah, a lot of stamina, but again, I just don't think there's quite enough pitcher BABIP and control here.
So
Neither is all right.
I've got him around 15th in like overall diamond now.
I have quite a lot below that.
I think it's again the same like where we're applying different weights to stuff.
Yeah, could be. I mean, I have him like down 30th or 35th or something like.
So I've got him, close to where like Red Lucas would be, except that Lucas is a low diamond.
Yeah, I have there's quite a lot above this.
So I think just because it's full diamond and the cards are expensive, I think this maybe, isn't quite. So I think part of the reason that I have this card so high again is just sort of looking at what cards I expect it to run against.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're thinking there's going to be a whole lot of Jimmy Fox and Jordan Walker
Yeah.
or whatever, but even I think Jim Wood has not a lot of Wood case either. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think either way, no matter whoever's opinion you're agreeing with, it's not going to be a playable card. So.
No, I mean I do think the home run prevention, gets to be pretty valuable by the time you're at full diamond.
Yeah, but I mean, I think they're just. I mean, certainly, something like a Mike Scott is just this shape but better.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Um,
And I think Lucas is the much better card because he plays in the low diamond meta, which just doesn't have as much in the way of cards that can clobber this.
And this as you go back in the eras, this card gets worse and worse, and Lucas gets better.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think this might be more like a D. You think it's just an F?
I would give it an F, but you seem to think it's better than I do.
Yeah, it's sort of on the fringes of being almost vaguely playable. I guess when I say it that way, it's an F, isn't
it? Yeah.
All right, we'll give it an F. How about Tommy Leach? So we got a center fielder with 92 range.
Right. I mean, it's not a third baseman. Just to get that out of the way, you're only playing in center.
Absolutely, yeah. The bat's not close to good enough for third. It's at least closer to good enough for center.
Yeah, I still don't have it quite close to good enough, especially versus righties. Versus lefties, this card is sort of okay, I think. But it's still not great. This is still not a card I'm excited to
I would have had this card a little bit higher until Jackie Bradley came out.
Yeah, I have Hill above him too, but yeah, he's definitely taken a bit of a hit in the past two cycles. I mean, I'd even rather play some of the kind of less defense guys like a Duke Snyder.
Yeah, I have Duke Snyder ahead of him. I've got the build a line at Beltran ahead of him also.
Yeah.
And of course, if you're willing to play Wood in center, just because the bat's so good.
Right.
Well, but I think you're playing Wood in a corner.
Yeah. So yeah.
I don't think he's completely unplayable, though. I think he is kind of in the frame.
No, you could think of. I think if you're platooning, I guess you could think about him. So I guess it's a D probably, but.
I think it's a D, but one that's going to drop out of the meta pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, it sort of did in the past 2 weeks since it was released. So. Yeah.
Yeah. See, we got to get to these quicker, and then the cards get rated a little higher. So. Yeah, and then there's this Frankie Frisch.
Yeah, this card.
This
card is not good.
This card isn't even not good. I mean, this card isn't even bad.
I, I, I mean, it's a very strange card. It's so similar to this other tournament edition that was released at the beginning of the game, and is 7 points lower in overall.
But
You
wait a
play that
minute,
super
the
ticket.
90 overall Frankie Frisch is probably better.
I mean, I don't even know which one's better. They're both just bad. Like, there's never a
Well,
scenario
they're
where I want to
both
play either of these.
bad, but I think if you had to play one of these, you'd play the 90.
Um, I think I would play the 97 and try to get it to steal a lot. But
Yeah, but the 90 also plays third base.
yeah, I mean, I don't understand why this card is here when the 90 is here already. And Frankie Frisch was actually a decent player. You could make a real card out of Frankie Frisch.
Yeah.
Um,
So Jason
so
Claycorn's asking what level are these grades compatible with? So for each one, we're thinking about this for that tournament meta. So for
yeah,
these diamond cards, we're thinking about this for diamond tournaments, for example.
when we get to the perfect, we will make some league commentary. I'm sure.
Right. I don't think any of the cards we've talked about so far are going to be cards you want to run on something close to a full league build right now.
Well, Russell Martin would be, but yeah,
Sorry, Russell Martin actually. Yeah, that one I think you can run. I am
yeah.
running.
I mean,
Well, I am
you are
running, but as
getting.
we were just discussing, I haven't won a thing this cycle. So,
No, I think Russell Martin is actually. I mean, obviously you want Gibson, but after Gibson, I think Martin is a perfectly reasonable backup catcher.
but this Frankie Frisch, I mean, I isn't power creep supposed to, go in the direction of like lower overall for the later released card?
You would think so. You would think so. I mean, I think it's maybe just another case of a good player whose profile just kind of gets clobbered by the way the game works.
Right, but the problem is if you just put these two cards up against each other, they're almost identical. And
Yes.
one of them costs 7 points more, but it's the one that was released later.
Yeah. Okay. So I just checked, by the way, on Fangraphs, 1927, Frankie Frisch 9.7 WAR.
This Frankie Frisch is not going to manage 9.7 WAR in Rookie League.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good season. Like, that should be getting a really, really strong card. And it's a card too where it's a profile that doesn't, is not so easy to find all the time, right? It's really good defense, big speed kind of card.
Yeah.
And it's just not really even close.
All right. Well, I think this one. Does this one get the Eisenstat?
I think it gets the Eisenstadt.
It's really
Yeah.
frustrating. All right. Pete Incaviglia. This is not the Pete Incaviglia I remember from growing up in Philadelphia. This is the Pete Incaviglia I remember from Philadelphia, this bronze. This
Yeah,
Pete
well, the profile's
Incaviglia, a little
but-
bit less so.
Yeah, so this is kind of an interesting card. I mean, the first thing is obviously the bat is really good,
Yes. Yeah, the bat,
Um,
big
especially
bat.
versus lefty. I think though, I'm actually not really interested in this card, despite that. And the problem is, I think that he's sort of just competing in a place where there is too much stuff already. So he can't really play the outfield in any
Right.
substantial way. He's going to have to DH, and you might even want to DH him only one way. And now all of a sudden he's competing with Jimmy Fox, and he's competing with, Manny Ramirez, who's probably better than, but not a ton better than. And, even this Ted Williams that we talked about in Low Diamond, Joe Morgan, we'll get to in a second, Lou Gehrig, like, there's so many other cards. Jordan Walker, like, he has enormous competition for this kind of bat-only diamond spots. And I just don't know that he's enough better than the other one to make me want to play it. Or at least to go out and spend $80K for him.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because okay, if you don't have Jimmy Fox, I think you're getting like 90% of what Fox gives you as a DH with this card.
Right, but what I
And
mean,
this would be
are
your
you,
best DH versus left, and you just run him as a DH, and it's a great card. The
but are you
problem
playing him as
is if you have Fox, you can't play both.
are you playing him as a one-way DH though? Are you playing this versus righties, or are you? I don't know that this is great versus righties. I think I'd rather a lot of other cards.
I feel like DH is like DH and first base are kind of the places I'm willing to just sometimes platoon just to get a huge bat in there, as long as you can stick him somewhere in the field, and you can stick him in left. You don't want to,
Yeah,
but you know.
I mean the thing is like I feel like even though this is probably a better bat than Jordan Walker's, I would much rather have Jordan Walker on my roster. Jordan Walker plays real defense at two positions and two other positions where you can stand at.
I think before Fox was available, I think I would have wanted to give this card an A. Um,
Even then, I think it's just so tough to fit him in all honesty.
I think I just would have run the bat probably. You know, it's just such a good bat. Like everything about this bat's great, and it's hard to find a bat this good that strikes out this often.
Yeah, that is true. But I mean, I guess
And you
you're
know how
running him.
much I like my bats that strike out often.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a decent card, but I just think it's a very hard card to run with the way the rest of the diamonds are.
The other thing is this is a big bat that plays well in early eras.
Yeah, it would be very good in earlier. I mean, the home run goes over, the K's also go away. So
The home run goes away, but because of the avoid Ks being so low, the BABIP still means like the bat, ages well.
right,
Um, you know, so I don't like the historical side of the card, like that part, not representative. But as far as the card, I would have wanted to give it an A if not for Jimmy Fox. But the problem is Jimmy Fox is just this card, but 10% better. And
and can
when
actually
you
play
are a
defense
single
either
position
way.
platoon card, anything being even a slight bit better just completely kills the value.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have Jimmy Fox,
Then I think you want to run it.
well, even then, I think you want to run one way, but I don't know that I really want to run both ways. Like I
Right.
have a bunch
But
of other cards I want to rather have Pitt versus righties, and then okay, my platooning DH kind of gross with a guy who can't play defense. Like I don't know.
but I think
I
I,
feel
I
like
think I'd probably end up going for it. So I think Jimmy Fox knocks this card down. But a lot of our viewers are not going to have Jimmy Fox. After all, there are 80 copies in the game.
uh, no, yeah, yes.
Okay, so if you
No,
don't
40,
have
40,
Jimmy
I'm sorry.
Fox,
You
40.
don't
Okay,
no, yeah,
yeah. So if you don't have Jimmy Fox, then I think this is a card you probably should be interested in because you're going to get a decent fraction of what you get from Fox, but you're going to get it at a third of the price.
yeah, but he also only plays high diamond.
That is true, and that is actually a big difference as well. Okay. All right, so maybe it's like a C. I would have I
Yeah,
would have wanted to grade it higher.
I think it's just a C. I mean, the card looks really good, but I think once you kind of think about what you're going to do with it, it just doesn't quite get there as much as you would think it would.
Okay, I think that's fair. All right, how about Mike Cuellar? So here you got huge pitcher BABIP, very slight reverse splits for lefty, which we love. He does have only 80 stamina. That's probably the biggest weakness on the card.
Yeah, I mean, when this card was released, I had him as the best diamond starter. I now have him as the second best diamond starter behind Don Newcomb.
I
But
think
it's
I've still
still
got Mike Scott a little bit ahead of him in modern, but it's
okay. Yeah,
close.
that's quite possible. But it's clearly still a card you want to start in diamond. Like this is the diamond
Absolutely.
starter. It's a really, really good card.
And I think there's a pretty good gap between this top group and kind of the next tier.
Yeah, I think the top group, which is kind of like Newcomb, Cuellar, Scott, and Burley, are like pretty
And
clearly
I
top
think
four.
and I think in modern this card's a fair bit better than Burley. Historical
Yeah,
kind of start to go the other way.
yeah, that's probably true. Um,
So I
so
liked Burley better when when all of these diamond tournaments were going to be early era.
yeah, that's true. True. Well, that control. Um,
So I think probably because of that big gap, this probably it releases an A tier card.
yeah, I would agree.
I do think it's pretty vulnerable. That kind of the way power creep goes. This is probably not going to stick around in the meta as long as some of the other A's we've talked about.
Yeah, I mean, especially for pitchers, right? It's just like you just once there's five better ones, it kind of drops severely.
But I think as long as there are some early era options, maybe this is still going to be like a C tier card a month from now.
Yeah, I think. Well, a month from now, I think it'll be much better than a C. But 3 months from now, yeah, probably a C. Maybe a B. Probably a C.
All right, maybe we'll give it like. How about we give it like a B minus for like the future value?
Yeah, that seems fair.
All right. All right. Get to scroll down a bit. Hey, we can see the end.
Wow, big news here after 6 hours. Finally, can see the end.
The end is in sight, literally. And I will say, if anyone has not managed to get their drops on this stream, that one's totally on you.
Yeah,
Um,
but they are on this week, so that's good.
so, okay, this Beltray. You want to take a shot at this one?
Well, I think it is better than the gold one, but again, we have no eye. So if cards don't have eye, they kind of have to have everything else.
There's no eye in Beltray.
Yeah, well, the 9 Adrian. But,
There's 9 Adrian, yeah.
and this 2004 season was Beltray had an amazing season in this year. This card is definitely not as good as that season was.
Absolutely, yeah. Do the reverse splits make him at all interesting? I think they just don't because the rest of the card is so poor.
Yeah, he isn't anywhere near as good as he would need to be.
Like you're not. I'm not even quite sure you run this card in silver. Actually, you know what?
Probably not. I mean,
is this card actually better than Dave Kingman?
Close.
You get BABIP instead of I, and Kingman's better defensively.
Yeah, it's not crazy.
I think it's better than Kingman.
Let's see. I have it a bit better than Kingman, but not.
I think it's gonna be. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a bit better, but it's gonna be close.
Yeah.
5 more minutes, please. I think we'll manage to go 5 more minutes.
So yeah. I mean, I think this Beltray maybe is good enough to avoid the F minus, but I don't know. It's close between F and F minus.
I think it's a really lousy card. All right, it's not a Frankie Frisch, so
No, I think it's probably just a straight F.
All right, Joe Morgan. Oh hey, welcome. New to us or actually new to OTP? Let's see, Joe Morgan. Let's see. So what do we got here? Joe Morgan, really splitty. Even splittier than the build a lineup cards we were getting from him last year.
Yeah, this is an absurdly splitting card.
So I'm kind of torn on this one because the bat, especially one way, is a really good bat, and Volpe also doesn't mind being platooned.
Well, so I mean, I will say at second, I just have Volpe better both ways because Volpe has a real glove and this doesn't. Basically,
I've got the bat so good versus right that the model at least says I should be platooning him, and I'm not completely sure I believe it.
Well, I think the thing that I would do is if I had every card, is I actually play Morgan in DH first right.
You can see that,
Um,
and he's also going to be a pinch runner, and you get
well,
some
and
other
also,
little
I
bits
mean,
of value.
it's not always easy to find a backup second baseman, and when you can, if I play Volpe both ways at second, and now this Morgan can serve double duty as a DH and a second base backup, it kind of helps the roster a bit.
Yeah, I could see that. So I've got him just playing second among bats there, behind Gehrig, but you're going to run Gehrig at first.
Yeah, I have him behind Wood also, but Wood's playing now.
Got him just ahead of Wood, but yeah, Wood actually should just play a corner outfield.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, okay, yeah, I can see why you got Wood ahead. Again, I've got Wood with the higher OPS and so forth, and Morgan a little higher WOBA with the weights I've got.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is a Woba weights question.
Yeah.
And you know.
Last one you played was 20 years ago. Okay, well, welcome. So we've been going through some of the new cards and kind of looking at just reading the chat. I mean, just kind of looking at which ones are most likely to play in some of the tournament formats. I think you might want to scroll back to the earlier part of the stream because if you're starting out, it's probably cheapest to get involved in some of the iron and bronze and silver tournaments at the beginning. But
yeah.
But yeah, you'll find there are a bunch of good streams to kind of help out, and you should also join the main Discord, and they'll have some good places to ask.
Yeah, there are a lot of helpful people in there. So if you have questions, people are usually pretty happy to answer them.
So cool. All right. So yeah, Morgan. I still don't think I want to run at DH because I think I want Fox in the lineup. Also, because you don't have to lift him for a pinch hitter late.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also, you have both Gehrig and Fox.
But I think what I might do is maybe platoon him with Volpe.
Yeah, you could. I mean, I guess you could also play Volpe at third versus righties.
You like that better than Beatty?
Well, I don't think it's that much worse. I haven't ruled it better, but to save a roster space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think
there's also the Diamond Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, that card is also good.
So I'm not quite sure where to play Morgan, but I think he's kind of just a good enough bat that he's in the meta somewhere, right?
Yeah, I mean he's certainly good enough bat to hit versus righties and diamond. Like he will hit really well for sure. He is not the easiest card to fit in, maybe, but it's definitely playable. But.
So where do we rate him? So if we can't figure out a place to put him. But the bat's that good.
We can sort of. It seems like we can sort of think of a lot of places where we might want to put him, but no place where we 100%. This is where he goes.
So this reminds me a lot of Pretty, where we were sort of trying to figure out what to do with him, and maybe it's the same problem except just the other side of the platoon.
Right, which is better. I mean, there are a lot of right-handed starters sometimes.
So maybe this is like a B.
Yeah, I think it's a B probably. I think that's right.
And I have no idea how this holds up because I guess the problem is if you're thinking about him as a platoon bat that's not too flexible, he probably gets knocked out of the meta.
Yeah.
So maybe long term this becomes like a D?
Yeah, probably. I think that's right.
But it's an interesting bat, and I think it's a fun card to play with. So I think
it
is a card I'm going to try to get myself a copy of.
It's definitely a card that's interesting and could be used to build in a lot of fun ways.
All right, how about Derek Lee? I think the problem here is just that first base is so deep, and this just isn't that level of bat, right?
Right. I mean, Jimmy Fox is a lot better. And even if you don't have Jimmy Fox, which fair enough.
Or Gehrig,
I think
or
yeah, well, I think Tony Perez is better than these two.
I think Tony Perez is. I think Buck Leonard is.
Yeah.
Probably Seth Beer.
Well, I mean, they're probably doing two different things from Seth Beer, but
and you're getting more defense out of Derek Lee.
yeah, even Eric Thames also I have above this.
But I think all right, so this is just not playable.
No, I don't think it's playable.
All right,
It's
how
not,
about it?
it's not the worst card, but there's just so many other options.
Yeah, but it's a comparative thing, and it's just not at the top.
Right.
So we've got an Aaron Judge with significantly less power than the live Aaron Judge.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, we talked about this card a little bit, I think, on the first, first one of these.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what we ended up giving him. Did we give him a B, maybe?
I think we gave him an A, actually.
I can see that.
I think it's somewhere between an A and a B.
I think that, yeah. So I think maybe we should just let people go back to that discussion.
Yeah, I don't think much of it has changed.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically we can give him an A, and it's again another card that you don't quite know how it'll hold up, but probably it'll be like a B or C long term, right?
If this had center field, I think this would hold up pretty decently.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't play center.
But it doesn't play center.
So that actually probably is going to knock it out. So probably it's more like a D long term because as soon as it gets knocked out, it's just a one position bat and you can't back it up.
Yeah, and it's not really good enough bat to DH.
Yeah, so he's never going to be a backup anymore.
Yeah.
All right, how about this Brendan McKay card? So this is another two-way card. So first off, the pitching. You do have a reverse split lefty, but the problem is I think with that stamina, he's got to be a reliever.
Yeah, so I mean, I have this, just putting the stamina aside, I have this as kind of a gold-ish starter and a silver-ish bat.
I think it's about right, yeah.
Which, if he had real stamina, is something you could really think about running in some kind of diamond cap as like a fifth starter if it's pretty tight.
Especially if it's a tight cap, yeah. But
yeah.
As a reliever, you just can't.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Does the fact that he plays first base help at all?
Just
so you can run more multi-way players.
It helps a little bit, but I just think the stamina is so low you can't play him as a starter, and then there's no point to have him as a two-way.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's right. All right, so probably this is this actually an F tier card, or do you think about taking him in a draft?
It's probably a D. I think
you can draft him. Yeah, I think it's a draftable card.
Yeah, in the draft this is not so bad.
All right, and we are on to the perfects. Almost made it. So let's do it.
Okay.
Perfect cards. Rick Rushell. So the good news is we've got some pitcher BABIP. But the problem is you're now competing with all of these perfects.
Yeah, it's also very splitty. I mean, this card has very big splits.
Yeah.
And doesn't have a ton of stamina. For a perfect, at least.
So this one, I think, just is never really gonna... Well...
I think you could think about it as some kind of righty specialist or opener type of thing. But I don't think you really want to play this like a starting pitcher.
Okay. But on the other hand, if you're thinking about kind of the top end of these league rosters, let's say you have a pretty limited card set. So, for example, I think I'd run this card ahead of Johan Santana.
Yep, absolutely.
And that's a card a lot of people have in their build still.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is with cards like this, like all these 100 tournament edition cards, is these are cards that, unless you have kind of a top league roster, you should be selling, pretty much.
That's a good point, yeah. If you can get 300,000 points for this, which is the last 10, just sell the card.
Yeah, like I mean, we're going to talk about there are some cards in these 100 tournament editions that are actually really really good, and we'll get to those at some point here in theory. But they're the kind of cards that are good because they improve an already top league team a little bit more than the other top league teams. So if you don't have a top league team, they're not going to do much for you.
Right. So I do think that this is a card that's going to be playable for a lot of people's league teams. So just thinking through, would you run him over Robin Roberts?
No,
I think it's at least close. If Roberts didn't have 119 stamina, I
I
might be
wouldn't run him over
be
Roberts or
tempted.
Lolich. I would play both Roberts and Lolich above this. I think.
I think I'd be willing to play him above those because I do think that home run prevention is going to be worth something at the league level.
Yeah, I mean it's not. I don't think it's a bad picture. It's just I don't think it's like it's not good enough to impact a top league team in any substantial way.
No, I think like he's
So
behind. I think he's behind a card like Y11 maybe also. It's
yeah,
close.
I think I have him a little behind Bly 11. But I have Bly 11 and the build a lineup guys kind of at the same level.
Yeah. I mean, I think at this point the cutoff for being like a really top end league team is you're running like an Addy Joss as sort of your fifth starter, maybe something like
um,
that.
I think it's probably a bit lower than that. But I think probably you need at this point I would say at least three of Page if you can start him, which I think you can actually. Um, Rogan, Paulette, Alexander, and Joss. And obviously, if you have a Kofax, phenomenal.
Right. But I think those five are probably going to be your like high end rotation. Are those five with maybe a Koufax or Randy thrown in if you found one?
Right. Um,
And this
yeah,
is
or
below
I mean,
that, but it is a card that's going to be an upgrade for like a lot of teams. So maybe this is like a B or C.
I think it's probably a C. Like,
I think that's fair, but it's definitely going to be like gone from the meta in a month.
yeah, it's a C for self. If
C
you
for
get to
C
say
for
for it.
sell. That's there you go. C for sell. Um, Now on the other hand, then we've got this Howie Pollitt. Um,
Yeah.
And given that he's got the 98 stamina with these nice reverse splits and the huge pitcher BABIP, but especially with that stamina, um, this might be the best left-hander not named Koufax in the game.
I think it pretty clearly is. Um,
Like I think I like this better than the PTCS Randy.
yeah, I do as well. I mean, we'll see. Like right now, it looks like Randy is doing really well in Perfect League at the moment.
So I've got Randy
Yeah.
slightly ahead of Pollitt in tournaments, but I've got Pollitt ahead in league.
I have him ahead in both. Um, I also think that like we talked about earlier in the stream, Randy Johnson will convert phenomenally to a reliever.
Right.
So certainly, I would pick to start Pollitt over Johnson if I had to pick only one. The other one had to live the full time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just a card that you want on your roster. Period. If this is gonna pretty quickly be a necessary card for a top end rotation.
Yeah, this is a really really strong card.
So I think this is clearly an S tier card, right?
Yeah, very good at card. I mean, I think
And I
you know,
think this is kind of what we think about for like an S tier tournament card that probably will hold up because it's a lefty starter, and right now it's toward the top of the rotation.
yeah. I mean, I would say in 3 months, this may not be in the top five starters anymore.
I think it'll still be
Uh,
on your roster though.
but it will still be on the roster. Yeah,
So I think we can give this an S.
yeah. I think that's fair. I mean,
Um,
I think this is really one of the cards that you're looking for out of the perfect
I
trade
think
package.
this is definitely one where it's very much a real S tier reward that if you get, you're gonna feel like it's a serious reward for having won something.
Yeah.
All right, how about Rico Petrocelli? So This is a big power bat for a shortstop. That's what you're getting. 92 range, but not much in the way of BABIP.
Yeah, and not really enough defense to make me want to play this instead of Willie Wells.
Yeah, so I've got him close. I do have him second behind Willie Wells, though. But, I've got him close because the bat, I think, is even just a tick better.
I think I have Wells's bat better, but I think Wells also a better defender. I mean,
right. Wells is enough a better defender that I've still got Wells as the better shortstop.
Yeah, I mean, I can check that for league.
And if you really want to bat at shortstop, just pure bat, just run Gunnar Henderson or something. But I still like this combination better.
Yes, I would play this over Henderson, but I wouldn't play it over Wells, which I think means it's kind of just not useful.
Just as a one-position guy, yeah, because I guess the thinking is that, if you're at the level where you're kind of trying to run a card like this in League instead of sell it, you've probably been able to finish Willie Wells.
Well, Willie Wells also costs less than 100K at this point. So we're paying more for this Petrocelli now.
Do you think, would you rather run this card like in 1998?
I don't think even there. I mean, maybe, but I mean, Wells' bat is pretty good. I mean, he has 90 power still. He has 90 I and much more BABIP and gap power and other stuff. And he runs a little bit, not a ton, but a little bit. And plays
no,
position.
Petrocelli does have an extra point of range.
A 1 point of range, okay. Well, I think that's probably made up for by the other stuff anyway. But
okay, some argument to Wells at third in like a righty power build.
Righty power build playing Wells at third to play Petrocelli at short.
So I think Chipper's bat is maybe just too good to do that, though.
Yeah, I think probably. I mean, okay. The other thing, the card that I think is going to generate a whole lot of discussion that is pretty relevant when talking about Petrocelli maybe is this Faith Bancroft.
If you're just going to go glove, yeah.
Which I'm guessing you may have different opinions on, but we'll see.
Well, if you're just going to go glove, then Bancroft is
well.
the other
I mean, I just sort of think that Bancroft's glove is so good you just kind of want him always.
So yeah, I think the problem is this is one where for these high-end tournament cards, because they're high-end and expensive, you kind of have to be able to be in the perfect league meta somewhere to be able to play.
Yeah.
And this just isn't, although it's close. But it's probably like a D tier card then or something for that reason.
Yeah, I have it as a...
And then it's going to pretty quickly drop out of the meta.
Yeah. It is, however, better than Cal Ripken.
Yes. I think if you could play both of the Cals simultaneously in the field, I think I think this is better.
Well, if you played both Cals simultaneously, they would still have less I than one Petrocelli.
Yes, and less power.
No, I don't think it has less power.
How about DJ LeMahieu?
Well, DJ LeMahieu has to try to compete against Jackie Robinson.
That's just the end of the discussion, isn't it?
Yep.
He plays second and third. Well, there's this Jackie Robinson who plays second and third and is just significantly better, isn't it?
Yeah, Jackie Robinson is really good. DJ LeMahieu is sort of not good.
All right, how about Pink Holly? So, a little bit splitty.
Well, reverse splits. Oh, no, not reverse splits.
No, he's a left-handed hitter. So,
yeah.
One thing to note about this card is you do get a little bit of a bat for tournaments where the pitcher has to hit.
Yeah, I mean,
and there have been a few more of these no DH tournaments recently.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that that is that good that it makes a difference, and I don't think this pitches. Like this is Randy Johnson, but they took all his stuff away.
So I do have him as like a top 20 option, but kind of barely.
I don't know
Um,
if we would have him that high, but again, it's the same thing where like this is not a card that any kind of top league team is interested in. And then
yeah, and then at
you
that
know
point you just don't get it.
it's
Okay.
not. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's eligible for early eras, but completely the wrong shape.
right. Yeah, in early eras, this is going to be unplayable.
All right, how about Darrell Evans? Kind of a card that just from the name, I was kind of hoping would be fun. Says first and third, but it's really a third baseman with good defense and kind of the right profile. I mean, this is basically like the Kingman profile, but actually
Yeah.
significantly better than Kingman.
Well, unfortunately, he isn't the best Braves 100 overall third baseman, and the other one is really cheap.
There is that problem, yeah.
So
Um,
he doesn't even
and,
play on a
and
Braves
and
dream team.
and now he is a lefty, whereas Chipper is a switch hitter. But then the problem is if you're looking at a lefty, Gunnar Henderson's a better bat, and then there's that limited edition Eddie Matthews, which is
Yeah.
I think actually that card may hold up quite a while. Um,
If this is the kind of federation that's getting released, yeah, that matches will last a long time.
I hope I'm right because I did actually throw a lot of points at Eddie Matthews, hoping he'll hold up.
Yeah, well, if you get, I mean, if this is the card that's supposed to be coming close to Matthews, then yeah, he's going to last quite some time.
Yeah. So is there any place you play? I guess not when those cards are so cheap, right? This just
No, I
doesn't
don't think
play.
there's any universe where this plays anywhere.
All right. All right. How about Hugh Duffy? We had an excellent Hugh Duffy last time. Yeah, Laertes, it sort of looks like Ned Williamson with defense, but the problem is that Ned Williamson kind of isn't in the meta anymore.
Right. No, if this was a launch, if it was a TB1 perfect,
Then it
this
would have
card's
been really
actually probably
interesting
pretty
the
good.
same way Ned
Yeah,
was.
right. But at this point in the cycle, it's not really there.
Yes. So Hugh Duffy. I know one of Seawit's favorite cards, and I see there's a
Yeah.
buy order up actually for 165K.
Yeah, it's
So
sold for 100. Okay.
I know I'm saying there's also a buy order up over
Yeah.
last 10 technically.
Yes, I think this was a low sale. I'm pretty sure whoever sold this could have
I
gotten a good
think
deal more than
at,
this.
at some point we have to do our whole like do not trust last 10, especially on tournament cards rant.
Yeah, any card that doesn't have a lot of demand and a lot of supply, L10 is just kind of a number, and it doesn't mean anything. It's just a number.
Um, Now, having said that, I don't love the card. I've got him about 10th in left, lower than that in center, and the eye isn't quite good enough to play in an early era, and the glove just doesn't play.
Yeah, so I have this card a bit better than that. Um, Still not really good enough to play in league, but kind of in the tier down from that. So, I'd rather play like Mookie Betts or Mantle or Neil Suttles even, but I sort of have it below those guys.
Right, but I think as soon as you'd play, say Mookie, who's now relatively cheap, that just kills the card.
Right, especially because really to make this good, you have to train it in your left right field, and that will take you a month.
Right, but even in left, I mean, just play Mantle in left. Just play James Wood.
Right.
They're both cheaper than this card.
Yeah. Uh, if we get an early era tournament where this plays it will probably be really good with that 105 BABIP.
See, I would have said that, except that with the eye, I'm not sure that's quite true.
It maybe isn't. Yeah, I mean, with gap power too and some stealing. I think this is probably a card in an early era that, like in some kind of dead ball thing, like dead ball only cards in a dead ball era that you'll probably want.
So dead ball only. Do you run him? Because Turkey Stearns is fairly early. He might be
Turkey?
eligible, and then you
No,
would
he's
run
not.
Turkey. How early is Torriente is 1923, and Stearns is
Yeah.
25, and I'd have both of those pretty clearly above this
Right.
card.
The dead ball ones are 1920 or earlier. Like
Okay,
the
so if you
active
actually
dead
cut at
ball.
1920, then maybe this card runs. Yeah.
Yeah. So that tournament doesn't exist. It did exist last year for a long time. That tournament existed for like
All
six
right.
months.
All right. And Ryan
But
saying were you the one that bought or the one that sold the Hugh Duffy? Uh, yeah. So I don't think the card should be worth 165. I'm not paying that for it, but I think Isidafo's right that sort of for a first sale you probably could get more than that from someone that likes the idea of collecting the card.
yeah, I will say I am consistently surprised by how high I can get for cards on first sales.
Yeah. So for first sale, definitely shoot for the moon unless you're selling it to me, in which case sell it cheaply.
Yeah, I would think if I had this stuff, I would have listed it at 300K to start.
But I think this just is unplayable, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go on. Chris Davensky. So we got a reliever. Little bit splitty. I do like the 24 stamina on a reliever, but the problem is I've got him just a little bit below where the meta should be right now.
Yeah, I mean, I have him kind of in the area with like some of the kind of like third tier starters.
I mean, this is yeah. I mean, I think this is basically Roy Face, except you've swapped the homer prevention and control.
Yeah, I think this is worse than Roy Face.
I agree. I think in most cases the control is going to be a little more valuable. I've got him close,
Yeah.
but if a card like Face is ahead of this, then you kind
Yeah,
of
and
should
Face
never
is,
you kind of should never pay like perfect tournament reward level prices for this.
no, I agree with that. This is not a card that is gonna. I mean, if you had one, you could play it, and it probably wouldn't kill you. But it's not a card you should be looking for.
Sure, but but for example, I'd rather have the Joe Barry that was the option from the tournament batch one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Joe Barry's still really good. Joe Barry's
Yeah.
still a top reliever.
And I think that's the problem is that, in a lot of ways, this set is actually kind of a downgrade from TB1. Like, what it almost feels like to me is that instead of power creep, they basically created a tournament batch of cards for the season and then just divided it into thirds.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, we'll see. I guess with the third set, because the third set looks like this too. It's going to be an ocean of Fs.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is that a lot of these things that are getting Fs now, and this will be one of them, they would have been much better cards on release, but that's the way power creep works, is better cards
Right.
come out over time.
I mean, actually, I think, well, with a possible exception of like LeMahieu, I think all these cards would have played on release.
Yeah, they would have been excellent tournament cards. Like I think the point that that Laertes 1 made, that like Darrell Evans essentially looks like Ned Williamson, but a little bit better, is right. But Ned Williamson on release was a key meta card if you could get one.
Yeah.
And there's been enough power creep that Darrell Evans is never going to play in Perfect League.
Yes, that's basically it.
All right, how about Willie Davis? So you got 96 range in center, and then there's
Where'd the bat go?
well,
Can anyone find it?
there's 96 range in center. Did I mention that part?
Yeah. Well, can I have instead Kenny Lofton, who has more range and more bat, please?
Yeah,
Or
yep.
Cody Bellinger, who has a little less range and a really good bat.
Or there's this cool Papa, that I think, at least has the base running and a better bat. Or
I mean, I don't understand this Davis card. It's not like, like the defense is good, but this defense isn't even. This isn't. I don't know if this is even a positive defensive center fielder in Perfect League right now.
no, probably not. I mean, this is just where I don't understand this tournament batch. Is there are just several choices like this where I just don't understand how you can look at a card like this and say, you know, yeah, that's a card somebody would like to pick and have.
I mean, yeah, I yeah. And then you can't even train this. Even if you wanted to play it in a corner, you can't do that. I mean, like this thing is stuck in center. It can't move from center, and there's a whole pile of center fielders that are
But the
better.
problem is, if you made this card a Russell Martin level defensive catcher, you wouldn't play it.
No, I mean McCarver is better than this bat.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I think if we're gonna give an F minus to a perfect, it's this one.
Yeah, I think so. I just I don't understand, you know, because it takes as much time to like create useful cards as useless cards.
Yes, I mean there's. I mean, the other thing I would say is like, even if there's some kind of automated process which is spitting out cards and rating them. It is not hard to look at Willie Davis, and you can tell pretty quickly that is not a 100 at this point in the game.
Right.
Like, you got to sanity check these things, and that one seems to be like it kind of slipped through.
Yeah. I will say I at least think that the choice packs, as much as I think they do other weird things to the economics of the game that maybe 6.5 hours in a stream isn't the best time to get into.
Oh, I think we could discuss choice packs themselves for like 6.5 hours, probably.
Yeah, but I do think that if the cards are going to be so uneven, it is important because if there were a tournament with Willie Davis as a top prize, you'd have a lot of trouble filling it.
You'd also have a lot of tanking.
Yes, you would. No. You could. I mean, imagine a tournament where the prize ladder went something like Willie Davis, Frankie Frisch. You could throw the Taubensee in there. Trammell.
Well, I mean, no, but like if the top two prizes are a Russell Martin and a Willie Davis, I mean,
the finals would be interesting.
If you switch the overalls, you would still take Martin.
Sure.
And yeah.
All right. How about Abner Dalrymple? So clearly a good dead ball era name. The big flaw with this card is he only plays left field, and the bat's not good enough to DH.
I seem to remember that this card, in at least previous years, had a whole lot of stealing. Maybe I'm just making things up.
Yeah, at least the ratings don't quite fit. So the bat is actually pretty good. I do have this as like a top 10 bat in left. The problem is cards it's behind include Wood if you're going to run him in a corner, Torriente, and Mantle, and like probably those are most of your starters.
Well, I have Turkey Stearns above this too, who's close to 3 at this point.
Yeah, Turkey as well. And so the problem is, as a single position player, you're never going to run this as a backup.
Yeah, and yeah.
Sorry, can we scroll back up a second to the low diamond? Sure. Here. We'll take a look at the low diamond for a sec. Yeah, so this Abner Dalrymple, I mean, this is just another card which sort of is close, but for perfect tournament rewards, for the teams that are actually wanting to run them, close just doesn't work.
Right. I mean, I don't even know how close this is because I think just Mantle and Torriente both play corners and they're both a lot better than this. And I don't want to play either one of those cards in center.
I think that's right. Yeah,
So then,
and James Wood also, and that's too many.
right. I mean, even two is too many because
Yeah.
there's a lot of other DHs too. So like,
All
yeah.
right. So this is just unplayable again.
Yep.
How about Garland Braxton?
Okay, so this one I think is actually pretty decent. Um, it's definitely the worst of the two lefty starter tournament awards compared to Paulette. Um, but I think this card actually ends up being kind of a playable perfect starter.
Yeah, I think if you look at the 5 cards you mentioned, kind of ending in Addy Joss, I think there's a clear tier after those 5,
Yeah,
and,
so
and
this
you
is in
and,
the
and
next.
you can throw Koufax and Randy in the mix with those.
Right. Well,
You know,
Koufax can go in his own tier a ton above everyone else.
yes. Um, so I have this as the next card below Addy Joss, but the gap between Joss and Braxton is significantly bigger than kind of that full tier.
Yeah, I've got sort of the same thing. I have him sort of in a tier with like
Hammaker or something like that, maybe.
yeah, Hammaker, John Donaldson, Newcomb, those guys. Robin Roberts I have up there actually also.
Yeah. Um,
It's kind of a big tier though. There's a lot of cards in that tier.
okay. Yeah, Koskin.
Really
I
sort
think
of
I think
just
Tettle, I think Tettleton would be a good pick. Yeah.
yeah, I think Tettleton's actually the best card to get from the gold choice pack probably.
Yeah. So Braxton. I think this is a really solid card. I don't think it's the kind of S tier card that Pollitt was, because the truth is, if you have every card in the game, this isn't quite a starter.
Well, it's not only that. I mean, because obviously not everyone's going to have Koufax and Alexander and
Sorry, I mean
Randy.
if you have all of if you have all of them
Right,
except the limited stuff,
right,
Addy Joss is probably about your 5th starter, and then this is below the cutoff.
right. But the thing is also that you probably, if you're the kind of team that is interested in this card, we probably have a whole lot of other starters that are kind of very similar, and this is not going to make a big changeover.
So I will say I'm more interested in this card than some of the others we were talking about. Partly because I think he's going to make a really good opener, with the big reverse splits.
Yeah,
And partly because I think I'm a little more interested in running this card in an early era than a couple of the ones we mentioned.
yeah. I mean, I think it's definitely the second best pitcher out of the hundreds here.
But I think it's probably maybe like a B tier ish.
Yes, I think it's like a B tier now and probably like a D in the future.
Yeah, it's going to drop off pretty quickly.
Yep. You'll still be able to maybe play him in some kind of rotating bullpen type of thing, but
The reverse splits, I think, maybe keep him alive as a bullpen card a little longer.
yeah, they could very well could.
All right, Bobby Bonds. Maybe not quite the Bonds I'm really excited to see, but this is actually a pretty
Yeah,
good Bonds.
I wish we could
He
have that
runs. So it's a righty with sort of mostly reverse splits. Really good base runner. Technically plays center, but I think if you're looking at this level, probably is only a right fielder. Would you
Yeah,
say?
this can't play center in perfect league for sure. Even in diamond, it's going to be pretty tough to play in center.
Um, so I've got him about 8th in right field, and like
I,
nowhere near the frame in center.
yeah, I have him. I have him even lower in right field. I have kind of a whole list of cards above this, including some stuff that has been around for a while and is pretty cheap now, like Betts and Stearns.
Yeah, I'd run
Um,
Betts or Stearns over this, but I'd run this over like the build a lineup Reggie Smith or something.
yeah, but I mean, that's not exactly a giant bar to clear. Um,
Um,
even I mean Bellinger, if you're not playing in center, I'd run over this.
yeah,
Obviously, Torrente,
I'd run
Mantle.
Bellinger, but if you're running him in right, I'd run Bellinger over this as well. Yeah,
Yeah,
Wood for sure. The limited edition Evans, the Dwight, I mean, not
yeah,
Darryl.
yeah, yeah. So there's it's just another one that's kind of on launch it would have been pretty good, and
It
now
would have
it
been
is just
absolutely, yeah, but now
it's
this is
just
just an unplayable card.
yeah, it's just behind too much.
All right, last shot. Bancroft. I think this is a card that you're more excited about because
I'm very excited about Bancroft.
you got 106 range in the infield. And he's got an arm and he turns double plays.
So this is the best defensive shortstop in the game. It's not close. It's not even close to close. I mean, people are playing Willie Wells with 91 range and Huey Jennings with 94, and this is 106.
And you're going to tell me 106 is bigger than 94.
I am going to tell you it is a lot bigger than 94. And the thing is that unlike the Bancroft last year, this bat it's not good, but I mean, it walks a little bit. It's not totally nothing.
And I do think there's some value even as a nothing bat. I think there's value to being a switch hitting nothing bat.
Yeah. And so in the end, I just kind of have it as the best shortstop by like a good deal. I just think this defense is so good. It kind of just runs over any offensive problems. And I just basically would want to play this in every single format I could put it in.
So I don't like it as much as a card like Wells in a tournament. The league model is tougher because the league model really depends on exactly what the other teams in the league are running. So in Diamond League, I think I'd rather run Willie Wells because there are a lot of teams that still aren't running Willie Wells. And so you're kind of getting a fair bit of an advantage, even just running Wells and like more defense than some of the cards that are being run, because you're seeing a lot of George Davises.
Yeah, I mean, I still think, in honesty, even in Diamond, I would just like crank my ballpark a lot and just sort of rely on this to carry my defense, and then it would block some, and the other guys would drive it in.
Yeah, because I think in league play, at least, in league play, yeah, it's going to be trickier. Because in a tournament, I think it just becomes pretty easy that, the cheap way in a tournament to like turn ground balls into outs is to buy pitcher BABIP, not to buy infield range.
Right. I mean, this is obviously a very expensive card. I mean, you can see it has an L10 of 800K. There's a seller up for $1 million, where Byler is up near it.
So if you're asking me would I buy this or Lou Gehrig, I'd buy Lou Gehrig.
I'd certainly buy Lou Gehrig over this. But I do think this is the best shortstop in the game now.
I think it might be in league.
In league.
Or rather, I think it's the best perfect league shortstop in the game, and I don't think it's the best diamond league shortstop in the game.
Yeah, I think it's probably the best diamond shortstop too, but I'm quite convinced it's the best perfect league shortstop. And the other thing with Bancroft is it is unlikely we will see another glove like this for quite some time. I mean, traditionally, this kind of 105 is about the cap for range. And so it is a card that you can play for probably a very long time, just based on defense.
Yeah. So I have trouble figuring out where to rate it, because as a tournament card, I don't think this is that strong, and as a league card, I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely weaker in tournaments, I think, but I would still play this in tournaments over Wells.
I just think I've found that the gap you get from playing all of this extra range is often going to be the equivalent of playing like an extra 5 points at pitcher BABIP. And so I'd rather construct the roster around pitcher BABIP and put a bat at short.
Yeah, I guess that's reasonable. I mean, this is not a card where, like, if I have a cap, I'm not spending a lot of cap points on this. Right? This is really like kind of the ultimate luxury card.
So given that, where do you rate it?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because I think this is pretty clearly a better card than Huey Jennings, who was this 10 copy LE.
Absolutely.
It's a tricky one to rate because, I mean, I think if you're a top league team, this is a card that will actually make a difference for you. Like, if you have everything else and you're playing at opponents everything else, but they don't have Bancroft and you do, it will make a huge difference. Um, but in other kind of scenarios, it's going to make a lot less of a difference.
Yeah, and like I said, it might even be a negative in a lot of tournament situations or something like that, or
Yeah, it
diamond
very well
ring.
could be. Um,
Like I think if I had Bancroft, I think I would be running Willie Wells right now.
I mean, yeah,
And this would be my defensive replacement.
you could definitely do that, especially because Wells plays so many positions.
Yeah.
It does get hard to back up second then because you're probably kicking Tony Phillips off your team, but that's yeah. Um, I don't know. It's a weird card because for like 5 teams, it's like S plus 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 per league, um, and for everyone else, it's not.
Yeah. So maybe the answer is you kind of split the difference and give him an A tier.
I guess, yeah. It's just so hard because, like, again, like if you are one of these teams, this is the card you want from this. I'd rather have this in Polet if I'm one of those teams.
Yeah. And the funny thing is that the long-term value may be. So actually, I will say the other funny thing about this card is because of the way things are normalized, if enough people run Bancroft, you have to.
Yes. So if 15 people with you running Bancroft, Wells is just going to be. I mean, it's just you can't play it anymore.
Yeah. So
You'd have to
maybe
play
the
for like
answer is so
upgrade
maybe
thing.
the answer is that this is like the rare card that's sort of an A on release, but maybe is an S tier card in a couple of months.
Yeah, it very well could. I mean, it's also going to depend hugely on what kind of shortstop we get. Because if we get the next shortstop, the next good shortstop we get is a big range shortstop, then this is not so great. But if the next shortstop we get is like, some kind of, I don't know, Archie
Could
Vaughn or whatever,
could be another Cal.
or another Cal, yeah. Then this card was, just kind of get better and better and better.
Yeah, so maybe this is an A tier card now and an S tier card in the future.
Yeah, it definitely could be.
Let's go with that.
Because yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're playing teams that are running this and you're not running it, you are in trouble.
All right, and finally we got Ricky Weeks. This is frustrating because it's a really good card and it's just not Jackie.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it might have tournament usage and OTP era stuff, but then I think probably are just fine playing Volpe. I don't think this is even
I've got
faster than
Volpe just a little bit ahead, yeah.
Yeah, so like, it's a good card. This is a card that doesn't have a home.
So maybe it's still like a C or D tier card because it is a good card, and you may not have every card in the game at this point.
Yeah, it's probably a C. I mean, at some point this will be less expensive than Jackie, I imagine. And then if this costs, let's say 100K, 150K less than Jackie,
Then maybe you think
it's a
about
card.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, you could think about it then.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, we made it. You know. Yeah, exactly. Vivian Meep. Exactly. It's sort of a weird card where I think maybe it's a better card long term when there are more in the game because you're kind of changing where the baseline is.
Yeah.
All right. So overall thoughts here on the tournament set. Anything you want to mention before we wrap up?
Yeah, I mean, a couple things, I guess. Maybe they're too long of topics for after 7 hours. I mean, I think the first thing is kind of in each tier we got like one or two or maybe three cards that we're interested in.
Yeah.
So at least there's something, but clearly, as even a couple weeks down the road, we're kind of getting to, I guess what we can call Rudy York land, right? Where supply gets super saturated with the single card because everyone takes it because it's the only good one, and then the price goes into the basement.
Right.
I mean, I think choice packs as a whole are definitely worth some more discussion, but that is, again, like I think a much longer discussion
Yeah.
than we're going to do 7 hours in.
Yep.
They do warp the game to a pretty large degree. But overall, I mean, I think it's kind of a bit on the weak side for what I would like to see. We haven't moved the meta that much in any format with any of these cards. and especially I think silver is sort of a pretty big offender. We've had now 4 contest sets in a row that have had silver cards, and still a whole bunch of the launch and future legend silver cards are still the best options at the position many months later. And it's not ideal, I don't think, because it really, there's no reason to go out and buy a whole bunch of these new cards or be excited about pulling them or buy spotlight packs or whatever. There's just not much reason to go get them.
Yeah.
So it's a little unfortunate. I would have liked to see, certainly at the silver and gold levels, a lot more strong cards that would actually kind of shake things up to a much bigger degree. At the diamond level, we got some decent cards. This Martin, Quayar are really good cards. There are a couple of these perfects that we liked, but overall, it's not changing that much.
No, and I think the problem is these are supposed to be the rewards for the next 3 months.
Yeah.
So if the rewards end up just not being valuable, what's the right way to play?
Right. I mean, I think probably what I will end up doing is what I did last time. It worked out really well, which is I won a whole bunch of choice packs, and I saved them for like a month and a half because I had gotten every card I wanted already. And then as soon as the missions came out, I ripped them all in like 2 days and sold them all for a lot of price. Because I didn't know at the time which ones were going to be the good ones, because the good ones only depend on which ones are in missions and which ones aren't.
Yeah.
And that's not an ideal way to play. Oh, I won this pack. Let it sit in my inventory for a month.
No, it doesn't make you feel like you've gotten a real reward.
Right. I mean, it makes you feel like I got a real reward when the missions come out and I sell, 1 million points of cards in 2 hours, but it's not the most exciting.
No, I mean, I actually ended up sitting on a bunch of choice packs in 23, and I don't think I ever got around to opening them because at some point it just felt like a chore.
Yes, I have the same thing. I think in 23 I have like 150 choice packs that I will probably never open.
Yeah.
Because they're all just like silvers, and I have every silver in the game, so like, what's the point?
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I do think there's a problem that if very few of the cards are desirable, like I just don't understand the philosophy behind releasing cards that have negative power creep.
Well, it's not only that. I mean, I think it's that when you put a whole bunch of cards in a choice pack, what happens is the prices of all the cards in the choice pack get driven towards each other.
Yes.
Right? Because if I see my choice pack of Russell Martin and 5 other diamonds I don't want, I'm always going to pick Russell Martin, and the supply will go up, and eventually the supply will overwhelm the demand, and the price will go down to the other diamonds until the price of those diamonds is enough that I want to pick them again.
Exactly.
And the choice packs make this procedure happen tremendously faster.
Yeah. I seem to remember somebody saying this on the forum last year when they got introduced.
No, I mean, this was I think pretty clearly a problem when these things came out.
Yeah.
And the clearest example, which maybe we can name it after him, was this Rudy York from TB1, where TB1 had 14 low diamonds, and 32 of them were unplayable, and one of them was really good.
Right.
And so about a week in, there were 15 Rudy Yorks on the card shop, and the price had gone down from 100K to like 20K in a week.
Right.
And then it's like, okay, well, why do I want a low diamond pack? I can't even sell it. Even if I open a York, I can't sell it because 15 other people also trying to sell it.
Right.
So I think there needs to be some reworking of the whole choice pack system. In all honesty,
maybe, but I think the other key is that if you're going to try to get rewards to last for several months, they've got to be desirable.
Yeah, but again, like even if let's say we make all the cards a little bit better, right? We still have this issue where everyone's going to pick whatever the best one is.
Yeah, you're going to have that issue also. I agree. I think these are both issues, but I think the first part of it is kind of making, deciding that tournament rewards are not going to basically just be like a token system for missions.
Yeah.
Like you've gone ahead and someone went and curated 100 cards and kind of tried to make thoughtful choices about an interesting mix of players to put in the game, and you know like it's not fun on anybody's end when cards get released and we realize they're completely unusable.
Right. Yeah. I mean, our goal here is not to give however many Fs we gave out today, 70 or whatever. I don't know, a
Right.
lot.
Yeah, I do think a few of them. I think having a mixture. So like the new set of packables that came out were much better mixed.
Yeah.
There were some Fs in there. There were some A's in there, and that's kind of what you want is sort of a mixture of having to make decisions.
Yeah. I mean, I think kind of what you want ideally is to make a lot more Bs and Cs. Um,
But
because both,
also for tournament rewards, because they have to hold up for several months, your tournament rewards should look overpowered at the beginning
yes.
of their
What I mean,
life because
what I
they
mean, I
have
mean,
to hold up.
yeah, what I mean by that is like long-term B's and C's, right? Cards where you're like, okay, this I might be able to find a place where I can use this, I might not, I'm not sure, I have to think about it. Which one of these is better long-term? Like we have to make a real choice, real decision.
Right.
But when I open a choice pack now, right? I open a silver choice pack, just like, is there a blouser? No, no blouser. Okay, take whatever I don't have already.
Right. Yeah, and so I think that's kind of where it's a problem is that a card like Quayar should be the typical card in one of these packs. A card where at the moment it's released, it's going to play. By the end of the life cycle, it probably won't.
Right.
But won't be completely unplayable if you get one. That's kind of about the power level that's needed if it's going to hold up every so often. And if that's not going to happen, then I think the way to rethink it is actually that instead of tournament batches, there should just be tournament content added each week slowly so that you can kind of keep up with the power creep of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I would make, I think, a more radical change than that, which I don't know how well people would like it, um, but yeah, I mean, it should probably be the case whenever a tournament batch is released that pretty much the top option at most positions in most formats is one of the new cards.
Yeah.
Because not everyone will be able to get them.
Because more new cards are going to get released over the time that batch has to be active.
Right. And by the time that someone manages to collect all of these overpowered cards, they will no longer be overpowered cards.
Exactly. But it means that in the short term, if you win a tournament, you get one overpowered card.
Right.
Which is about the way it works when, say we just had, usually there's kind of a mixture, right? We just had a new set of great mission cards where temporarily those are overpowered cards. But by the time you collect all of them, maybe they're not. Similarly, when you get a big set of packables.
Yeah.
Anyway, good. So we had a nice short stream. If you didn't manage to get your 5 packs this time, I don't know what to tell you. You're clearly doing it wrong.
Yeah, you gotta go find one of those auto claimers.
But hopefully no one's jumping in saying just 5 more minutes. I think we probably are good on that. Is there somebody that we can raid?
Let's see. Yeah, I know. Maybe we can, post this somewhere because I'm sure there are people who are going to be interested in which cards to take out of choice packs for the next couple of months.
I'm trying to see who's up that's doing Out of the Park streaming. We've got a couple.
There are a couple people.
All right, we'll let chat vote. So I see 3. We've got Spore, we've got Attica Online, and we've got Escape V. So we'll just let chat tell us who we should raid. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, works for me.
The second one.
Now you got to remember which one was the second one.
I don't remember which one was the second one.
Oh, someone's doing the showdown. We
Oh,
should
is
rate
someone
that.
doing
Yeah.
Twipped? Oh, okay. If someone's doing Twipped, maybe that's a good one to do. All right, should we do Twipped then?
Yeah, yeah. If someone's doing it, we should do that. Sure.
Great. All right, we're gonna raid the Twipped stream, and we'll raid one of the other streamers next time. Uh, but do check out both Spore and Escape V. Spore, I guess probably everyone here knows at this point. But Escape V is also a fun streamer. So yeah, thanks everyone. We will see you probably for a shorter stream next time.
I hope so. I don't know if my voice can take another 7 hours.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you also to to OTP as usual for kind of the drops and everything. You know, as much as we kind of go up and down on some of the content, we are doing this because we enjoy the game, and hopefully that's the same reason you all are here. So
Yeah. Goal is just to help people, discuss the game, help people get into it, all that. So.
all right. Thanks again. Thanks Isidafo for joining us, and good luck
Yep.
in TWIP to anyone playing it. And I think the raid should be going.
Yeah, it's we're good.